and dropped Terry with one massive clean left hand, and just like that, he'd won the fight. He was about 60 seconds from losing, but somehow pulled a win out of thin air once again, becoming the unkillable zombie he's pretty much known for. Number 6, Todd Duffy versus Mike Rousseau.
Cool.
There's not really any other way of describing Todd Duffy apart from the fact that 1, he looks like Brock Lesnar's baby brother, 2, he probably convincingly could be a real life Avenger, and 3, when he got to the UFC and won in just 7 seconds, people started freaking the fuck out, including Joe Rogan, who insisted he was created in a lab somewhere. Only one of his 5 fights before the UFC went to the second round, so for his second UFC opponent he got Mike Rousseau, who no doesn't have the biggest name, but hadn't actually lost in 8 fights. But when you saw the two of them square up, it didn't really look like it would be much of a contest at all. And you know what, for the first 2 rounds, it really wasn't. Todd was faster, bigger, stopped all 7 of Mike's takedowns. We didn't get the quick KO we wanted, but even better, really, Todd was kind of proving how well-rounded he was, you know, and how dominant he could be. We were just about ready to wrap up this gift of a UFC performance with a nice little bow, except, oh wait, with 2.5 minutes left in the 3rd round, out of nowhere, Mike drops a straight right on Todd's chin, and he went to sleep quicker than some of you do listening to my videos. It didn't look like Mike had a chance, but the Hail Mary came through on this one. Number 5, Derek Lewis versus Alexander Volkov. Most people love knockouts, most people love heavyweights, and absolutely everyone loves Derek Lewis.
Hell yeah.
His first UFC win streak kind of culminated in his own fight night against Mark Hunt in New Zealand, but he unfortunately lost in the 4th round. But he pretty much immediately bounced back, and after a terrible, god-awful fight with Francis Ngannou, it was no joke. He needed a big performance to win back the fans, but he got Alexander Volkov, who was the former Bellator and M1 champion, and he just arrived in the UFC and was 4-0. He was also an expert at fighting big heavyweights who like to swang and bang and make them miss, basically, and that's kind of what he did for the first 2 rounds. But he was also hurting Derek and nearly put him away a few times. By the 3rd round, he'd outlanded Derek 92 to just 22 strikes, and just like Obi-Wan taking the high ground, we thought it was all over. But sensing there was just 20 seconds left, Derek started winding up like he was trying to punch a hole through a planet, and with just 17 seconds left on the clock, the hammer dropped, and so did Volkov. Derek had to finish it on the ground, but with only 11 seconds left in the fight, he'd stolen the win from Volkov and handed him his first UFC loss. Number 4, Scott Smith versus Kung Lee. At the height of his career, Kung Lee was a 17-0 undefeated kickboxer with a college state wrestling and world Sanshu championship under his belt, as well as a 6-0 undefeated MMA record. He'd only fought professionally in Strikeforce, where he made mincemeat of the 185 division, before beating Frank Shamrock, who, by the way, apart from a DQ against Renzo Gracie, hadn't actually lost an MMA fight in 10 years. Kung Lee broke his arm and took the Strikeforce title. So Scott Coker had a new star to promote. He was undefeated, brought an international market. Shit, he was even in the Tekken movie. And that is actually why he vacated the title. Just too famous, mate. And so he was matched up with Scott Smith. At this point, the comeback kid was a veteran of the WEC, the UFC, and Elite XC. Heck, he was even on the Ultimate Fighter. But he'd just been constricted by Nick Diaz, so why not throw him in there with Lee, right? Most weren't expecting it to actually last that long. In fact, Kung dropped Scott in the first minute, and then he pretty much bullied him for the rest of the fight. By the 3rd round, he was just walking him down. But suddenly Kung appeared tired, like really tired. The comeback kid kept walking forward and launched a left hook that sat Kung down faster than the world champion at musical chairs. In a fight that he'd barely been in, Scott Smith had somehow ended the undefeated streak of Kung Lee, but he did get totally smashed in the rematch. Number 3, Jairzinho Rozenstruik versus Alistair Overeem. It's not a big secret that the Dutch kickboxer Alistair Overeem has had some ups and downs in his MMA career. At certain points he was on insane, unbeatable win streaks, and at others he found himself losing time and time again. But he always bounced back and tried to reinvent himself, and after losing to Curtis Blades in Chicago, he put 2 more wins together, and the UFC decided to pit him against the new rising undefeated heavyweight of the division, Jairzinho Rozenstruik, who was 10-0 and just knocked out his last 2 opponents in less than 30 seconds. It was a 5-round main event, the old dog versus the young lion. These kind of matchups are always intriguing, and Alistair didn't actually come out to bang with him. He pressured him against the cage, got top position, floated around him, basically doing anything he could to not get pinated. Going into the 5th, it was clear Overeem had won the first 3, and Biggie Boy's corner was going bananas, just asking him to get some kind of offense going. The boys in the commentary booth noticed Overeem was starting to slow down. The 10-second clapper went off, and Jairzinho took flight like a prime Michael Jordan and smashed into Overeem's face, which, by the way, was now hanging off. It was literally the definition of a buzzer beater with just 4 seconds left, and Jairzinho remained undefeated. Number 2, Yair Rodriguez versus the Korean Zombie. El Pantera, as he's otherwise known, had a pretty meteoric rise for the UFC's featherweight division. He was just 22 when he got started, and after 5 fights, he picked up 2 performances of the night and 2 fights of the night. But by mid-2017, he took a fight with Frankie Edgar, and he showed the answer to all of Yair's crazy spinning shit was just to take him down and beat him up. Then things got a little crazy for Yair. He ended up taking a year and a half off, got released from the UFC, then got brought back a few weeks later. We weren't really sure if we'd ever see him fight again, but Frankie Edgar fell out of his fight night with the Korean Zombie, and out of nowhere, Yair stepped in on 2 weeks' notice to replace him. For 4 rounds, they went back and forth, trading kicks, punches, elbows, you named it. It lived up to its spot as the main event of the 25th anniversary show, and then some. Zombie, though, had done more work and was winning the fight on the judges' scorecards going into the 5th. In fact, he was also probably winning the 5th round. When the clapper sounded for the 10 seconds left, we thought it was all over. They touched gloves, and the Zombie charged Yair like an Elden Ring boss, who ducked and popped him with the most hellacious reverse elbow probably in MMA history. No one knew what the fuck had happened except, oh my god, the Korean Zombie is unconscious now. There was literally 1 second left, and it went down as the latest knockout in UFC history. Yair won fight of the night and performance of the night again, and no one ever counted him out in a fight ever. Of course, number 1, Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman. Yep, you guessed it, the fight that was the inspiration behind this list made it to number 1, and why wouldn't it? It was more unexpected than the end of American Psycho, where you realise Patrick Bateman might not have actually killed anyone. Leon had such a weird path to get to this point. It honestly made the finish all that more spectacular. Don't forget, he was supposed to fight Tyron Woodley way back in 2020. That would have been his first fight after losing the title to Usman, which should have put Leon right in contention. But the pandemic happened, the London card got cancelled, and the UFC even removed Leon from the rankings entirely. That only lasted for 1 day though, technically, because then the Hamzat fight got booked, but both of them got COVID. It was a long 3 years for Leon. But finally, in Salt Lake City, he got his rematch and title shot against the pound-for-pound #1 champion Kamaru Usman. And Usman had only looked better and better with each title defense. He was 1 win away from tying Anderson Silva's legendary 16-fight win streak. It went as most expected, though, although Leon did manage to take Kamaru's back and win the first round, but then the dominant game of Usman just showed through as he controlled Leon in pretty much every position. The commentary team honestly thought he'd kind of given up, and the altitude certainly didn't seem to help, but deep in the 5th round, with nothing left to lose, all the encouragement from his corner, and the sequence they'd apparently been drilling all training camp, he threw a 1-2 head kick and shut out the lights of the champion. Kamaru was 56 seconds away from making history, but it was Leon instead who went down in the books as the 2nd British UFC champion ever.
Alright, big thank you to Pristine Auction for sponsoring this video. If you do go on their website, there's guys, welcome to the Sidemen Hot versus Cold Mukbang. We have hot team over there.
Yes.
Looking, nice. Looking warm. And we've got the cold team here.
Looking icy.
Now what?
Yeah! Oh,
yeah,
that's lovely.
Alright, to start the...
Yeah! Oh, that's lovely.
Alright, to start the video, Josh is going to eat a tentacle of this.
Oh my God.
Have a tentacle, bro.
Why?
Have a tentacle, go on.
Is it allowed to? Am I allowed to?
You can eat it, it's raw fish, man, you're fine. No, bite it off the thing, now.
Yeah.
Yes!
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Why am I going to do it?
It's got no seasoning on it.
No, don't do that.
You can eat it, man, it's fine. It's edible, it's edible.
How is it? How is it? Let me know.
It's fine, man, it's fine. It's a squid.
It's hot over here, Toby. You look like you're sweating.
Should get them all oiled up.
Oh, yeah, Toby. Take top off.
No, truly.
Automatic ball sack.
No, not the balls, that.
Oh, bog!
Oh, this man's built
It's quite gross, that, isn't it?
It's nice, man. Anyway, we are here to talk about some things.
Yes.
So, what's a thing that happened recently?
There was some fighting.
There was some fighting.
Yeah.
There was. We all saw the YouTuber boxing events.
We did indeed.
So we had, what did we have? We had, well, you know, we'll go into more depth about it.
Go on, then.
But I do have a bone to pick. I've seen a man strutting around like he's the top dog.
Really?
Who? He wins one fight, and he thinks he's the dog's bollocks, all right?
No.
I saw him on the What's Good podcast. I see him doing his victory lap. But I think he had a stinky performance.
Really?
I think Deji honks.
Do you?
I think he's a
stinks?
honker, man.
Yeah?
I think he's an absolute waste of... Oh, good lord.
He's been good. Well, half his food gone. Put his
Deji's gone.
Deji said no.
He's already dead!
We got special guest Deji.
He's got our team.
First match.
Wait, Harry, are you good?
Oh. What's going on here?
This
It's
is-
like we're in a nightclub.
This is quite nice, by the way. I don't really know what it is, but I'm eating it. Have some of that. I don't know. Is it meat? Is it fish?
I could do it. We've got any ice cold beverages? Oh, we've got drinks.
I would hope that you got ice cold
Harry,
beverages.
don't forget
You're
your
in an
cup.
igloo.
Harry, don't forget your cup.
Oh, nice. My cup's up to this fucking.
Harry, hold that. Hold that how you usually hold cups.
Welcome to hell, Deji. It's pretty good over here.
Yeah, you're welcome. If you want to switch any point, you're welcome to. I do feel
Oh, well,
bad.
can I actually switch?
If you want to sit with them, you can sit with them. I feel like you're on the stinky team here.
I feel like I'm more at home there. no, I'll stay for that.
When that food comes out, come up.
So, let's run through the event, shall we?
Oh,
What
tripping,
do you
man.
want to say? How do I segue a conversation?
How did the event start? We have KSI versus Swarms.
Yes.
Obviously, it wasn't supposed to happen, but it did happen. And we had Swarms who turned into a Modern Warfare 2 trick shotter.
Oh.
What, because you kept spinning?
Hit more 360s than face clamp.
Realistically, he was actually pretty good. To be fair to him, 2-3 weeks.
But yeah, for 2-3, and he lost a lot
Are
of weight
you
as well,
lot,
right?
Cap? What's going on?
He done his thing, man. He done his
What do you
thing.
mean? No, I respect Swarms.
I
man.
respect him. He didn't do well.
No, he did for Swarms. He
For
did well.
someone who's never boxed before, 2-3
Someone
weeks.
please look at how Harry pulls his strings, man. Just play that
What do
back.
you mean? It's half
Just
coke
play
already, man.
back. Play it back on the camera.
Show us,
Play
show
it
us.
back on camera, bro. It's
There we go.
fucking horrific.
Swarms did. I think Swarms did well.
I got angry because
Why don't we ask the boxer in the room?
Yeah, Deji, how did
What was your
How did
fault, yeah.
Swarms do?
I mean, my first fight. I was
No,
like,
you're an undefeated boxer, bro.
Huh?
You're undefeated.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm on the feet, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, my first fight, or like first time stepping in the ring, I was like
Cool.
putting my leg up and everything, wasn't I?
Are you talking about when?
Do you know when we
sparring?
sparred and
Yeah.
all that?
In a house?
Okay.
And you haven't had a lesson?
I spoke to Swarms afterwards, and he said the first time JJ hit him in the nose, he was like, "Yeah, shit, this guy hits hard," and that was it. He was done for the
It's
rest
a long
of the
day.
fight.
Not the best opponent though. We're not sugarcoating this one. He was a bit of a Sapu opponent, but at least he got the ring rust gone, which is good.
I still wish he knocked him out cold, though. I can't lie.
What, you want to see a stiff?
I wanted to see I wanted to see stiff Swarms.
It's kind of, is it not harder to knock someone out who's running away from you?
We kept turning his back, man. It's dangerous to turn your back as well.
Like, if someone's coming at you throwing, surely you can...
It's dangerous to turn your
That's when
back.
knockouts happen.
He shouldn't have turned his back, because if JJ was like clocking him on the back of the head, it's his fault.
Made that to a second opponent.
Oh, that tosser. Don't get me started.
Should we get there later?
We'll get there.
Should we
we'll
get there
there.
later?
We'll get there. We'll get
Who
there.
was next? Of note?
The
Dean-
flipping guy.
Dean the goat, the backflip, the fucking backflip.
That backflip, no.
Cheers, lads.
Yeah, cheers to that. What is this, jollof?
Maybe if I'm cooking it.
Oh, we got that Toby jollof over here, boys. Look at that Toby jollof.
Yeah, that oyster.
I think everyone has to get on an oyster on
You got to do an oyster.
You gotta get on an
I
oyster.
don't want food poisoning tomorrow.
Mate, they got
I ain't
jollof
going
rice
near
over there.
them.
We got fucking ice cold oysters.
Where's the actual jollof?
This is tomato rice, bro.
Tomato and basil thing.
They want to do a trade-off. I'll give you a technical for some rice.
I'm really okay.
Those are massive oysters. Those are supercharged oysters.
I'm mixing and matching the bowl here, yeah?
Is everyone getting on an oyster?
Hey, Simon, how much?
You don't want an oyster.
Have an
bro.
oyster. Have you ever had an oyster?
I've never tried it.
You should have one. It tastes like seawater.
Yeah,
All right.
we'll do it together. All right.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, boys. Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Good oysters.
No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's a delicacy.
It's on the floor, it's on the
You know,
floor.
people pay good money for that.
Yeah.
That was vile.
We both looked straight at him as he just went.
Honestly, don't drink. Oh, what's this? We got Vindaloo.
Anyway, who's next? Fucking.
Salt, pepper. No, wait.
No, Dean.
Sam
No, we had
Hyde.
Sam Hyde. I am
Oh, that
Thompson.
was a slugfest.
That was a slump.
Oh, that was the guy. That was the guy who did the crab and then the swing.
Can I pick up this car?
Daddy, what are you doing?
Deji, what are you doing?
I'm trying to.
Drink your drink.
Yeah, can I get a glove?
Have a glove.
Drink your drink. Drink your drink, man. Come on.
The glove makes it. So, actually, it doesn't make it. You need two gloves.
No, I had one.
Do you want to know a fun fact? I got there early. And in the bar where we was collecting the tickets, I saw Sam Hyde having a piece of cake. I said to Faith, I went, he's fighting in about an hour, by the way. Love it, I love it. He's just having a bit of cake come out, he's just scranning it.
Who won that one though? Who won it?
Sam Hyde.
Was it Sam Hyde? Yeah.
I fucked him up.
Then we had Salt Pappy.
Salt Pappy was sick. Oh, Salt Pappy was sick.
He might be the best talented boxer on that card. I raise that.
Oh, Deji, you gonna take that?
Where are the gloves?
Remember what you said? I think Salt Pappy's really good, man.
Nah,
Yeah,
Salt
no,
Pappy
he
is
is.
good.
And he's got that, like, he must have been doing it before.
Yeah.
I haven't finished my rice.
No, it's just keep
Oh,
eating.
now I'm
bro.
jealous.
Yeah,
What's
coriander.
this?
Oh no, this is
What's
a,
this?
Harry. This is a piss take. Like what?
We got the whole
I
ocean.
had a pretty much live lobster in front of me.
Yeah, tuck in, man.
You talking?
Wait, is that actually live?
Does it look live?
Does he have a boxing history, Soul Pappy?
He said he's been boxing since he was like 10, right?
Yeah, it's like a hobby. Yeah.
Well, there you go then.
He's so good. I think he's so good, man.
But Andy Wolski wasn't good though.
No.
But was he? Like, see what Salt Pappy done to Warski?
Yeah.
That's what you wanted JJ to
I
do.
feel
to
like this is
Swarms.
what I needed to see.
But it's what you want JJ to have done, realistically.
Yeah.
Do you think
And he
JJ?
slept him. Warski went.
Do you think JJ was more cautious because he had 2 fights?
No, I think he was too excited and the fights too inexperienced against him.
I reckon that's in the back of his head though. that he's got
He
2
knew it.
fights.
Like obviously we said it ourselves. We did the highlight reel, so you're kind of chasing the big like hit.
One punch KO, like.
Where patience might have helped you a bit more, like because if he had let like one of them come towards him.
In the fight, he didn't even come up. Like, do you know, like, ding, like the bell rings.
Yeah.
He was staying in this corner.
It's hard to find someone that's going to run away and like hide. So I do get it.
Yeah, because the mental's not there either. Like they're going with you. They're not going into your punches. They're going away from your punches.
Yeah.
Or they're turning their back.
Yeah, also, I was gonna say his opponents were turning their back. He couldn't do it. Every time he went to hit the second guy, is hitting him in the back of the head.
Surely there's a big weight difference between Slim and...
No, I swear it was like 4 or 5 fights that were all the same category.
Yeah.
You guys should have a Royal Rumble, one in each corner of the ring, and you just run in, last man standing. That would be entertainment.
teamed up together.
Tag team fight, I need to see it.
JJ and Snake Deji and slapped on the back of the head.
And then who was next? Kenny and Sensei. First of all, I watched it and I thought Kenny had been smoked. Like, I was stood there and I was like, I think he's lost like 3-1, 4-0.
Oh, I don't know.
4-0, yeah?
4-0, whatever it is. But then when I watched it, I seeing it now, it was closer than I thought it was.
Was
But
it actually? I haven't watched it back. Was it actually?
apparently it was. But I remember being there, I was thinking, oh,
I
fuck
watched it and
like,
it was. Apparently it was.
I think a draw is valid for everyone to go home happy.
I think at the same time that like you watch it back, I feel like Sensei could have ended it in the first 30 seconds, right? You know,
Yeah,
when
the
the
rest of
standing
it.
count happened.
These referees are told to jump
Yeah,
in.
because they're amateur, right?
Yeah.
So they have to be safer.
And
But-
Kenny's leg did wobble, man. That's what I tapped Harry and I said his leg buckled, man. That's when
Yeah,
he
so I'm
went
saying,
backwards.
if the ref didn't jump in there and Sensei was allowed to like see that he was like on the rope.
He recovered quick.
That's what's good. He went back to it. I said to Harry, I said he's got to establish his jab again now. Like straight away after that, just put it in his face, and he did. So.
I feel sorry for Kenny because he's sick, but
He just needs to fight a stinker.
Do you know what
bro,
this
I'm
I'm about to
telling
say?
you.
He,
fight some stinkers.
he,
He
needs,
fights him
to,
so
he needs to
hard.
fight a Pineda, bro. He needs to fight a trash can.
because everyone
And just batter them.
But he won't.
he needs the respect that he deserves. 'Cause he's fucking. He looks sick when he boxes. But he just,
His resume is impressive.
He's only been boxing for a year and he's already been fighting top class.
He's fought 2 people who have like had a fighting background, like they've come from a fighting background, so it's nuts.
It was after.
The stinker, Deji.
Oh yeah.
that's
this fraud.
How is your life? Are you just gassed? Because you might like you look, I'd be
Like
fucking grinning from here to here.
you pieced someone up the worst
Yeah.
on the show. So like, how does it feel?
It feels good, don't get me wrong. Like,
Yeah.
it would have been nice if we got like a flash knockout.
Yeah.
But at the
You know
same
in your video when you're like, oh, I heard you got a bruise. And you laughing inside though, you are, innit?
He laughed out loud. He goes, that's what happens when you step into a ring.
No, but I know, as he's saying it, he's being sincere. He's like, I heard that you had this. I can just see it, bro.
he's holding it in.
There's someone in there just pissing himself.
No, but the thing is, because I've spent so many years trying to get a win, now that I got my win, it's just like, what do you know?
Do you retire now?
No, hold on.
Yeah, so now is it
Undefeated pro boxer.
on to the next one or is
Yeah,
it-
on to the
oh.
next. I'm hungry now. Like,
Have you got your eye on anyone?
Yeah. Who do you want?
Fraxel, Joe Weller.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I'd love to see Deji Joe Welly, you know.
Do you think he'd fight you though?
this is what
Joe
I'm
Weller,
saying.
I don't think he would.
Nah,
No,
whatever you would now.
After watching you on that night, not a chance he accepts that fight. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a
Don't
chance.
blame him, to be fair.
Not a chance. Not a chance, man.
Everyone I've spoken to has said that your fight was the best of the night.
Did you didn't get touched?
Bro,
I
Everyone.
got paid 25 grand.
Yeah, but Prime.
Oh yeah. Off of the whole fight. Off the
Prime gave him a bonus. Bonus 25k for being part of the night.
Oh man.
A pro boxer actually tweeted, didn't he, about your fight? He was like,
Virgil
Did-
Ortiz.
There you
Jr.
go, Ortiz. Yeah, Ortiz actually tweeted saying like, Deji actually looks like a decent boxer.
And he's one of my favourite fighters too.
Bro,
Which is,
that's
yeah.
what I
You
said.
should suck him off.
I actually would, low key.
I think Bryce would be a good one.
Yeah.
No, but
I
I think he's
I think he smokes him too, but I think that's why I want to see him.
he smokes him.
Or the winner of Give McBroom.
Ooh.
I can't fight Gib.
I was gonna say.
No,
No.
Good man, you know what?
Oh, JJ's saying that, right?
No,
Yeah, fuck
obviously,
JJ
like,
for that.
no, because obviously, you know, Gibbs my boy, but at the same time, we both train with Leon.
Yeah.
So Leon,
yeah.
you know,
Or in the camp.
Whoever wins gets to carry on training with Liam.
I might poo myself soon.
And then what was the next fight?
After that was Slim Temper.
Slim temper.
Sleepy time.
Slim comes out with the best walkout of the
Slim
night.
needs to get the respect he deserves,
See,
man.
you and Harry both said to me,
I fancy Slim.
and I was looking at you like,
fancy him.
why? Because I don't really understand
Why?
boxing like that.
Nah, Slim's got hands, bro.
Do you know he's got crazy in his eyes?
He's just a crack. He's a crackhead. He's a crackhead. He's a crackhead. That's what he is.
do you know when we were doing the glove checks, everyone's like serious. He's there like, oh man, look at my gloves, man. They say cool, man. And everyone's like, shut up. And he's like, no, man, I can't, man. Look at my gloves, man. He's just so hype.
I said it because obviously Tommy's one of the boys, right? Temper's one of the but I said his energy's just fun, man. Like he loves it as well. And he's getting clocked in the fight. He just loves it.
Yeah.
He's giving it the.
Tongue out.
If I wigged someone like with everything I've
just
got,
laughed in your
and he
face,
just
right?
went.
Yeah.
Long day. It's a long day, man.
When he was in the clinch, he looked over all of us and went,
Yeah.
yeah, this guy's a nut job.
And it was a clean knockout as well, you know.
Not the best knockout of the night.
All flats.
Yeah,
Slims.
Right.
The slow-mo was crazy, bro.
Yeah.
As if I didn't need
Bloody
any
man.
reasons, but that screenshot of Demper getting rocked is the reason I will never fight anyone. Have you seen
Nah, you and Mo
his-
Vlog's got to get on one day.
Oh, the one where they turned him into Pingu.
Yeah.
Oh, I fight Mo Vlogs, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm sure you would fight.
What about money kicks?
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be a decent
But I don't want to
fight.
fight him in Dubai.
The money kick's not.
Nah, you can't be doing
Good
that.
man.
Yeah.
Smart man.
I'm getting soaked.
Yeah, this table's actually fully melting now, I'm not gonna lie. This is a stinker.
The cup's melting, the table's melting.
Spicy fries.
They just keep getting brought the best food. That food looks so good.
And you guys interested in a swap?
Can we get a tacker?
I'll tell you
You
what.
can have some tacos if you want.
I'll
Yeah.
give you a lobster for a taco.
No,
You keep your food.
The fuck was that?
Oh, we could
Please. You've got hard-shelled animals.
Harry, we don't want it. We don't
I
want
have
it.
to give it to you as a token of my gratitude for the
Please, it's a
tacos.
token if you keep it.
Right, have the lobster, man.
Yeah, take this tray of tacos. There you go. Thank you. There you go, brother.
What tacos are they?
That's great.
I don't know, but they've got coriander all over them.
We tried lobster.
Why did you send it?
It's on my straw!
We had panada.
Oh my god.
Roast KSI.
I'm not calling it the main event, brother. I refuse
It was
to.
a co-main
Little boy
event.
tried to get involved.
It was a co-main event.
I thought before it, I thought panada was on the level of like Slim, but he's not.
Slim sleeps Pineda.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm
Yeah.
confused,
Horrifically.
bro. Not even
Horrifically.
close.
I think most people on the card here.
Yeah, no, seriously. Everyone said he was the worst boxer of the night. Like
I
everyone.
think he was just shook though.
Yeah, he was terrified
I think he was just shook of the occasion.
occasion, then he got hit
I
once.
get that. Like
I didn't like it.
being in front of that many people, going from nothing to that. I get that.
His
would
last
be-
fight was in a steakhouse and he got knocked out.
Yeah.
Who wins, Swarms or Pineda?
Swarms, I think
Pineda
Swarms
should
is
win.
comfier in
Pineda
front of that
should
many
win.
people.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, that'd be a good fight, you know? You know what?
I got
Next card.
Battle of the Stinkers.
That'd be a good fight.
No, what is going on?
Yeah, you complain you got too much food.
I don't know where to start.
No, I rate it. I Pineda versus Swarms.
I'm here for it, man. Oh, Pineda called out Ollie Ball today.
Ollie Ball?
Wait.
What have I just come back to?
I see it. Ollie Ball said something like, oh yeah, I think I'd be able to do it. And Pineda put on his story like, should I knock this TikTok boy out? But I'm back Ollie Ball.
No.
I'm back on the ball, man.
No.
I wouldn't go
Wait.
that far.
That'd be a travesty if Ollie Ball was to win that.
So Pineda's now a YouTuber.
Apparently.
Basically.
Can't speak
He's
a lick of
fully involved
English,
in
but
it.
yes.
That was the launch of his influencer career.
It's kind of like Rockman, isn't it?
Yeah, Swarms
He's
started doing YouTube videos as
Professional
well.
boxer, now it's just misfits.
You get your name in the mix a little bit and then you
Yeah.
can do what you want.
The ramen clip with Joe Weller is elite.
What's that?
Oh my god. He asked him like if he's ever going to get it back against JJ or whatever. He's just a really funny clip. Man.
Sounds good.
You jumped me.
He kills him.
Most people explain what happened.
I can't remember how the conversation exactly goes, but he kills him, man. It's very good.
He kills him. That sounds very funny.
Surely you've not seen the clip, no?
Nah.
I don't know how he...
Let me get my phone up.
I saw the clip. I saw the clip.
You think it's got you?
You've
I
seen
saw
the clip, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
He was just telling Rahman that he wants a street fight. That's all I've heard.
Oh, fair enough.
All I've heard is he wants a car park fight, a street fight.
Yeah, fire in the car park.
I don't understand why he wants a street fight. Like no cameras, nothing. It doesn't make any sense.
Why is it always a car park?
You know what? I had a street fight with Joe Weller and I won.
Is it?
Yeah.
Jeez,
Wait, hold on a second.
my God.
Bryce Hall. He said he's had like 40 street fights in a car. Honestly, Joe Weller and Bryce Hall in a car park.
Actually, that would sell tickets, you know.
That would do
We could put a
tickets.
big old car
They can
park.
sell out. They can sell out the car park.
No, we'll sell tickets to the car park, man. I'm telling you.
Westfield car park.
Fire in the car park.
This fish is really getting to my head now.
Why?
Just the smell.
The fumes. The fumes.
The fish is
The fumes. Yeah, I know. I had a squid in my fucking face the other day.
Anyway, well done to JJ, who did win 2 fights in one night.
He did.
But I think even JJ was like disappointed and
Yeah, he was
frustrated.
expecting more.
Because he wanted, like, if he'd done a camp and he was in the shape that he was in, he wanted a sick fight.
The wasabi fight would have been sick as well. Like, I know there wasn't much promo for it, but I think like when it happened, it would have been sick in the end of it. You should rematch wasabi.
I was going to say, would you not be tempted to
Yes.
fight Alex now?
wasabi now. I think you wig him now.
What if Wasabi just pulls out again?
Yeah.
But,
that's a good
you know,
fight.
going back to your point with JJ, like him being frustrated, he didn't really get to showcase his skills. Did
Yeah, no.
Because I know I've
The
seen
windmills came back out because had to get to him.
Yeah,
You couldn't be like fighting technical.
that's what I'm saying.
But you got to showcase all your skills.
What was the main difference in like your preparation for this fight in comparison to the others?
Obviously, I got Leon. He was like a huge difference for me.
Is
Like,
that not
like
awful?
a
'Cause
pinnacle.
I've seen the workouts he puts people through.
We did one, Harry. Do you remember in the calorie?
Yeah, but that's not
burning
even as
video?
bad as the
I know.
right?
We
Is it
did
not-
like an hour. I nearly died that
Yeah,
day.
it looks awful,
So
man.
think about this: like we had one session, a whole hour, just constant work, no breaks, just constant.
That's
constant,
ass.
constant,
What?
constant.
This is so ass.
But it's no, but it's
That's why he
good.
won.
I know, but like, how good are you feeling? Was it worth the ass?
Yes.
Okay, well, fair enough.
I know. You not see his face when the towel got thrown in. I've never seen Deji so happy in my life. He's always smiling. Look at him.
Yeah, fair enough.
He was shocked. He's like,
Talia cried when he won.
Imagine how shocked.
I think the most awesome part though was everyone coming in. I like Leon. He smiles, but then when he jumped in that ring, he was jumping for joy.
I would have been scared, bro.
"He ran towards you."
You don't know what he's doing.
No, that was a good moment, man.
Can I steal some of your food, please? Please.
Let's wait.
I have noticed you lot aren't eating at all.
There's nothing to what
we
you
make him do?
want? Fucking crab.
Take that fucking lobster back.
Harry has like tomato sauce all over his shoes.
Yeah, I got mine as well.
Harry, we're willing to give your team food.
Yeah.
In exchange for what?
We want to see you twerk.
Right in the middle. This was not unanimous.
And I want to see like make it dry.
Oh, can I do something else? Is there something else I
The
can do?
fish isn't that bad.
I know. I feel like the twerk is good though,
A twerk is. Oh, bro.
because like I'll be real. I do want to see him.
Here he comes.
Fine, I'll twerk it. fucking fine.
Make eye contact with the snowman.
Okay. All right, fine.
Don't put music on it,
Don't
please.
give me the fucking food, man.
No,
Please,
That wasn't long enough. I'll be real.
It wasn't bad.
I got wings for you, bro. I got wings for you. There we go.
Okay, you know, that was
Let's actually have a look at your gaff, by the way. Let me.
Yeah, explore it, man.
Talk to me. What's over here?
You want to swap?
No. You got a snow cone?
Yeah, we had some of that. Like,
Got some cold meats. That's great. Why are you not having the cold meats?
there's wasabi over there.
You got look. You got fucking
I didn't see
Simon.
that. Okay, yeah, we're fine.
Oi.
We're fine.
We're allowed cold meat. We're the cold team.
No, I'm saying why are you not eating it? This is fabulous.
Well, I've eaten lots. They've got more wagyu here. It's good. You got wagyu?
No.
Yeah, it's cold wagyu. All this.
What else is around here? Bog, how
I'll
are
be
you
real.
complaining?
Oh, we haven't. To be fair, we haven't even looked there. To be
Bog,
fair.
how are you
But I'm
complaining?
stuck in here, so I don't get to see it all.
I blame Harry.
Oh, actually, no. We've got really nice sushi
You've got
here.
great sushi.
We've got really good sushi.
I've already had a leaf of it.
Oh, the fatty tuna nigiri.
What?
The fatty.
What? What do you call that?
Good enough. All right. To end our conversation on the boxing, I thought a fun game we could play.
Oh yeah.
Could we have 3 hot chocolates, please? What? Thank you very much.
I completely forgot about the hot chocolate.
And could we also could we have 3? What are you making, myself? Oh, well, you know, no, we can do ice cream. Yeah, we'll have 3 ice creams, please,
I
my
know
friend.
where this is going, and I already don't like it.
Yes. Why's he got a knife in his hand?
Because he
Very
can
worried.
do some excavation.
What's my favorite color?
Is it? Are you gonna
No,
make it?
I've got it in my head. I promise.
And it's not gonna be some like weird.
No, it won't be. I promise.
Red.
No. All right, Toby.
Then why is everything? Why
I
is
was gonna say
everything?
everything he has is red.
Everything you have is red.
I swear.
You're lying.
No, I'm being
Okay,
serious.
if none of you get it, you get squidded. Toby, go.
Someone?
Blue.
No.
Oh, we're getting
Black.
No. Black is not a color.
That is fucking.
What is it?
Squid is sounding.
Purple.
I was gonna say purple as well.
Not looking back on it for now.
Don't put it.
No, not on nice food.
Put it on the end.
That's all we got.
Put it on the
It's
table.
sandy.
No, don't put it in there.
Ah!
Don't put it in there. Yeah.
There we go.
I feel bad, you know. Squids are very intelligent.
They are,
They
they're- yeah.
are like one of the most intelligent creatures, and it has just been thrown.
All right. Here's what's happening. Deji, get your glove on, my friend. Whoever is the last to neck their hot chocolate gets a body shot off Deji.
All I'm saying is if Josh loses.
I ain't doing no body shot, bro.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
We like to drink with Hot Team because Hot Team are our mates. And
Wait.
when we Hot Team.
You're a legend, you know.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Up his stomach.
Yeah, you can do more. Yeah.
No, but like turn into it. I
Alright,
want
there you go. Now turn into it
dig
and be done with it, yep.
Oh, nice.
Hey, you know what, Ethan?
You're a king. You're a king.
You're
You're
a
a
king.
king.
You're a king.
Nice work, brother.
I damn man though.
I finished mine.
For our team, it's the first or last person to finish their ice
Does the
cream.
popcorn have to go?
Yes.
Yes, all of it does.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, Josh is crying for this. Josh.
Dej, have a look. Dej, have a look. Who's losing?
Yeah, go.
Vic is yamming it. Look at Vic.
Yes.
I can't like a bro.
Wait, Vic's losing.
He's losing. Poor boy. Poor boy.
I've never seen.
Oh,
Vic
you know,
like
no, wait, Harry's losing.
Get him down! Josh is eating for his life here. Josh is eating. Oh!
All right, fair play.
Swallow, Nick. Swallow it.
I can't like a bro.
No, Josh,
Look at Harry.
Come on, Harry.
Josh, keep going, boss. It's just ice cream.
Talk to.
Wait.
I'm gonna finish mine just to.
Oh, Vic, what is that? I need ice cream.
I'm cleaning it. Go.
I forgot I
Go
was
back.
live.
It's still in your mouth,
Finish
dog.
it.
Oh, there he is, Boots.
Just wipe your lip. Wipe your lip,
Josh,
brother.
wipe your lip.
Wipe your lip.
Oh!
I didn't need to see that.
All right, Harry, you're getting wigged,
Yeah,
mate.
Josh is finished.
What? No, he's not.
He is.
Great game you've made here, Harry. Remember, Deji, this was his game as well.
Yeah.
This was his game.
That was the funniest thing.
Whoa. Oh, where are you gonna hit me? Where?
I had to go. I had to get going.
Like that, yeah, below the sternum.
Wait.
Let me tell you something.
Just so you know what you're about to expect.
I can deal with that one, man.
What, harder?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, cool. Nice.
Cool?
Yeah, wig me. Nah, wig me.
oh,
I
okay.
beat up with it, yeah. It's so long, man. It's so
I think
long.
I'll throw up.
I would 100% throw up.
Well done, Deji. I hope you're happy. Hey, happy, man.
Thank you.
All right, so let's play this. I think I'm just. Was this thing following me? Does it follow me? I thought I was following it. Okay, I think I'm following it. Crystals. I need to get some crystals. Motherfucker.
It's too far away.
Here we go. These them crystals.
I'm out.
These Dems crystals. I think this killing spree thing, I think it works better than I expected it to. I think I had heard that it was actually going to be pretty bugged, or that it had been bugged at some point. I'm not really sure. Alright, do I need to turn my mic up? I need to know that. Let's go ahead and turn my mic up a little bit. Okay. I think it should be fine there.
I'm
Disembodied is a nice way of saying that, I guess. Kind of just doing quests so I can get some gold. Alright, let's keep watching this.
Are you ready?
Something else you're doing, Deji, is you're playing in a Sidemen charity match.
Wow! Could it be redemption again? Could it be redemption again? We got you last time. We got you. We won once.
And then we lost the last one.
The question I had is to you, why didn't we do Wembley Stadium? We could have done it. Right. We could have done it. We could have done it.
We can't do Wembley Stadium because it's sponsored by EE, first off.
What's
So you have to like go through their whole technical team and they have Wembley Cup.
EA, if you're watching this,
where's the thing?
We wanted to play at Wembley, so we wanted.
There it is.
I'm actually.
However, we could
with
do
you.
We could have done Tottenham.
We could do Emirates because of Prime, maybe.
My phone is EE.
Ooh, maybe next year.
We could do Prime, maybe. If the Prime works out of Arsenal, we could do Emirates. However, will it be as big next door?
We don't know.
We got delivered, didn't we?
This is our year.
You know that
Toby was like, nah.
If we had taken Wembley Stadium,
I mean,
we had sold
goddamn.
like 4 tickets, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but we weren't gonna. This is
We
what I'm
try to
saying,
put-
George.
Put on
It
my
would have been
old
peak if we got
gear.
Wembley Stadium and it flopped. So I'm coming
been
back.
I'm
so
saying
nice.
if we ever had a good chance, it was this one. We had the pandemic.
We should play the top
You shut up. We had the pandemic, so everyone's just going to every event right now. We're at the biggest we've ever been in terms of popularity. We haven't done it in like 3 years. Like, it was gonna go.
We like Charlton though. They were nice to us. They handled the last two matches very well.
But how many people did we have waiting for tickets?
Oh,
It's
man.
like
160,000.
No, it got up to
That's
280,000.
160k.
It got up to 280,000.
It didn't go to 200.
Yeah, it did.
The max was
I think it
184.
was 180. 180.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw
184.
160, so I'd see 180.
I think we lose though.
What?
This year?
Yeah.
Well, they don't know the teams yet, so.
No, yeah.
We're falling apart then.
No,
He
I'll be
could
back,
just about
I'll be
walk
good.
without.
I'll be good.
Without Bruce just really badly. Really sparring.
The difference is insane, dude.
See how you fare. Let's do a drill. Come on, Josh.
5-star jump, so you start sub.
Here he goes.
Alright, go on, son.
Here we go.
Oh yes.
Oh, he's in match shape.
Arms above me.
Well done.
The Sidemen FC training camp is
We've been kind of
I
heavy
don't know about
just.
your camp, Deji, but our camp is serious.
We do 5-star jumps throughout practice. Look at your shoe.
Yeah, I'm cut. I know, man. It's always a mess.
Take it off.
Alright,
Oh, it's like sand, water, and tomato sauce just all mixed together.
That's how you bring up a topic.
There we go.
Alright.
He's there.
So,
Alright, cool, fuck it, we'll
there
just do
is
this.
a major thing that happened on the internet recently. Oh. We want to avoid the topic. Maybe you want to avoid the topic. I don't know why. Because we don't want to get ourselves in any trouble here.
Oh really?
Andrew Tate.
Sound like you're living in the Matrix, bro.
Was removed from everything.
Yeah.
So I thought we could play a little game.
Okay.
Okay, what's the game?
I'll be back in a second.
I don't know if we should be more worried when JJ or Harry's in charge of a video.
Harry.
Is this gonna be like cancel
Because there's
roulette?
no like. Your brain doesn't.
Harry doesn't
work.
think like us.
Yeah, your brain doesn't work. Like we know JJ's is just like, oh,
We know how JJ
extravagant
operates.
and like, oh, we'll try and his goes down completely.
Oh my god.
He looks like that geezer out of fucking Dragon Ball.
What, Boo?
Boo! He looks like Boo.
I'm going to read out an Andrew Tate quote, and we're going to discuss if we agree with it or disagree with it.
Oh my god.
So it's cancel roulette. in a
Yeah,
way.
cancel roulette.
Cancel roulette.
You are a product of who you surround yourself with.
Agreed.
Agree.
To some extent.
Yeah.
Agree.
Not fully. Not
Amongst
fully,
other
but-
things too, but it's definitely
I think it
part and parcel of
contributes.
If a fat man had a heart attack in front of you, you would not administer CPR to them for 2 reasons. A, slightly homosexual, and B, because they're big, it's their own fault. Would you agree or disagree with this?
I have to disagree with that one.
Disagree with
I
that
think
one?
everyone has the right. Everyone has the right to say
Has it
no.
got legs? Is there anything to what you're saying or not?
Okay, so I disagree in the sense that obviously, like, he's a human being. So
You got-
if,
yeah,
you,
yeah.
if you see someone dying, you want to help them.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course, of course.
Like if they're fat or whatever.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be like, oh, he's made himself fat, so he's...
But no, then again, like there are some people they eat.
That's like not
it's
even
an
running
illness.
through my
You know
brain
what
at
I
that
mean?
point.
Like,
That's
mental
crazy.
illness, so-
He's got the
Like that would even
now,
pop
you
up in your
can't
head
get
in the middle of that sort of situation. It's crazy to me, honestly.
It's London Deadly. He's here. Look, he's different.
Deadly's in the crosshairs, bro.
This one, you might like this one actually. This applies to a couple. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Do we get a score at the end of this or something, Harry?
No,
How's this work?
there's no bad ones here. All right. So people who say I don't need to drink to have fun, you'd assume are people that live crazy, action-packed lives and have amazing adventures, but in reality, they're boring fucks who don't know what fun is.
So what are you saying about Toby?
Yeah.
Well, no, we have a number of non-drinkers here, don't we?
I drink? No, I don't drink. No.
At all.
I mean, the boat party I tried a few, but then I was like,
Nah. But do you not drink, like, do you actively not drink?
yeah.
If you went on a night out?
No, I wouldn't drink. Honestly. There's no appeal.
I
I lose
do,
confidence when I drink.
What?
Things like that. It's weird.
lose
Yeah, I
You
lose confidence.
Oh, fair dues.
You drink more, that's why.
Do you do drugs?
Yeah. No.
You can't get me. I disagree.
I also disagree.
I disagree because I see my good friend here do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's more energetic than most of us.
Absolutely. Vegas was a mess, but this man, my God.
And you also remember the good times, I think, if you don't drink as much, whereas if you drink a lot.
And you remember
video
when we were all
evidence, brother.
fucked.
It's more of a you thing though, Harry.
You get too drunk.
You have a horrendous memory. And you drink
No, but
too
I
much.
rate Harry because he leaves
Delete.
at the right time every time.
Only just though, only recently.
He turned up for 7 minutes to our side party.
Not at the right time. Like he leaves sometimes a bit too late.
Or a bit too early.
But I do leave, which is good. I do leave.
Yeah. You don't linger. Yeah, you're all right.
He doesn't. I've never seen him
It's a recent,
paralytic.
it's a recently
Except,
learned
Paralytic.
skill.
remember in Vegas when he left the club an hour before everyone else, and who found him? Was it?
Oh yeah. Is that Three Ross?
He was just waddling in between cabs, like moving cabs, and he saw us come out and he went, "Ethan, get me out!"
He'd been outside the hotel for what, like an hour?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wasn't in a position to order myself a taxi.
Rick Ross was too much sauce.
All right, well,
Okay,
the
let's
last
go
one
ahead
you've
and
done
start
all right
this
here, boys.
episode.
We've all had girl problems, right?
Yeah, I
In the
feel bad
past.
for you, son.
What about this one here? If you're a 55-kilogram female, I'll pick you up with one hand by your titty. Now, is that all right or not? I think it's
Holy shit.
If it's
With
consensual,
consent,
If,
with
yeah,
consent.
it's consensual and
I'd
the girl
still
likes
say no.
There's
I
no
feel
way you're
like
picking a lady up by her titty, bro.
That would hurt
she
so
wants me to
fucking
pick her up by her
bad.
titty, then I must oblige.
Ow.
Get the
quite,
fuck out of
quite a
here.
lot of weight in one hand.
If, I'll give it my best efforts if she wants.
That's-
Wait.
What the fuck is that?
You can't get me.
Why my bum so wet? Our final one.
Oh, I thought that was the final
Oh,
one.
do you want to do one?
No, I'm enjoying
more,
this.
do one
We're
more.
getting
Oh,
it.
one more. Okay.
I'm actually enjoying this a lot.
This is actually one for we could debate. Okay. All right. So throughout all human history, usually any popular or powerful man will have multiple wives. However, in this day and age, that is frowned upon. Should we bring back multiple wives? What do you reckon?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, you're engaged. Think? Would you like to be engaged to 3 people? At
No, I
once?
think that would be a headache. Surely,
That's a smart
like,
man.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
smart
surely
thing.
got to be a headache.
Yeah, but okay. What if they were non-headache?
No, because then there's also something wrong.
No, but have you ever had sex with 3 girls at once?
No, can't say I have.
Don't you want to try that? Then? Like every day.
You're gonna have your 3.
Try what?
Oh, wait, careful with your wording.
You have 3 what?
Simon, you're an engaged man. Would you Would you like some extra people in your relationship? Or
I would not. No.
See, I agree with them.
I don't know, man. Fuck. I guess like.
People. I think it's too much effort. But should it be frowned upon, Deji? Would you frown? If Ethan, he's got a child.
Fuck it, bro. I need the gold.
If he then decided to have like 4
Band of
wives,
Acaria,
looks after all of them, he takes care of them, would you look down on him for that? Would you?
Well, it all comes down to like if they're okay with it.
Hey, he's on a job, you know. This guy's been media trained.
Yeah! That was the Andrew Tate segment.
See you later, Mr. Tate.
Bro, that thing was killing me, man.
Oh, we can just use a pizza cutter to get this off, maybe.
You think that's gonna work?
There you go.
For someone who's smart, you're really dumb.
Ice is strong,
What
you
is going on?
know. Ice is strong.
We haven't even touched that.
I can cure myself of disease. I had those fucking diseases while I was killing those elites earlier. Damn.
Stop. It's not going anywhere.
Okay, alright, never mind.
This is set A.
Harry, what's the question?
Would you take a guaranteed KSI knockout against Jake Paul? For the rest of your life, you can only have a holiday somewhere that ends in a stan. So you got Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan.
I might still take you up on it.
Yeah, I might take this deal. When you say holiday places,
Yeah.
if we were, say,
Doing
going on a
Sidemen
Sidemen trip to LA to film, can I
go?
still go?
No, we go Kazakhstan instead now.
I was going to say, isn't that where Borat's from?
Yeah.
I could happily have fun in Borat now.
You can go for work, but there's no enjoying your time. It's just purely filming.
There's no enjoying your time.
No, I wouldn't take it.
What, for this time?
You're selfish.
Yeah, I think I get a really nice holiday home.
Where? Which one?
Kazakhstan.
You know, they're actually quite scenic places.
They're beautiful.
Genuinely.
Yeah, I'm giving you good options here.
I quite like Canada and like Spain and stuff.
We're gonna start
I'll be
renaming
real,
the countries. Where you going on holiday, Dej? Spain and stuff.
Spain and stuff.
I mean, I already believe it's gonna happen. So
Well, there we go.
yeah.
I've got another one if you want. Would you rather be fully cancelled?
Is that deplatform?
Yes.
What have I done?
Because people think that you've kicked a toddler in the face. There's CCTV footage of it happening, like it's blatantly.
So you have. It's not
No, you
believable.
haven't. Just someone looks like you.
it was
framed.
Okay.
Is it
Body
deepfake?
double.
Or would you actually kick a toddler in the face?
Wait, do I get cancelled for it?
Oh no, the toddler can get.
Fly kit coming through.
I can't be doing with the ag of it, man. Have
It's a
that.
long day.
What would you do?
I'd take the cancellation. I'm not kicking a toddler in the face. I feel awful.
Good man.
We know it's an innocent child.
That's can.
Stay true to yourself.
You're
Harry.
definitely kidding.
Cat.
I'd probably be
Cat.
Do you want to read the last
I
one?
can read it for Harry, right?
I didn't write this. I just found it online.
Harry wrote this question for
No, I
us.
found it on a forum or something.
Would you rather have an uncontrollable erection anytime you're near a child,
That's quite bad.
Mad.
or have to scream the N-word anytime someone mentions Barack Obama?
I mean, I'm good.
I didn't know which one to go with on that one, really.
No, realistically, who's gonna say Barack Obama?
Can I conceal the
I haven't
boner?
heard that name in a while. Have you?
Can you conceal the boner?
That's weird though. Like,
No, you have to lift it up.
Imagine just being in a public room and
It only takes one.
I think I conceal the boner.
You concealing a boner?
I think I'm concealing the boner.
What about on stream, Simon? You're streaming.
People just start putting it in the chat.
Text to speech.
Your whole chat.
No, you just quickly mute.
People are now lip reading you.
No, then
Just
you
going
duck
down.
down. Yeah, you duck down.
I mean,
That's
PewDiePie.
hilarious.
Oh my god.
Oh, stop.
You have to claim it as a kid.
Stop.
Basically, it is a kind of Tourette's then at that point, surely.
Well, isn't getting a boner then?
No. You can't argue that one. You're a nonce.
Yeah, I think that's worse.
I think that's worse.
it's worse. Well, that was fun.
This is one of the best mukbangs I've
Deji, hello. You actually ruined a Sidemen video recently. We filmed a video where we had to go down a hill in a Zorb ball.
Oh yes.
wow.
And what did Deji do? He rolled into barbed wire and he popped our Zorb ball.
I would say the video was a lot more ruined than just the Zorb.
No, it's Deji.
I don't think that's quite fair. We have a Sidemen video currently in resuscitation at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it's dead, man.
Where it's on life support.
We tried to spend a couple $100 grand on it and everything just fell apart and it was shit. And it was shit.
It's gone to the second channel realm, I think.
Josh has made a dent in this thing, by the way.
What's happening?
How can
There's
there be
more?
more
I'm
food?
gonna be
What's
honest.
going on? There's
I'm
3 of us.
We didn't eat the prawns.
Yeah, nothing's being eaten anymore.
I believe you could get through the whole table.
Any other camera crew hungry?
Oh!
Did you get through it?
Yeah, he's taking
He's
it.
knocked it through.
Send it. Should we go and give it to him? Here, give it to me. I'll go.
Guys,
Guys, we have an offering for you.
Oh.
That's nice of you.
That's quite cool, that, isn't it?
There you go.
I've got a question.
Enough.
Question,
away,
guys.
ask away.
This is going to be bad.
All right, so you're 2 inches in your mum.
Nah,
Too much. Yeah, I've heard you ask this question too many times.
And your dad's 2 inches in you.
No.
Are you going forward or backwards?
You answer it.
So what are you doing?
What?
Oh, you
I don't have a father, man, so I can happily exit the situation.
All right, I've got another question. There are 30 cows and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
2.
What? No.
No, 10.
Oh.
Don't test me, bro.
All right, I've got another one.
Oh, no.
You're in an open field, right?
Yeah.
You kick a ball 60 feet and it comes back to you.
It goes up.
You're doing the wrong people around there.
Another
Hey,
one.
Deji, what do cows drink?
Water.
We're obviously all in a side men, you know, we made some money, and at some point, if you retire,
Yeah.
if you had to move somewhere, doesn't speak English at all, what country are you going for?
Colombia.
Why?
For the fat batty.
I love speaking Spanish though. Spanish is my favorite language.
So you'd go for a Spanish speaker in Colombia, maybe?
So
I feel like that's a bit of
You're
an exploit.
going
You've
for
got a bit of the language.
No pull-out.
What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
Solo hablo español.
No pull-out.
You have no pull-out.
Yeah, I ain't pulling out of Colombia.
I could see what better bed's going.
Fuck knows, man. I'd like
He's heading up in
I'd like
Benidorm, bro.
Austria or Germany.
Benidorm.
I like Austria or something.
Austria? What, is skiing all the time?
snowboard. We
Mountains
got
and
some
that.
skis over
and
here.
I love
mate.
like the little fucking pub houses and stuff like this. It's nice, cozy.
I mean, see, Simon would go to...
Tokyo.
Tokyo.
Have you been
That's a
there?
good one.
No.
So what have you hated there?
Where else am I going?
They serve a lot of
I-
fish.
Lot of steak too, though.
Dej, where are you going to move to?
I would probably go to Singapore
Singapore's a
Oh,
nice one.
Singapore.
because it's like really clean there.
Yeah.
It is.
Singapore looks beautiful.
You get
man.
fined if you like,
Qatar.
come on, Qatar.
Yeah?
You sure?
Nah.
You backed out so quickly.
Is anyone going to the World Cup?
No.
I'm meant to be, but I don't know.
Where
They
is
haven't told me.
Qatar.
I wouldn't go to somewhere.
Shut up.
There's going to be a World Cup over like Christmas.
Yeah.
It's not. It's the first time
I'm
ever,
kind of
right?
here for it though.
Are you here for it?
Yeah, cozy
Bro,
pub
you just stop.
garden.
Let him carry on. That's fine.
Do it. Do it.
Can we stop
Do
for a
it.
second? Do
Look
it.
here. Look here.
No.
Do it! Yes. Go,
I think you
Deji.
can break
Go,
that out
Deji.
easier.
Go, Deji. Oh!
Oh, that's so
Oh! Oh! That was cool.
Wait,
What? No. When that comes.
Go, Deji. Go, Deji. Go, Deji.
Oh!
Oh!
Crush your hand, God.
Oh!
Don't be underneath it.
Deji, did not get trapped underneath that.
It's weighty, bro. It's weighty.
Oh! Kick it through.
Oh, one kick.
Kick it.
No, but yes, it...
No, don't. No.
Oh, leave it.
Oh, God!
It's not worth the clean up.
There's a blowtorch when you need it.
Why don't we just grab some big plates of food and
Birds,
move? Like, if we're making a mess, I'm down to destroy it, but maybe we just don't like have sauce fly everywhere when we destroy
No, it's
it.
part of the visual though.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it back. Go on, Harry, bring up the next subject.
Well, Harry, so on here, right, it does say, apologise to Joe Weller.
Oh, I was going to say, do you see what happened with my tweet?
Oh, yeah.
Think of that, man.
Wait, what
So
was it?
there's shit going down on Twitter, right? It's Joe Weller versus, I don't know, he's just waffling, man, right? So it's all on Twitter. I'm innocently sat there in my living room, and then like 5 minutes later, I get a notification tweet that I've been tagged by Joe Weller, and he's like, oh, you fucking at me next time, and I had liked a tweet.
Hazmataz.
I liked a tweet that said something about how like, oh, he's a salty fucker who just after he lost to JJ.
How many years though?
Well, yeah, that's, but I would never. I didn't say this. That's all that might.
Maybe you sparked his hate journey.
I know.
Yeah,
you
actually,
started
no,
it.
maybe
Have you
the
not
reason was on
realised?
Street fight.
Have you not
Maybe Joe Weller
realised?
versus Harry is the next play.
No, because I was
Yeah.
a part of
No,
this.
but have you not
I was just
realised
scrolling Twitter.
what Joe does? He attacks people who don't fight. He's gone for Mams. He's gone for Mo. He's gone for
Harry.
Yeah, gone for Harry.
Don't go for me.
You want JJ in a car park, though, so...
Yeah, it's because he knows he won't go to a car.
Yeah, the car park's dangerous.
But I was like, oh fuck, I didn't mean to. I don't want to inject myself in any.
Oh, go on, look.
There you are.
Right down the barrel and apologise. Go on then.
Joe Weller. Oh, we've had good times in the past. I remember I was in a hot tub with you in LA, very intoxicated.
Then what happened?
Some dodgy things, my friend. Some dodgy things. It was me, him, and Crawford. We're getting up to no good. So,
Queen in the double.
Yeah, well, yeah.
See the queen. See the queen.
It was an accident. I misclicked. I misclicked Mr. Joe Weller. I'm sorry.
Do you think he believes you? I don't think he believes you. So I think we told you, you're fucked.
It was a nightmare.
He was like, should I apologise? And we're like, it's too late now.
We've seen you in training, you'll be fine.
Before the fight.
That's been playing on your mind for like a month.
I believe
It's
it.
more just
the
like
kind of
it's
thing-
more just like whatever I said, it's the wrong thing to say. I don't want to be the guy that's
Once
out
you-
there like being like liking tweets and being.
Well, what
like,
do you believe the tweet that you liked?
Do I believe the tweet that I liked? Not entirely. Not to the extent that I'd like it and publicly like it.
Yeah.
But you believe it a little bit.
You partially agree.
No, don't get me in trouble, man.
You did say you sucked.
You don't disagree.
Apologise.
I was here to make an apology, but
You don't disagree.
I don't. No, I think there might be something to it, but I'm not. But I don't want to. I'm not trying to cause any beef. I'm trying to enjoy my afternoon. What's your thoughts on the Pakistan floods?
I only just heard about
Have
it
you heard
yesterday,
the floods
bro.
are mad, man? The floods are mad.
And the
at
third of
the same
Pakistan.
time, China's having the worst heat wave ever, and everything's fucked over there. The whole
We
world's
had one of the
fucked.
hottest summers all the time.
Gone from apologising to Joe Weller.
The world is fucked.
They have the second most glaciers in the world after Antarctica.
Not anymore.
They had the second most glaciers in the world.
Wait, when there's a flood, how do you sort that out?
Call the plumber.
SpongeBob helps.
Oh! Well, what a message to receive. JJ just put in our group chat, Joe Weller for charity match.
Oh.
I think that could be in.
that's
I think
content,
That could, that's got, I
It's
think
good
that-
content.
I think we do it.
Do we have space left?
And there is a car park.
I don't think
There is space. We've had a couple. Tommy in it dropped out.
Tommy
Harry dropped out.
Harry said he was going to slide tackle
I said
him.
I'd slide tackle him. He dropped out. I wouldn't have really slide tackled him.
He's seen Millennium Rice come and he's like, I ain't part of that.
So what, are you saying yes to Joe Weller?
I think he'd be a good addition.
A fight will spark out.
I don't think we want that kind of negative
I was gonna say, I
energy
feel like
around
it's
the
not-
charity event. It's supposed to be good fun.
Who on our team would give their
I'll
penalty to
score it.
Vic Starr?
Shut up.
I would.
No,
Yeah,
stop
I'm not
it.
giving my
I
penalty.
don't
I'm
want
not giving my
it.
penalty.
I don't want it. If I don't win it, I don't want it.
No,
I don't like penalties.
You're having my one if I win.
I don't.
No, you have to take
I'll be
it.
busy. That.
You got to take it.
It's in your contract.
He's already scored.
I
the
hate
penalty.
this. I did my job. One of you do the job.
Hey, I've scored.
fair.
I've scored.
I've scored.
I've scored 6.
Pens.
In the video coming up, he wasn't that
Look at
great.
me.
Yeah, I'm not great at penalties.
I'm big and I've
Should we
scored
put the Wembley
6.
clip?
Harry, I think you should take the penalty. You're keen.
I'd love to take a penalty, but I don't want to take it off someone that's won it and then miss it. So I'd only want to take it if I won it.
Harry, what if they give you the
Oh,
penalty?
because that's the most embarrassing thing ever. If someone then gives you the penalty.
Bro, you miss a penalty. You can score, you
If
can
you
miss.
take it off someone
Get
who misses,
over
it's
it.
more embarrassing. If someone goes, all right, Harry, you deserve it.
I'm putting it on the air now. I won't take
If
it. So
Chunks
if you're
miss, Harry
watching,
can miss. Oh, that was silly.
Do you cut yourself?
That was silly. That was very silly.
Chris MD can have another shot.
Oh, Chris MD needs another try.
needs
'cause
another shot.
flopped
He
his
needs
first
redemption.
one.
But he's boring now.
Who's
You
that?
know
He's
he's
boring,
going
yeah.
to score.
I guess Randolph.
Yeah, that's a good line.
Oh.
Shout.
I think he misses horrifically.
I feel like it'd be fun.
Can Randolph kick a ball? I've never seen him kick a football.
Has Randolph been in a football video?
Never.
I've never seen him kick a football in my life.
I am somewhat scared about this thing about falling, to be honest, but...
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep
it's
your
just-
legs dead. I'd move your feet.
If it falls, we all have to touch it.
Concentration.
No, we just jump out of the way. We're not. If this is so heavy, man, this will just crush you. If you could invent anything, what would you like as your invent? Like, what would you choose as your invention?
But something that already exists.
No, you got to be a new invention.
Or if I knew, then I would have invented
But
it.
no, but it may be able to break. Like, it doesn't have to be
break
feasible.
physics.
Yeah, it can be whatever. It could be something that will just help your life in general.
A teleportation machine.
I was going to say that.
Oh, but I think that's pushing the bar out. That's too much. It's got to be
feasible.
somewhat feasible, but also not feasible in this day and age. Maybe like
a bidet that also wipes your bum afterwards.
Or like,
Would you trust the machine?
Yeah, man.
I don't trust B-days anyway. I don't trust like the.
you trust
you mean you don't trust
you know when the arm comes out and squirts your bum. That's what
Do you think the arm's going to go in your
If it's wiping though, what if it like the calibration's wrong and it's just like you get touched up by a
I assume
wiper?
when you're saying this about my
you could find
invention.
it,
Yeah, that's it.
I assume when you're saying my invention, it works.
But inventions can go wrong. What if it crushes your balls?
Why did I crush your balls?
It could.
What would you invent?
Oh, I haven't thought that far yet.
That's great.
I'd invent a bionic heart that keeps you alive forever.
Wow.
But what if the bionic heart stops working?
Huh?
Why would you be bored of life, bro? It's a good shout. It's a good shout. It's a risk, isn't it?
Risk of a
What if
mistake.
it crashes?
Spider-Man web slingers.
That's cool.
That's
That's
cool.
cool. That's cool.
I'd be so shit with them though. I'd only use it on like lampposts and stuff. Just like a little. Hey, watch this, boys.
You didn't even master it. You just had
You might die day one, you know. Just like
Ethan would.
You've been out on the piss. I've gone craft with Bob, and I've got an iPod watches. I've killed myself somehow.
He just slingshot into the side of the building.
It's not worth it, man.
Like, what if you got one wish?
Okay.
Whatever you wish for, 70% of the population get as well.
Why 70%?
Because if you wish for like £1 million or whatever,
Then it doesn't
really mean much.
because inflation.
A
but
big
why-
Willy.
Well, then is it
But
big?
it's not big
Because
anymore.
everyone else is
Then it's
big.
average.
I'd take perfect health.
Yeah.
And the chances are that my friends and family have perfect health as well.
But then, overpopulation.
What do you mean?
That's so
Well, that's a
lame.
good
It's so lame, but I
No,
back it.
Harry, but then overpopulation becomes worse, surely.
Nah, you know
There's
what?
less for you.
Population is decreasing right now.
Yeah.
Is it?
Maybe this is like the TikTok like.
I don't
stuff.
think it's a thing,
But
really.
apparently, overpopulation is not even a thing. It's a myth.
Nah, I
We're going that way around.
Elon Musk says population
Decline.
Decline is the
Yeah.
worst problem we face at the moment.
Population decline.
Yeah,
that's what we're
It's
doing
the
right now.
worst problem.
Yeah, I would argue.
What's this?
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
I
always
can
space
say
for
it,
dessert.
yeah.
There's always
Yeah,
space.
you
There's
do
always
that.
space.
Oh. You got to pump with that.
See, hot tea. See, hot. It's hot versus it's on fire.
We just remembered what the video is.
Josh, I dare you. I
You're
dare you to
Really?
set the lobster.
Josh, if you fucking...
You make it.
No!
Well done, my friend. Well done.
Oh, go on.
Get this fella in there as well. Okay, go on.
Always going for
Have
the
it.
flambe.
He said send him home.
Well, he is in two. The back half is on. Yeah.
I didn't think that far ahead.
I think he's just started moving again.
I just wanted instructions.
Why can you do that with seafood? You can do it with any other.
It's true, you know.
You can do that with seafood, that's funny.
We will eat all this afterwards, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
But actually, no, we're not wasting food.
We have a big crew to feed.
How long are we recording for?
No, we got to rattle through this list, boss.
How long?
140.
There's about 40 minutes is usable.
I give it an
That's
hour.
long enough.
Right side, man. Something very exciting is happening this weekend.
No, there isn't.
Who can guess what it is?
F1.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna go with side cards. Is that soon?
Oh,
Yeah.
Like,
no,
it's done.
something's happening to one of us.
That out already.
One of us this
Something's
weekend.
happened to one of us this
One
week.
of the side men.
It's that old man.
Oh, Josh is going to be the first over the finish line to the age of 30.
Hey.
Josh has got a big fear of the finish line. Josh really don't like the finish line.
Yeah, so
Well,
next
by the time
week,
this video's out.
yes, by the time this video is out, we have a 30-year-old in
How
the
does it
side
feel?
men.
We have two, right?
Oh, this goes out on like the 4th, right?
It's going up this weekend in like 3 days.
Yeah.
So we just have one.
You old man.
It goes out on my birthday.
So when did you start YouTube, Josh? Let's go on a little.
I'm going back then.
Let's go on a little journey back.
Back in my
The,
day.
the history of Zerka.
Back in my day in 2008.
What were you, like 16?
Yes, 16, 15.
So half your life has been dedicated to the craft.
I believe your prime ends at 40.
Yeah.
You know what, Dad?
I disagree. I
disagree.
respectfully, I disagree.
When do you think your prime is?
Why?
I think your prime is your 20, let's say 22 until maybe 35 at the latest.
I'll back
When
that.
you actually hit your,
Nah.
the year of your prime.
I was going to
Peak
say.
performance.
I reckon 30 on the nose is your prime.
I
So
thought.
next year.
Josh is about to hit his prime
Well, no,
this
you should
weekend.
be well on your way to your prime now. Like, you should be tickling your
I
prime.
think 27 to 35.
As a window.
Mine's 28. I think you start becoming the elite at
Yeah.
28.
What is the prime of what? Prime what?
But no, because footballers all
Physical
fall off the
condition?
hill. Like,
No, they hit
when
their
does a
peak at like
I think we have to do a
29.
Just 27,
combination.
28 or something
Is
like
that prime?
27 to
28.
29, yeah. Unless you're a goalkeeper, which is like 32.
Goalkeepers
33.
peak at 32. That's right.
I would
Yeah.
say you can't take into account physical prime. I think you need to
That's part of it.
consider
Mental prime.
Oh,
mental
prime.
prime,
It's everything, right?
physical prime, social prime.
Oh, it's 30.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
Prime
think
hydration.
I think 28 to 30 could be it.
28 to 30. Which means you're
No, I'm saying the pinnacle. I'm saying the pinnacle.
Josh is out. He's over the hill.
I'm saying the pinnacle. I'm saying the window could be like, maybe like 10 years, like 25 to 35.
Everyone says when it's over 30, like it hits different because you don't care about the petty things that you used to care about from like in your 20s. Like you just look at life differently and it's a lot more fun and chill.
And everyone who's like 40, 50, 60 always says 30s was
For their best years, right? Yeah.
What if you got a life-ending illness when you were 30?
Well, then that's an anomaly, brother.
We wouldn't be, would it?
I have a topic.
Oh, go on.
How far away are we from one of the boys' serious first health risks. Like,
I
serious.
don't like to go
Like,
here.
with-
I feel like
Messed up question.
Like, no, but I've just been thinking there's one coming, surely, right?
God forbid.
Yeah, go on, exactly. Yeah, go for good.
hopefully not.
Maybe Calix sorted out the odds for us.
No. A hip's fine, man. A hip's fine, man. You get a new hip. I mean, like a lung, like a collapsed lung or something.
What about his childhood, really?
Yeah, he took a hit early doors, but I mean, like,
Did anyone else have any early like health scares, like major?
He couldn't
health scares?
poo. No, I couldn't poo.
He couldn't
That
poo.
wasn't a major health concern. That was just like I couldn't poo.
You couldn't poo.
I didn't shit for 2 weeks.
it sounded quite horrific.
12 days.
What was it like? Clogged up shit.
He had an
You can
enema.
die from that. It's crazy. Elvis, isn't that how Elvis died?
He died on the toilet.
He
Yeah,
died on the
but he
toilet.
was like constipated for like
constipated?
3 months from drug
Yeah.
usage.
What, he didn't shit for 3 months?
No,
Wait, what?
and then he didn't. I guess he didn't do anything about
Is
it.
that not mythical? Yeah.
I
Yeah,
heard.
no,
I
that's
don't know.
happened
Maybe
as well.
it could be made up, but that's what I heard.
Ethan, who's your money on?
Oh, this is tough.
You dare say me?
In this
really
room.
In this room.
We're going just this room.
See, I've always said I put me up there because I've disrespected myself for 22 years. I was huge. My
For all
arteries
of
are
those
fucked.
years? For all of those years?
Wait,
I wouldn't say all of them.
what year are you counting as like your cut-off when you were 22?
Yeah.
So you think you disrespected your body when you were like 1?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, probably not.
You out here running BMX and stuff now at one point?
You did a
I did,
marathon
I
though.
did.
Maybe the marathon like reverted.
It definitely didn't. I hate it. Oh, so jizzle because he eats too many sweets.
Yeah. Sugar.
I
is
think your
good.
insides are fucked.
Yeah,
I think you've got
Yeah,
big. I think you've got
inflammation.
problems. Oh, he's the one that
doesn't
goes to the
drink.
hospital.
Yeah,
You're the hospital. You're the one that's been to the hospital.
Like 1 per month, we'll get a text off Toby like, "Oh, boys,
I'm in hospital.
again."
Once a month. I'm in hospital. My body's failing.
To be fair, it's going to be the 2 injured today. Is Josh has got a bruised rib and Toby's got a.
Josh might be
torn
close too, though.
hamstring.
Yeah, but my hamstrings because of the training like JJ thing, and I'm explosive, so just rip.
If I was going to have died, it would have been in my GTR, and I didn't. So,
So he'll never die.
very nearly though.
Where you going?
So I'm just.
Are you drunk,
I'm
Jose?
swimming.
Where you
I'm
going?
swimming in water. I've watched Ethan get his head trapped under a bowling alley barrier.
Yeah.
I've watched him fall off a fallout, the wipeout thing onto his spine. What else? I've seen him do a bicycle kick and land on his neck. So it could be, but actually he's durable.
He's been flat.
I told you this, I built
He's
different.
durable, you know.
Who do you think, out of us 6, not including yourself, who's going to have the first life-changing illness?
Why is this?
Honestly,
It's just
Josh.
Settled.
Everyone just said it based on age.
Josh,
I
gonna
don't
prove
think
him
you
wrong.
just attract that vibe.
Okay. Can we change the topic for
You
Josh's
stink
sake?
like a dodgy pancreas.
Yeah. All right.
But this is bad karma for all of you guys. Leave him
because you
alone.
bruised your rib from a light punch.
You could have lost 4 rounds in a fight. What do you mean? You're submitting me to a spa.
Let's get out. Car park.
Anyone got the camel?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Can I get on the camel?
What could go wrong? What could possibly
If
go
it
wrong?
tips over on you, you're done for.
As
it-
Dr.
how
Pepper
heavy
would
is
say,
it?
what's the worst that can happen? Up he goes. Yes.
Yes.
It's just climb that camel. You belong
He's a
on the
strong
camel.
man.
Cost 700 quid this camel. Let's be careful.
Yeah, rent it as well.
Oh, wow.
Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Reaching new heights in the Sidemen channel.
Now just leave him. You've done well here.
Yeah, I really tried with that one. I did.
No camera can see what you guys have been doing, by the way. Harry, do a clip on your phone.
Oh, well.
POV, you are
Tell you what,
pickaxing a
if you really want to
table.
watch me make some serious progress,
Yeah, look at that man go. Squid. Hello, squid.
What a video.
Come on, Harry, give us the last things on the list.
I have a topic to end us off, boys. It's been a real stream of consciousness, this one. Josh, you and Simon, you're turning 30 soon, right?
Okay.
What do you want to do in your 30s? What do you want to achieve in your 30s?
I don't know how
do
deep
you
am I
an-
meant
yeah.
to go.
Deep.
How do you
Deep as
answer
you'd
that
like.
thing?
At least a child, one child.
At least
Oh,
a child.
At
a
least
mini
a child.
minter.
Yeah.
Another side child.
Yeah.
child.
Don't call them that.
We're not doing that.
Don't call them that.
We're not branding this.
What about you, Josh? You want a child?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Two big announcements.
So sound surprised.
Yeah, God.
He wants to reproduce. Well done.
It's not all this comes up to me, man.
You haven't started
You haven't done it yet. You haven't done it
You
yet.
haven't started yet. What do you mean?
I know, man. I know, I'm gonna go.
Is there a chance that halfway through the charity match you disappear?
There is, yeah.
There is. There actually is.
Yeah, it's like 9 days before she due.
That could be a half-time show.
Just cuts to live stream.
If I get the call, oh, by the way, she's going into labour, you've got to let me take a penalty.
What? Just out of that wasn't awarded.
Guys, stop! I'll fall down somewhere.
Guys, stop! Give Pez a penalty.
We'll literally just give a penalty if you name your child
Speed
speed.
pain.
Speed pain.
Back is only got a clue.
Back pain, man.
Oh, something's happening.
Oh,
Something's
yeah.
happening.
That was really something.
That was quite satisfying, that. Oh, there we go.
Oh shit! Oh no, there's actually water coming. Sorry.
This is what they warned you about, Harry.
I'm sorry.
That's not gonna fix
It's
it.
literally warned you.
Oh, you're allowed to kick it forward?
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to be in
Push
here.
it, push
Like,
it,
I don't want
push
to be
it.
in this room.
No, the whole thing's going.
Yo!
Finally!
That's fun.
Sad in my eye.
Hell yeah.
Finally!
That was beautiful.
Oh, that felt nice.
That needed to happen. That needed to happen at some point.
Oh, that got the testosterone going now.
Not in your balls, bro.
You're having your dick.
It's got the balls going now.
It's the dad now.
What else can we smash up?
Thanks for watching this mukbang. We have nothing to talk about anymore.
KSI will be back on the channel soon.
Yeah, we promise,
We'll make
man.
good videos.
Come back, JJ.
Cool! Fun! Alright, let's keep watching this. It's almost
really
over.
don't. I remember blacking out a lot throughout the night. Like, I was dubbed. I remember after I choked her, and she passed out. I couldn't get her back to wake. Like,
but listen,
I remember tapping her on the face and hitting her on the face, but I might have hit her hard then.
Might have hit her
These
hard
up here, but I
then.
doubt this down here. I don't think I broke her jaw hitting her like that.
You can't.
I
Don't think so,
I don't remember
bro.
a good part of the party. Like, I don't remember what I was doing there.
Cause of death.
I don't remember,
blunt
like,
force trauma.
after.
That's the cause of death, Daniel. It's not from her being choked. It's from her being hit in the face or something. So we need an answer. We need closure.
I was choking her. That's when she stopped moving and stuff.
Well, you know that. Do you know that you can be alive and have real shallow breathing? Do you know she probably died miserably here, like on a field somewhere with a couple goddamn logs on her?
She was dead.
How do you know?
Cause like there was no breath, no nothing, no pulse, no nothing. I sat there and kept trying to find it forever.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Death was blunt force trauma. That's what they called it. That's what the medical examiner called it. The people that do that for a living.
It is so fucking hot in my room right now. Like, genuinely fucking hot.
There's nowhere else for him to run.
It's crazy.
Cigarette. Staring at this is about to make me have a panic attack.
Good, you fucking piece of shit. I hope you
I
died.
feel myself sweating and about to just start crying and passing.
Straight up
Please have
fucking
a cigarette and some water.
die of
Daniel
natural
requests
causes.
a cigarette
All
in an
this
attempt
shit
to take the focus
in
off
jail
him as
forever.
he's out of excuses, and so he can escape the intense questioning. Detective Sroka goes to get him some water, taking money
Where the
from
fuck
the lead
Diddy is
detective
at?
for the purpose. While the other man is gone, the detective tells Daniel how close they've all come with Chelsea's family, and urges him to give them the closure they need.
Daniel, you saw that jawline. It is absolutely
Get your ass beat, boy. Ooh,
I really don't know unless I was
killed.
throwing the wood on her. Like the jaw, I can
Oh
get
yeah,
the
boy.
eyes. Like, I
Throwing
could've
that
probably
wood on
done
her, you
that.
fucking
I won't lie to you.
shithead.
Say, there is parts where I blacked out. I don't remember a lot of that. I remember it was easy.
Did
Like,
you smash your head
It
in the
was
door?
easy, he says. Wow.
I could have when I got her
Did
out
you
of the car.
smash your head?
Not on purpose.
Not on
Not on
purpose, he
purpose. I'm telling you,
says. Oh my
when she
god,
stopped moving is when I was
bro.
choking her.
Yo.
And that's why I thought she was dead. So unless after that, when I was freaking out, trying to wake her up or something, I did it. Or when I got her out of the car, I did it. I could have hit her head in the end. I could have hit her head on the train tracks walking down them. I could have hit her head with the branch, but I never, like...
So I'm going to go back and I'm going to talk to the medical examiner. I'm not telling him. I'm going to tell him your theories.
I don't know, like, I could have done the ones under eye, but I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Hell yeah, start crying, bitch. Start crying, bitch. Go on, start crying, bitch. Start crying, bitch.
When someone encounters a threat, such as being interrogated for murder, their body may go into fight or flight mode. Respiration increases and mucous membranes dry up.
Yeah,
This
son, start
combination may
crying,
result in
bitch.
the pitch of someone's voice changing, as Daniel's has here.
Start crying, bitch.
Significant injury. Doctor said car wreck could cause that.
I didn't hit her with the car.
I know you didn't.
Unless...
I know you didn't.
I don't know
Either A, two things happen. Either A, you hit it with an object extremely hard multiple times, or B, you smashed your head multiple times on a hard object. And I'm looking at it, and if I'm just a lay person looking at this, looking poor Chelsea, you know what I'm saying? Look at that.
I know. I'm about to.
And
Can you please see about if you got your water yet? I'm literally feel like I'm about to pass out.
Good.
His refusal
I hope
to
you
look at
fucking
Chelsea's
pass
picture
out,
is a refusal
bitch.
to face the monstrous thing that he did.
You did it.
You remember this, okay? People aren't going to believe that you choked her, and people are going to be under the impression that you're not sorry about what you did.
Yo, he's
you're
not,
telling
because
the
he's
truth.
being a piece of
I
shit.
don't remember.
Yeah, cry, bitch. Cry, bitch. I'll be right back. It's so hot. I want to die. It's hot. It's so hot. Okay. Where were we? Ah, yes. We were doing this thing. But... oh, this shit is shut down. Cool. Nether ray stingers. Alright, let's get some stingers over here. Is there just like a single nether ray over here? Not even. Shit. They said choose wisely. Well, that's why I was chosen. Yes, sir. Let's keep watching this guy fucking break the fuck down. This piece of shit.
After I come out with this yesterday, and told you everything, I have nothing else to hide. Nothing. I'm telling you right now.
Yes, you do. What are you talking about? You little bitch ass boy.
Obviously,
Little
I must
pussy
have
boy.
did something.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you and keep trying to say I didn't because you showed me this stuff.
You finna get your ass fucked in
I don't remember doing that. I, honest to God, do not remember doing that or what I used to do it or if I did it. Like, I don't know.
What am I gonna tell Mom?
I was blacked out. Tell her when she, to me, was dead.
She don't
Oh, then I don't know what to tell her.
She
I
has
really don't know what to
secret,
tell her.
A devastating secret has been hidden from her for 1 year and 8 months. The death of her child. You are now at the finish line. You're now at the finish line. She's owed that. She is owed that. She is owed that. A mother Somebody who carried her for 9 months and cared for her for 22 years. For 22 years. She still lived at home.
Off, please?
She still lived at home.
Cut myself. I can't wipe my face. I can't do anything. Can I get some tissue or something?
Bro, you're such a bitch, bro.
I don't remember
All
ever
the
doing
stress you're
anything
under,
like
you
that.
fucking
The
deserve
fact
all of
that I
it.
did
You
that
fucking
makes me
deserve
wanna
all of it,
die.
you little piece of
Cheating
shit.
right now, I wouldn't give it-
Little piece of shit, little bitch ass
Obviously, I
boy.
don't remember, sir. I swear to you, I cannot remember.
I swear to you.
Daniel's
Bro,
recent
the
references
only
to the
two
detectives
herbs
as
I
sirs
ever see
is an attempt to
anywhere
come
are like
across as a
saltweed and that
respectful,
dream
polite
glory, and that's
person
it. Are
rather
those
than the
dead ass
monster
the
that
only
he
two that
actually
exist?
is. However, during this conversation about the victim's family, he's more concerned with his own well-being as he's only interested in getting a tissue. His crying fits are more than likely staged, evident by how he's able to turn his emotions off and on, composing himself immediately and appearing
I'm
fine
sorry.
between outbreaks.
What?
I honestly do not remember that. I know I was freaked out. I was upset. I thought she was dead when I choked her. If I had known she was still alive, I would have let her go. I would take her to the hospital or something. That's why I freaked out, was because I thought she was dead.
Daniel slips up here. After all, if she was there consensually, why would he need to let her go? He realizes this and quickly adds the part about the hospital as damage control. But what Daniel has to say next, no one saw coming.
You could have driven her to the hospital on Monroe and just dropped her in a parking lot. She'd had a hell of a lot better chance of living than put her out in the middle of the woods.
I know, but I was afraid about going to prison for the rest of my life over it. Now I'm still am.
So it's about you.
It was, yes. I won't lie.
As the interrogation draws to a close, Daniel shocks everyone
No!
with his narcissistic behavior.
You know, I've dealt with this every day since then. It's not just something she's had to live with. You think I don't sit there and think about this every day?
She's dead.
And now you're telling me
She's
this
dead.
everything I have to do without it? That I could have beat this girl when I was blacked out and not known, and that's what killed her instead of me. I could have just took her to the hospital and, this is stuff I've dealt with my entire last year and a half.
This is classic narcissistic behavior.
Holy shit,
as Daniel
man.
is still only able to think about how his own actions have affected him, rather than what they've done to others. He has no real remorse for Chelsea or those affected by her death at his hands.
I don't remember doing that. If I did, I would tell you. What do I have to hide from
You've gone out and lived your life. You've got on Facebook and meetme.com and you're under investigation right now for other incidents.
For what?
You went and lived your life.
What am I under investigation for?
I'll talk to you about it.
Right, now what?
But
I know what you're talking about.
What?
What's her name? Charlie. I was with Wesley and Claire the whole time. I heard she tried saying something.
I'm talking about the one where you brought the girl back to your girlfriend's trailer that you said was yours, and you showered with her. She told you to stop, but you didn't stop.
Which one? Who?
So there was more than one?
I don't know who you're
proving
talking
my point
about.
right here, that
I'm
you-
saying
you
who did
went
I
out-
take?
You went out and lived your life the way you wanted to.
Wait, what trailer did I take who to? The one I'm living in now?
Yeah. Just this month, earlier this month. Girl from...
Ipsy, or you met her on Meet Me.
Cece?
Yeah.
Go check my messages. She's mad because I f***ed her and dipped her. That's all it is. Check my Facebook messages. They're in there still. Go look.
Okay.
Trust me, you can go look through the...
We'll do that. We'll do that.
Yeah,
We'll do that. But
okay.
you see my point right now, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, but you went out and lived your life.
Yes, I did.
Now you're smirking
I did
right now.
stupid
You're
shit.
smirking right now.
I'm not smirking.
You were.
No. Yeah, well, about the CC thing, because that's hilarious.
It's not, none of this is hilarious.
I could have been hitting her. I could have. I don't remember, sir.
So out of all of this is which one you saw. That's it. Just, I'm so sorry. That's it.
No, I want to tell her. I want you to tell her that I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do to bring back her daughter. There's nothing I can do to make it right. There is nothing. Everything I did is wrong in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I will live the rest of my life regretting this.
Mm-hmm.
I've ruined my life too by doing this.
Don't worry about that.
I'm just saying.
Me too.
After once again proving that all he cares about is himself, Daniel Clay is led away from the interrogation room. At his trial on May 16th, Daniel Clay was convicted of the first-degree murder of Chelsea Brock and given a life sentence in prison without parole.
Life sentence in prison without parole. Damn. Hold on. How am I supposed to do this? Hold on. Extract 5 elemental powers for Chief. Okay, damn it. Darn it, that didn't do it. Okay, I've got another idea. I had Cyril whip up an elemental power extractor. I'm not certain exactly what this power will do, but I know that I can use it. The sundered rumblers and warp aberrations on the ledge of the crumbling waste to the south have just what I need for the engines. The extractor will change the form of... Okay, whatever. Sure. We'll go do that then. It looks like there's way more down here, so we'll go do that. My like headpiece is rumbling for some reason. Alright, what else we got? This is a pretty good fucking channel. Explore with us. Let's see, what else are we exploring? The craziest interrogation you'll ever see. Alright. 2 hours and 50 minutes. Holy shit.
You'll ever see.
Hey, I can grab your camera and strangle you with it. Oh my gosh, why would you say that? I don't know! I don't know!
She's a fucking weirdo, and she held me over and laughed. I would like to see how fast my pigs can get rid of a human body.
An officer conducting a search warrant for identity theft on a rural farm in Weimar, Oregon, stumbled upon evidence of a far more gruesome crime. He found the skeletal remains of a human leg just outside of a pig pen.
Possibly human.
As horrific as this discovery was, the true horrors hidden on the property were yet to be discovered. The farm was owned by Susan Monica, a former soldier who served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. After being honorably discharged, she purchased the 20 acres of land where she raised chickens and pigs. She often had transient people stay on her farm and work for her for short periods of time. Additionally, in 2013, Susan placed an ad on Craigslist looking for some extra help on her property. She was contacted by 56-year-old Robert Haney, a handyman and carpenter. In exchange for payments in cash and a place to stay, Robert began working and living on Susan's property. However, all was not well. And in September 2013, after working for Susan for about 6 months, Robert disappeared. After a few months with no contact, his children tried to find him, but Susan told them that Robert had left her employment, taking most of his things, and vanished.
This is another living area. Tool belt.
She claimed that after he learned that one of his relatives had been a victim of assault, he began drinking excessively before suddenly leaving. Hearing this was distressing, to say the least. But Robert's kids couldn't find anything to indicate that something bad had necessarily happened to him. In fact, they found very little trace of him at all. However, it was especially odd to them that he appeared to have left his trailer and dog behind on Susan's farm. Eventually, they filed a missing persons report with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. But since Robert was usually paid in cash for his work, there was almost no way to track him down. Everything changed on January 10th, 2014, when an officer came to investigate Susan's property. However, he wasn't there to look into Robert's disappearance. Instead, Susan Monica was being investigated for fraud after she was caught using Robert's food stamp card.
This is the inside of Susan Monica's living area, where we contacted her this morning when we arrived.
It was while walking along the back of her farm that the officer found the remains of a human leg, cut about mid-femur, lying just beyond one of Susan's pig pens.
Jesus.
Pieces of other bone.
Susan Monica was brought in for questioning. The following footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney and former criminal prosecutor, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a clinical counselor.
Hello. No good.
The interrogation will uncover even more dark secrets that detectives never expected to find.
Well, this is a warrant, and it's just says you're commanded to search the property.
Before the interview begins, Susan asked for the search warrant the officers first used to come onto the property to be read out loud. As you'll see, she has a very interesting reason for asking them to do this.
And the lot number indicates you as the sole owner since 1999. And
there you go. Say that again.
The sole owner since 1999.
Okay. We're done. That warrant is inaccurate.
Okay.
And so I
figure if it's inaccurate, how do they put it? Any and all information received in a warrant that's not correct is not.
Well, you know that I was talking to you about Robert Haney's Oregon Trail card, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we talked about how a little bit already about how he had given you permission. You said to use the Oregon Trail card 3.5 months ago.
Something.
So we're only
before he disappeared.
Right, and he gave you the PIN number which he had memorized.
Yes.
The interrogator is trying to establish a timeline of Robert's movements before his disappearance. This is always done as the timing of events is usually.
This is already creepy as fuck. Like,
See if
that's.
the suspect's timing matches the evidence.
Yo, I thought she was male.
Put up like the
Or whatever.
Posting up a thing, a little helper.
Dudish.
And
Whatever
so,
it's called.
After he moved to your property, of course. You guys
Whatever the
talked
cis
about
people
his
say.
drinking, and that he every
I
once
killed
in a
all three of
while
them at
he'd
the same
flip
time.
out
Wow, holy shit.
Because of his drinking, most likely.
Yes.
But other than that, your contact with him was
Minimal.
kind of minimal.
I mean, I wouldn't see him for a week at a time.
Yeah.
Michael Bales, who worked for Susan and lived on her property for a few months, came to speak with investigators soon after she was arrested. And boy, did he have a story to tell.
We're gonna play bad cop, good cop?
No, we're both good cops.
There's no reason to, right?
Maybe if there was a reason, there's no reason. If we were gonna do that.
He looks like he could be sometime.
Every now and then. It's been known to happen.
That's my middle name. Michael Bales.
Okay, this is just the audio back.
Do whatever you gotta do.
The investigators asked Michael how he first met Susan in order to establish some background on how well they knew each other.
I met her through a friend, Brady. I don't even know his last name, but Brady is in a wheelchair up in Rug River.
Okay.
And he introduced me to her. She gave me a job.
Okay.
I went up there. I was cutting wood for her. I had nowhere else to go. So I guess you call me a vagrant or whatnot. And she was pretty nice to me. And then all of a sudden she turned not very nice.
And were you living up there?
Yeah.
How long did you live up there?
For 3 months.
Because Michael lived with Susan and saw her every day, he can offer the investigators valuable insight into her daily habits, as well as into her personality, and he does not hold back when sharing his opinion of Susan.
She's a fucking weirdo.
What makes you say that exactly?
She just gave me the EGBGs, or just...
Yo, she's creepy, bro.
When somebody's a weirdo, she gave me that feeling.
We're familiar with the property. If you have the barn, were you living in the barn?
I lived over in the biggest barn. It was a big old. You can't miss it.
We've been through that.
I lived in 2 of the rooms.
Upstairs.
That was my room originally, and then there was a TV that got put in downstairs. So then I moved down there.
Okay, and
that's where Richard lived too. God damn it.
Is it? Maybe we should get a photo of Robert.
That Robert. That's him.
Okay, well we'll just confirm it with a photograph.
That's him.
All right. So Robert lived down in the barn in the downstairs.
No, Robert originally lived downstairs.
Okay.
And then he got tired of her screaming at him, so he moved. His trailer's way.
Right, I saw that.
Okay, way over there.
Okay. And then
he got tired of her screaming at him.
About how long had he been there? Like, about when he said, "Hey, here's my Oregon Trail card, my PIN number. Can you go grab me some beer, and whatever else."
Couple months.
He'd been there a couple months.
Yeah. I saw him. I said, I'm going into town. He want anything? He gave me the card, gave me the PIN number, and I said, get me some beer and coffee.
So you can't buy beer with Oregon Trail card. So did you use your own money, or how did that work?
Yeah.
Okay. What would you normally ask him to buy you for reimbursement?
Bread and milk, that was it.
Okay.
Occasionally cheese.
Okay.
Other than that, I've got 500 pounds of pork in my freezers.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That'll keep you fed for a long time, huh?
Yes, and for the record, if anybody here would like to buy some pork, I have pork. 80 cents a pound. I'm getting ready to get rid of another pig.
The detective laughs and appears to be genuinely finding Susan's story funny. However, it's very likely that he's just trying to put her at ease, so she opens up to him. He wants her to think he's on her side and that she can trust him. By laughing with her, he's building rapport.
Where do you butcher your pigs at?
Right there, Mark.
Oh, you know how to do it?
I know how to kill them, and I don't necessarily butcher. I'm kind of a butcher when it comes to butchering.
Okay. Not good at it, but you can do it.
Yeah.
How do you kill a pig? Oh, what kind of gun do you have to use for that?
22.
Oh, okay. Like a rifle or?
Rifle.
Oh, okay.
You didn't see it?
No.
Everybody was standing around. Nobody was searching. I didn't understand the search thing when everybody was standing around.
Well, we stand around a lot sometimes.
Yeah, it was 7 of you standing around and nobody was searching.
I know. I think I was the only one working.
Maybe. Anyway, I have a rifle there in my house.
Okay.
I'm not a good shot. I mean, if I'm 3 feet from a pig, you know, what you're supposed to do is make an X between their eye and their ear, and their eye and the ear, and then you shoot them right there.
That's it.
And so from 3 feet away, I can hit the target. You know, I see a turkey 50 feet away, and I'd shoot it and go, ah! You know, I'd jump up in the air and it'd run away, and I'd shoot it again. And one turkey I had to shoot 4 times, and it was halfway down my property before I actually killed the damn thing.
The detective makes an effort to refocus the conversation after Susan goes off on a tangent relating to her method of shooting animals.
What did Robert think about your pigs? Did he ever help feed them?
No.
Did he ever go into their area?
Not that I know of.
Susan exhales when asked if Robert ever went into the pig area. Sighs can be adapter signs of stress, so this could indicate that she's anxious about this question in particular. Although some dismiss body language analysis as pseudoscience, it is used by the FBI and CIA during interrogations.
They say that in
CIA
at the
is
beginning of every
interrogating an
video,
individual,
or
they
at
look
least
for
when it comes
clusters
up.
of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession.
Quick
or
succession.
all at once.
All at once.
These indicators can be signs of discomfort or uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception.
Deception.
It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through body language analysis.
You cannot alone.
They're noisy.
Because you could just be
Well, he was
scared and shit, I guess.
Well, he was, well,
Susan is clasping her hands together on her lap and fidgeting, which appears to be a release of tension and a stress relief. It's not uncommon for people, innocent or not, to be nervous when talking with the police in these types of settings.
Yup.
he was never around them, I don't think, except when he came up to use the little room.
It's a good conversation piece, though. I mean, it would certainly be something I would talk about if I was going to move there.
Well,
Good for you, bud.
like I say, he was there, and you know, the 2 of us have talked more today than I talked with him in whatever months he was there.
So you had to have been thinking, you know, well, he hasn't returned for his dog, and you know what's going on here. I'm confused.
Well, I was, you know, confused a little bit, but like I say, even when I saw him, it was sporadic, and sometimes I wouldn't see him for a week.
Looking back, are there things, you know, come to mind that are suspicious to you, or kind of click in your memory, going, oh wow, that was weird?
Everything she said was odd.
How about actions? Like, what did she do around the property?
Drove her backhoe around, knocked down trees, fought with Robert constantly.
Even when I saw him, it was sporadic. We didn't talk.
Like daily?
Oh, every day. She would have me go wake him up.
Was she like feeling like he wasn't pulling his weight around the place or something? Do Do you know? I mean, did she make comments about it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
What did she say?
That Robert sleeps till noon and he's not doing any work.
Besides Michael Bales, Brady Murray, one of Susan's neighbors and friends, also came to speak with investigators. Brady had moved in with Susan 3 weeks before this interview took place because of family issues, and over the past few years he's lived with Susan on and off. What he shares with investigators is a stark and startling contrast to Michael's description of Susan.
What did she say about this Robert guy? Like, what kind of person was he?
No, what she talked about him was to me it was good. Didn't seem good. He was a good worker. She had no qualms with his working. He's alcoholic. He was a yeller. He'd go down. He'd be ranting, right? And she'd hear him hollering down below. He was in water. It's easy.
Interesting. This shit starts turning interesting.
She kind of liked his work. I think she, yeah, but she don't talk, really good, and that's somebody really good. She, 3-4 times, sure.
You know what? But yeah, because okay, they just said that he just moved in.
Back in Susan's interview, the interrogator continues discussing Susan's use of Robert's Oregon Trail card. This card is the same food stamp card that Susan was using when she was initially flagged for fraud.
Was that concerning to you that here he is, he's gone, he's left you his Oregon Trail card, and, I mean, you only get one Oregon Trail card, you know what I mean? So, and he doesn't have a job, so how's he gonna get food?
I didn't know that. I figured if he had gone to Ashland and was working, he had money to buy food.
Okay. And so when did this working in Ashland thing come up?
Well, I don't know if it was actual working or not.
Susan shifts her foot, likely an anchor point movement, when asked about Robert working in Ashland. When someone is sitting and moves their feet, back, or buttocks, this is considered to be an anchor point movement. These types of behaviors can be a signal of deception because it's the body's way of releasing anxiety or tension.
And you had mentioned something before about...
Yeah, they kind of just make those same points.
Yes, he mentioned that.
But I mean, obviously, right? Because it's consistent with all of these.
Tell me about your relationship with Susan. You said you've known her for 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, she's been my boss in the past while. That's stuff I work for. Yeah, just casual.
Oh my god, I'm just flying around trying to find these fucking nether rays. I don't want to fly anywhere else. Because I don't see like big concentrations of them.
Brady finds it necessary to clarify that he and Susan have a casual relationship. Then he laughs nervously. Brady also seems to be shifting around in his chair, looking rather uncomfortable as he speaks. His shoulders are a bit elevated. He seems to struggle when speaking. The inflections in his voice change, and he stutters a bit.
And why
These
is
are all
that?
indications of discomfort. It seems that Brady is getting increasingly nervous.
Susan's not a bad person. Susan, you guys, she's a little peculiar, a little different acting. She does have a lot of temper, but she's not. I've never seen her follow her temper. Like parents.
So somebody's missing. Who's missing? What do you know about that?
I don't know the guy. I've never met the guy. His name's Robert. I understand, right? That's all I know.
The information that Brady is providing to the detectives is now becoming even more suspicious. It seems like he's really trying to emphasize that he knows nothing, as well as distance himself from Robert and what happened to him.
Interesting.
What Susan's told me was not a lot. She hadn't spoke a lot about it.
No, brother, go away. I want these nether rays. Come on.
What she told me.
I've been here longer than you.
Was that he was the guy that was working for her. I see the camera down here.
It's two of them too. The one's just following the other.
He had told her that she was drunk, or that his daughter or sister, somebody got, and he was gonna go take care of it. And she said he was missing. Okay. She hadn't talked a lot about it with me.
When talking about the story Susan told him, if you look at Brady's hands, they're ahead of his words. This kind of mismatch indicates the brain in fight or flight mode. There's something about discussing this that's causing Brady anxiety.
He left all of his possessions behind that you know of?
Yeah.
And that was strange to you?
Well, like I said, he had left with somebody. So I was under the impression that he was doing something in Ashland. He had told me, he had mentioned to me one person in Ashland
Yeah, there's another way. Fucking finally.
to do an engineering job.
So what do you think happened to Robert? What's your gut feeling on it? Everybody has their own opinions about things, but what do you think?
The only...
She moves both of her feet when asked what happened to Robert. Likely anchor point movements indicating anxiety and possibly deception.
As always.
However, it's important to not rely on one indicator as proof that someone is being dishonest, because a single behavior could be explained away.
When Bobby had told me that his sister usually got a call a couple times a week, that was when I first kind of thought in the back of my head somewhere that if he indeed went to take care of business, you know, with the thing, that he might have gotten the short end of the stick. And that was, like I said, just the back of my head. I had no idea. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't understand after all this time, if you don't hear from your father for a month, and prior to that month you heard from him twice a week, why didn't somebody do something earlier? And then when they came out last week, they said they thought he was dead. And I'm saying, you know, why do you think, you know, I didn't say out loud, but I'm thinking to myself, well, if you think your father is dead, you know, why didn't you do something about this months ago?
Susan has shown a pattern of superiority, seemingly thinking that she could handle situations better than other people. Earlier, she pointed out how the police department's search fell short, as she felt they were all just standing around. Now she's blaming Robert's family for not looking for him earlier.
Why didn't you call?
I had no reason to call him.
But he lives on your property for a long time, and he never came back.
Susan hesitates and then sighs heavily, likely another adapter behavior to reduce her stress. She typically responds to questions rather quickly by either providing a lengthy and highly detailed response or saying that she doesn't remember. Here, Susan shows signs of possible discomfort with the question, given her hesitation and deep sigh, which is a deviation from her typical behavior.
I don't know. I didn't think it was my responsibility to call.
I can kind of believe that.
Let's reverse things. What if Robert was the one sitting here right now, and you were missing? Would you have expected him to call?
Well, yes.
If he's living on your property?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's, you know, because I got up every morning and fed my animals, and every evening I fed my animals. And
what's the difference between you and him?
Because I never...
Alright, before this even continues, here's my thought process, because I'm like kind of behind her on this, but like very slightly, right? Like only in the way where I might be like, well, this dude's living on my property, so he really has no solid anchor here. Like, yeah, he's living here, but at the same time, he could just move away. Really, nothing here is his, so he could theoretically move away. And if he just wanted to do so by just disappearing and doing so, he could theoretically do that. And I don't think that it's my responsibility to worry about if this person is missing or not. Like, it also depends on like the relationship that you have with this person, I would think, but I wouldn't think too much of it if they just disappeared. I would definitely notify their family and be like, hey, you know, like, he hasn't come back. I don't know if maybe you guys are looking for him or anything, but I just wanted to let you know. That's about as far. Like, I don't think it's my responsibility to call the police, right? So, and the reason why I understand why Robert should have called is because, like, she's living there, right? It's her property. So if she doesn't come back, obviously it's a little bit more concerning because she does have that anchor of, like, reason why she needed to come back, and that's because the place is hers. Whereas Robert doesn't have that. So I can kind of get behind her on that, but so very slightly. All right, let's keep going.
I mean, he's a person too who has a life too. It may not be
And that's why you contact his family. But, you know,
Yeah. Daily routine.
let them deal with it. That's not my shit.
We did have a daily routine.
But obviously in her situation.
He said that he ate food up at the barn.
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily see him. I didn't see him for a week at a time. And
But you would expect that he would report you missing after 3 months.
or probably after a few days, because my pigs would be making all kinds of noise, and you know.
Susan, we found a leg by your house.
Woo! He just hit her with it. Just like that. He just hit her with it. A leg? A human leg. Hell yeah.
When someone repeats a question, this can sometimes indicate deception because the person is trying to buy themselves some time to think. She doesn't appear to be surprised or shocked about this news. However, it's possible that limited facial expressions are typical for her, or that she's good at hiding her emotions. Susan has gone very, very still here. This is called the freeze response. It is part of the body's autonomic nervous system fight, flight, or freeze stress response. This type of freezing is often a reaction when someone perceives a threat. Though they aren't moving, the person experiencing a freeze response is often extremely alert.
I think it might be Robert.
Okay, I guess I'm shutting it down here. I would have asked, have you done any DNA tests on it? Or who could it be? Oof, whoosh. No idea, she says.
You think it might be Robert?
Oof.
I guess I should ask where it was. If it was down there by his trailer.
No. It was right next to your place.
Ooh.
Just a few feet from your place.
I don't know then. If it were down by his trailer, he might have fallen down the hill or something.
We found a leg. A human leg.
My place,
Think it might be Robert.
That's it. Do you think it's kind of strange that there's a leg right next to your place?
Very.
Very? Hell yeah.
Concern you?
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
You think it might be Robert?
It could be, but I can't understand why. If I can't understand how it. I can't understand how it would get there.
How it would get there. Yep. No idea how that happened. Nope. Don't know. He wouldn't have an accident. Somebody put it there. Somebody put it there. You guys put it there. You guys put that fucking leg there. There's no way I'm not blaming it on the police.
I have no idea.
What do you think we should do at this point?
Fucking leave me
Are you
alone.
worried about Robert? Do you think it might be him?
I would definitely get a
Lawyer.
DNA test. Find out if it were.
Do you think if we search the 19.99 acres that we're going to find any other parts of people?
If it's Robert's leg, I guess the rest of him is there somewhere.
So you think a coyote drug it right next to your house?
That would be the only thing that would make any sense to me.
What do you think happened to Robert? What did he do?
I like how he's trying to plant the idea of a coyote.
No.
Fuck off.
You know, you described your property as this.
Bro, can I get a researcher? Just one. A quick researcher, bro. I just need one researcher.
And you seem like kind of a quiet person who would enjoy being out away from people and not, you know, around where things are loud. I mean, you said yourself you don't even have the radio on in the car, and you're smart. You do well with your money.
The detective compliments Susan in an attempt to gain her trust. He knows that
Pussy.
Susan thinks she's very smart, and by using flattery here, he hopes to distract and disarm her a bit. and it seems to work.
You like your animals, you like your privacy and the quiet out there. That's why you picked the place.
Yes.
Because it's out in the middle of nowhere, really. It's beautiful out there. I think it's beautiful.
Getting there slowly.
So you have this peaceful, tranquil place, and you try to help somebody out, because it sounds like you are a person who likes to help people out.
Yeah.
You're trying to support 4 people right now.
Well,
you're trying to take care of them. You're trying to be good with using their money and helping them out to be smarter and not just drink a 12-pack and get wasted.
Right.
So you seem like a legitimately good person who's trying to do the right thing. And then along comes Robert, and you try to help him out. But for some reason with Robert, you know, he has these episodes.
This is strategic because the questions about Robert likely sound to Susan that the detective believes she is responsible for his death. Saying that she's a legitimately good person is part of the detective's theme development. He's trying to make her believe that he thinks she wouldn't kill someone for no reason to get her to confess. He wants her to latch on to this line of thinking.
Please give
She's
me a
good
researcher.
person who made a mistake
There's more over
and
there.
had a
Fuck
reason
this.
to do what
Get
she
me outta
did.
here.
This will likely be much easier for her to admit to, especially when the alternative is that she's a cold-blooded murderer who had the intent to kill Robert.
I mean,
the detective also mentions
did she
Robert's
not?
episodes as a way of giving Susan an out to
Yep.
explain that she killed Robert because he was being aggressive with her.
Because he was being a
Well,
It's
Brady,
not what you're
Brady,
making up.
well, I mean, Brady has episodes.
Okay,
too.
well, let's focus on Robert, though.
Okay.
Robert had some issues.
Yes.
Everyone knows that. It's actually documented in police reports.
Okay.
It's unclear exactly what the interrogator
Jesus
is
Christ, I'm
referring
doing so
to
much
by
damage.
documented in police
Maybe not.
reports. However, this could be reference to an incident where Susan's neighbors called the police because they heard Robert making a lot of noise. He was allegedly drunk at the time. What exactly transpired before the police were called? And when
I wonder if they get
arrived
most
on
of
the
this
scene
information
is
through
unknown.
FOIAs.
He was a guy who could get loud and drunk and cause problems.
Hey, what's
Pretty
up,
much
buddy?
ruin that peaceful, tranquil place that you have out there.
The detective is explaining that Susan is a good person who liked to help people, but perhaps Robert got loud and drunk and disrupted the tranquility and solitude she
God
likes
damn
to
it.
have. He's attempting to give her another excuse for harming him in a scenario that's somewhat understandable to her. He hopes Susan will run with this theory and confess to her true involvement.
No.
And I'm guessing that that's what he did at times.
Well, he did that at times, but he was the only time that I was disturbed by him.
Could have just grabbed all 5 of them
when
here.
he was making a whole bunch of noise, and
But you went and talked to him, right?
yeah,
What'd you guys talk about? I mean, you must have certainly, what I would have done is say, hey, you're living here on my property. It's exactly what I said. You're living here on my property.
yeah.
Don't need problems with the neighbors. Keep it down or leave. Get out of here.
Well, I
What'd you tell him?
pretty much the same thing, but I didn't say he had to go. I just said be quiet. Because they
But
were,
it didn't stop with that.
Oh shit, what do you mean it didn't stop with that?
All right, well, we know of other times.
Well, I don't.
The detective is trying to plant a seed of doubt in Susan's head by making her think they know about other instances, leaving her feeling unsure about anything else they might know. In Brady's interview, he goes on to say something completely unexpected that shocks the interrogators.
So I can't imagine. I really can't imagine.
Dude, what? I don't understand.
The murderers, guys missing
The murder?
Brady appears to possibly be intoxicated and is rather incoherent at times. He describes the situation and investigation as a murder, something which he isn't supposed to know. The detectives jump on him immediately about his use of this term, as they never mention murder to him and want him to elaborate on this possible slip-up.
You said murder. What do you mean by
Well,
murder?
to kill somebody, somebody missing there. I couldn't imagine her doing it.
So tell me about Robert. How
He was a cool guy. Cool
I
guy.
mean, how long were you around him?
Couple months.
Couple months.
Yeah. I only knew him for a couple. As a matter of fact, I always
There's a lot of quests here, holy shit.
It sucks. I'm never gonna be able to.
Whole
But
bunch
he
of
always
ghosts.
told
Hold on.
me. He always told me every day. I hope my kids can get my stuff because I think she's gonna kill me.
Told you that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So tell
Yo,
me about that
what?
What made him say that? Tell me about his relationship with Susan.
See, I don't know that. They didn't get along.
They didn't.
No.
And she said she has no idea what's happened to him. You know, he's done that. Not a lot. She hadn't
That's
talked
crazy,
about
bro.
When did she first start talking about she didn't know where? Is that before you moved in? Did she start talking about, hey, he's not around anymore? Or is that after you moved in?
While talking about Robert, Brady's body language is closed off. Take a look at his feet. Having his ankles tucked up under his chair is not a comfortable seated position and indicates his significant discomfort. Notice throughout
Dude,
his
you know what's crazy? Hold on, I gotta speak on that. I sit like that all the fucking time, and it's not comfortable. They're right, but I think personally, I think it's just because my legs are a bit long, and maybe it's just the way that I sit and shit. But like, I just do that with my legs all the time, and I think it fucks with my back. So I have to like actively tell myself like, oh, don't sit like that. Like, sit better. Like, posture check, baby. Gotta do that posture check. Oh, god damn it. I need to go to a chiropractor or some shit.
View whether his legs are out in front of him or tucked away under his chair with his ankles tightly locked. This is another indicator of anxiety and is a guarded stance.
Actually, kind of when I moved in, when we really come out, I realized that, wow, this is big.
Oh my god, yeah, this dude's drunk as shit. Why is this dude fucked up?
About that long about that time.
Why is he just...
And why did you think it was getting big? Because, I mean, did she think that maybe he just left? I mean, what was she telling you?
He leans back, rubbing his head with his hand, all of which are signs of uneasiness.
Stephanie was saying that Stephanie told me that she talked about feeding her pigs to yeah, I mean, I forget.
Well, tell us.
I don't people to feed people their pigs. She made that. She has
Holy shit, man. This guy is dumb as rocks.
Sure, it's a joke.
So, well, tell us
But
what
she
you...
didn't even come back and did her, you know.
Brady insists this is just a joke several times in this short span of time.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm sure it's a joke.
People sometimes repeat things over and over to try to convince others of the truth of the statement.
So tell us about what you know about them. Like, she's saying this stuff.
You guys, I really seriously doubt. I know her pretty good over the years, right? That Susan could do anything like that.
Saying really seriously could be considered a qualifier, which is often stated when a person isn't being truthful or is withholding information. Robert says this as he's moving his head back and forth, seeming uncomfortable and fidgety. Typically, when a person is being honest, there are no unusual or jerky movements.
Right.
The body moves smoothly, as in Michael's interview, where there's no evidence of unusual mannerisms or movements.
Jesus,
And,
this camera angle.
And we're not sitting here saying that she did or didn't. We don't know. We're here to talk to you, and we're here to hear your side of what you know. So I mean, there's some statements that you're saying that she feeds people to pig. I mean, like, what is she?
Well, she mentioned before, joking around.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation you're having with her when she's saying.
Well, no, Stephanie was telling me her guy's missing, and she's ironic. The kid's saying, you know, she's telling feeding pigs to people, and now somebody's missing here. You know, it was a joke.
Okay.
Really a joke.
So you didn't actually hear her say that?
No, I was here.
Stephanie told you that she said that?
Yeah.
And when was that conversation you had with Stephanie?
No! Let me kill him! Alright, well, let's just grab the next one or something.
I think Susan had mentioned feeding like pigs. She's like, I've seen pigs forever. I think so. I'm not sure.
It seems that Brady is trying to reveal bits and pieces about Susan's more negative or concerning qualities, but at the same time, he's trying to protect her. Brady may be doing this in order to protect himself because he might be unsure of how much the detectives know. It's possible that Brady doesn't want to completely claim that Susan is innocent. He wants to reveal some concerns or suspicions about her to cover himself in the event that the detectives discover that she did in fact murder Robert. Michael, on the other hand, isn't trying to hide his suspicions about the type of person Susan is, which is why he presents so much calmer than Brady during his questioning.
Hell yeah. That's a calm king right there.
Do you think Robert got into the pig pen and they attacked him?
Susan sighs, likely to release her nervous energy.
Well, if you found a leg in the pig pen, I would say that's
Huh?
Would your pigs eat a person? A pig's an animal. They don't know any better.
Yeah, no, I've heard of pigs eating people all the time, and like I say, I've joked about it, and then I have a weird sense of humor.
There's a deviation in her behavior here. Susan's speech isn't as fluent as it typically is. Oftentimes, deviations in a person's usual
I look cool as
behavior
shit. I don't give a fuck.
speech during an interrogation is a possible indication of lying. She sounds unsure and hesitant, as if she's watching her words and being cautious.
When I told you that there was a leg by your place, your expression didn't change. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, it is.
Well, certainly if I found a leg by my house, I'd be freaked
Yeah.
out.
Well, I'm not freaked out, but, very surprised. It's just.
Well, the leg goes to a person.
Well, I don't even know
obviously dead.
I don't even know that you're telling the truth.
Susan is kind of turning the tables here because the detective has been doubting her truthfulness, so now she's doubting his. She appears to be educated about the fact that police sometimes lie during interrogations, and she might enjoy pointing this out to the detective, as she may think this knowledge is further proof of how smart she is.
I am telling the truth.
Well, I don't know that. You just might be making up stories to get me to say something else.
Well, I'm not lying to you. I am telling you the truth.
Well, like I said, I don't know that.
I'm just looking for Robert, and I'm worried that that leg
Well, this
is
morning,
Robert.
this morning you were looking for a Oregon Trail card, so I don't know.
It seems like Susan feels like she beat the detective, in this round at least, because she turns her body towards him in a more confident manner. As she's likely feeling more self-assured, she mentions that finding the leg is immaterial evidence anyways. The detective then cuts the conversation, as he likely doesn't want any tension to build, nor for Susan to build up confidence. Sure enough, when he returns, he makes small talk about Susan's sandwich to diffuse the tension.
You need a couple plates?
I just one.
Oh, well, just one. Well, you said a couple, not one.
I'll use another one later.
After the two detectives regroup outside the interrogation room, the second detective begins a new tactic with Susan in the hopes that this will get her to admit to something.
So, Susan, I don't think I introduced myself very well. I'm Detective Eric Fox. One of the things that I do is I'm a medical examiner, deputy medical examiner. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here, is because I help to determine the cause and manner of death.
Yes.
So obviously, there's a human leg. Okay, it's
Possibly, yes.
Well, it's human.
I'm still not.
It's human. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
Okay. And it's somewhat decomposed. I mean, it's been around for a while. Okay. So obviously, it came from a person. Right. So.
Well, that's like I said, the only.
When she says, like I said, she's using what's known as a referral statement. This is often done to help build credibility. The more someone says something, the more believable it becomes because each repetition lessens our disbelief.
The only logical explanation I would have is if it were somewhere other than in the pig pen,
right,
that a coyote might have
Some
grabbed it.
animal or whatever.
Well, I don't know any other animal.
I've been watching Detective Henderson talk to you, and I kind of got an impression of kind of the type of person you are. That you're kind of a very logical person. You can memorize numbers. You see things kind of linear in facts.
The medical examiner is trying to build rapport with Susan and appeal to her high sense of her own intelligence. He also tries to normalize her lack of reaction to the news of the leg by saying she's very logical and linear in her thinking, versus her being a sociopath or guilty of killing someone and feeling no emotion about it. This is an attempt to get her to open up to him.
You know, you into Star Trek at all?
Yeah, I remember Star Trek. I was
well,
as a kid watching it.
I'm 95% Vulcan.
And there you go.
And 5% Klingon.
So it's right on, right?
By comparing
I have
herself to
no
fictional
idea
Star Trek characters such
what
as the
any of that
Klingon,
meant.
It shows that Susan identifies with violent creatures that have a strong sense of ritual and must do things their own way.
So,
Interesting.
yes.
So
Logic. Yes, I'm very logical.
So you can see what's next in line here, probably.
Well,
I
that's,
mean,
yes.
I think you can anticipate what's happening. Like you said,
These
human
guys
leg
killing anybody?
by your house.
Right, the only logical explanation would be, that okay, to go in the other direction.
Yep.
If I had killed him, why would I leave him out by my house?
Well, there's always kill somewhere else, leave somewhere, bury somewhere, and then an animal moves from that location. I mean, that's always possible too, right? Had you killed him?
Yeah.
So that's possible.
Yeah.
Susan begins to appear more uneasy and anxious when discussing the possibility of her killing Robert. Perhaps just mentioning killing him created a fear response in her, as you can hear her breathing become more labored. As well, she's fidgeting with her hands and her voice is shaky. These are all adapters to try to calm oneself down in a tense situation.
So no matter what, something had separated this leg from the main portion of the body, and it moved it towards your house.
Right.
In his interview, Michael sheds a bit more light on the state of his relationship with Susan and how it deteriorated.
Because I had gotten upset because she started screaming too much at me. I've been married, I'm sure you guys are married. I don't deal with that very well. I said, go f*** yourself, and I moved out. And then I went and talked to him that same day. Last words I spoke to him was, I'm out of here, bro. I love you. I shook his hand, and he said, dude, I envy you. I wish I could move out of here. She's gonna kill me. And, well, apparently she did.
The other thing that I was kind of interested in, Susan, is here's a person that came to your house and is now clearly missing, and you hadn't seen him for a while.
Yes.
Are there other people that have came to your house and unexpectedly left their property, and left that place? I mean,
When Susan is asked if other people have gone missing from her property, she makes a couple anchor point movements, such as shifting both feet. She also brings her hands in closer together, which could be a sign of anxiety at this question. Remember this part, because this question about other people disappearing on her property becomes sickeningly important later.
Jesus, no way. She got more people.
so obviously we've got to take this. And
This is a 2 hour and 50-minute video. I'm already like 50 minutes in.
Making sure there's nobody else that we might have to try to make a comparison. I don't want to just assume that this is Mr. Haney, right?
Yes. Now, the last person to stay at my property was over a year ago.
Oh, her voice starting to crack.
Pawn. He's a
Pawn.
Oriental guy.
Oriental guy, okay.
What happened to Pawn?
He went somewhere. I heard from him 2 or 3 months ago, and he was thinking about moving back to my place.
So Pawn still exists. He's not disappeared. He's not deceased on your property. So.
Well, you have to find him, don't you?
Well,
yeah.
Oh!
Oh, we would, wouldn't we?
Scary! Why would she say that?
Sense of humor.
Right.
Oh.
What have they told you about this?
She does have a weird ass sense of humor.
I don't know much about it. They just get the heebie-jeebies, but when you guys have talked about it, it kind of freaked them out. Didn't me that much.
The detective confronts Brady, and he ends his response with an awkward laugh and continues with the jerky body movements, demonstrating his discomfort. Brady's inopportune laugh could be his way of self-soothing or making light of a situation where he feels uncomfortable or nervous.
I don't think so. They're a little more lyrious. They don't know Sue like I know.
Cool!
Sue, that's all green.
Ah, shit, what else do I still need? Oh, more severed spirits.
And she's good. She's a good body. She's a good person. She's peculiar, And that's
Why are you riding and dying for her, bro?
a lot of people are. You're doing it. Yeah, Yeah.
Why, brother? Why?
I really can't see
Why? Did you help her? Didn't he start living in the property afterwards, though?
Why? Really?
That's crazy,
Well,
bro.
why I say
That's
that?
crazy.
Why I say that? No, I don't think Susan could do that. I mean that, but I think that now what she told me, I don't know if you guys have looked at it. I'm sure you have, but she was adamant about him telling her that someone his daughter, he was crazy drunk about it and screaming and hollering several nights. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. No, that's what she told me. And he was crazy about it. It's his daughter.
So he's screaming, yelling. I mean, did she ever say anything about them having domestics or fights or anything?
No, she got along pretty good, I think.
Hell yeah, doing well, doing well.
She's a good worker.
You know, right when we started, you mentioned about, well, I don't think she did it. I don't think she would murder someone or kill someone. I don't remember the exact words you used. I guess the question we're asking, what makes you think we even think that? Where did this come from?
Sue done it?
Yeah, where did this come
Why
from?
wouldn't you think Sue may have done it? Heaven's sake. That's, huh?
Well, he's missing, right?
He's missing.
So, but,
it's on her property.
Notice Brady's word choice here. He said it was on her property, and yet at this point, he hasn't been informed about the gruesome discovery found on Susan's land.
I've done lots of missing people cases where people call in, they say, hey, so-and-so used to live here, but they left.
Well, you guys have showed up there. You've been there, you know, and she told me that you guys are looking into it.
Okay, there you go. So when did she tell you that?
I don't know, a week ago or.
But why
I
does
know
she?
she's
Yeah, the reason
you
we're
guys
trying to
are
understand
on.
what you're saying.
Well, I can understand that you guys can understand that somebody missing her property, and so she kind of gave me that same impression, you know. But she didn't seem real concerned about it. You know.
What does she think happened to this guy?
She hasn't, you know, she hasn't really. I haven't really asked her a lot about it, but she hasn't offered. She hasn't offered much information on that.
What do you believe our next step in this investigation is going to be?
Well, I would say go look in the pig pen and see if you find any more parts, and especially clothing.
Where else would we look, do you think? Do you think we would look other places too?
My neighbors are Karen and Lorna are over here. So when he went crazy, they heard him and they hear everything, and then complaining to you guys and to the county and everybody else.
Yeah, fuck the county.
And that's why I lost my hair a couple of years ago.
Oh no.
Susan has been deflecting with generic statements prior to this,
Yeah, wait,
but
what?
this comment is way off topic and may be meant to elicit sympathy from the detectives.
Because the county had come out and said I needed to clean up my place or I was going to get fined $600, and I had no idea where I was going to get $600. So for 2 nights I didn't sleep. And then immediately after that I started.
Susan pushes on her forehead with her hand, which is known as facial distortion. This behavior often happens when someone is feeling especially anxious or upset. Susan's land is very important to her, and the thought of losing it was likely very stressful for her.
I'm very self-conscious. I've always been somewhat of a loner.
Oh.
And now, I'm very much more of a loner. I don't go anywhere. Since shortly after this happened, I have not been able to look in a mirror. For the last 2 years, I have not looked in a mirror. I take a cloth and wipe my face. I have not been able to take a bath. 2 years.
We can't say for certain if this is true, but the information Susan is providing here could indicate that she might have begun to mentally and emotionally decompensate 2 years ago when she began losing her hair. Abandoning hygiene is an indication of severe mental and emotional problems.
And then today I go ahead and you people won't let me go down and relieve myself, so I'm walking around for an hour and a half in my pants.
Susan refers to the officers as you people, showing her disdain for them, and it's a sign of disrespect. Notice that both officers are sitting leaning forward towards her with their elbows on their knees. They're trying to get Susan to mirror this position, which is often seen when someone breaks down and confesses. This position is a sign of resignation.
Susan, what do you think the chances are we're going to find the rest of the audience?
When Susan finishes her story about her hair, the officers have no response to her whatsoever and just dive right back into the facts of the case and questioning her.
Yep.
It's a little
Gotta be.
surprising that they offer no empathy towards her after
Nah,
her long-winded
fuck
story
that
about how
sympathy
badly she
or
feels about
empathy.
herself. By not acknowledging her feelings,
I feel
the
her, though.
detective may have damaged the rapport that he had built with Susan so far.
The only place that I would be able to say would be if it were in the gully between where his stuff is and the trailer. He might have fallen down. But you guys have been down there. I was down there. I never saw anything.
Susan, have you ever fed your pigs any other animals before?
No. A couple of weeks ago, I went and made some stew when I had to put the bones in the liquid to add flavor to it before I made the meal.
What do the pigs do when they eat the bones? Do they crunch them all up?
Most of the bones. I know there's a big skull out in the back pen of one of the pigs.
Big skull?
Yes.
So they didn't eat up the skull then?
No.
So if a human ended up in there, then it's not like they'd eat up the human skull then either, would they?
Well, a pig skull is a lot bigger.
Just back at the start here. Susan, our intention is to go find the rest of this person.
Yes.
And we're going to search.
Yes.
Until we do find the rest of this person. And then we're going to compare. We're going to make sure that the parts that we find do belong to the same person, and we're going to get DNA and we're going to compare and make sure it either is Robert or if it's somebody else.
Well, I mean,
Let's go, Betsy.
If you have any knowledge of anything that happened to him, that now would probably be the time to tell us.
When there's a delay in responding, this can sometimes indicate deception. A pause is appropriate when a question requires thought. However, other questions, like whether Susan knows what happened to Robert, should be easy to answer if she didn't have anything to do with it.
Sometimes, Susan, things happen that we have no control over, or
Shut up, Cal.
know is going to happen, or for various reasons, and we hide things out of fear or embarrassment.
The detectives start using the read technique, offering alternate explanations for why she did what she did, and offering a less morally despicable explanation by saying things like, "Things just happen, and people make mistakes." This is to get her to latch onto one of these explanations and confess to some involvement. They're doing this now because they can see Susan is feeling defeated and has lost some resolve in sticking with her lies.
if my pigs did eat Robert, would you kill my pigs?
Well, I don't know. That's something we'd have to look at.
This is an odd question, and possibly Susan's way of deflecting the suspicion away from herself. However, it's possible that this is another example of Susan's black and white thinking. In her mind, killing the pigs would be wrong because it's not their fault that they ate something in their pen. The pigs don't have morals that would keep them from eating a person, so she doesn't think it would be fair for her pigs to die for doing something that they can't control.
You mentioned an incident to us where Susan held you into the pig area. Tell me about that.
I thought she was just joking, but she's a big woman. Don't get me wrong. She's bigger than you are. She just lifted me up and held me over the pig farm.
Jesus.
Because I was looking at her pigs, and she knows I'm scared of them. I'm scared of them.
Right.
I would never get in there. But anyway, I was looking at her and she held me over and laughed. And
That's
she
funny.
told me, I would like to see how fast my pigs could get rid of a human body.
Are those pigs friendly?
Huh?
Are those pigs friendly out there?
No.
No? Aggressive? Aggressive?
So was she mad at you at the time, or does that
No.
just seem like something just kind of out
I
of the
thought it
blue?
was funny.
Okay.
You know, I thought she was kidding.
Okay, so you guys weren't involved in an argument with that?
No.
According to Michael, she laughed as she said these words. If this is true, this could be an indication that Susan may have some sadistic traits.
Hell
as she
yeah.
might derive enjoyment from inflicting harm on others, or
Hell
at the very
yeah.
least, from bullying or threatening others.
Hell
Oftentimes,
yeah.
people with antisocial personality disorder have sadistic tendencies.
For sure.
We can't draw any conclusions about Susan's diagnosis.
Not at all.
But with this information being revealed by Michael, there's a possibility that Susan may have derived pleasure from thinking about and acting on feeding a human being to her pigs.
There sure are.
Large pig there.
Susan, why don't you just tell us what happened?
I don't know what happened.
Note that Susan uses her drink to stall as she speaks and then begins to sigh heavily. She first raises her hand to cover her eyes when she's asked to tell the detectives what happened, and does it again now. When detectives see all of these things together, especially the eye blocking, it can be a sign of deception, as the deceptive person doesn't want to face the reaction from the other person.
Everything that I told you was the truth.
Except...
Up until about a week after Bobby had called me. I don't know when, but sometime about a week after Bobby had called, I went down. He was like half eaten. He was by the pigs.
Okay.
He was like half eaten by the pigs. It was early in the morning. And,
What?
I saw what had happened. His guts were all over the place.
How dare you?
He was still alive.
Oh, no way!
He wasn't gonna be alive for more than a few more minutes.
Half eaten, and he was still alive.
Here she is covering her mouth with her hand as she says this,
Yes.
which could be another clue of deception.
Very
People
clueless.
who are lying sometimes hide their mouth, attempting to cover
I'm
the
very
lie.
smart.
I went back up to my house and I got a gun and shot him in the head.
Jesus.
If it was true that Susan found her pigs eating Robert, most people would have immediately either gone to try to help him and or called 911. When Susan says this, her mouth is covered by her hand, almost blocking the words
Oh my
coming out of her
fucking
mouth.
God, bro.
It's possible that Susan's trying to hide her emotions by covering her mouth, because maybe the sadness she's trying to express is feigned.
I didn't want my pigs to be shot for not doing something that the natural causes. Well, pigs get hungry. If he was out there, I don't know what happened to start with. If he went out and started doing something to them, I can't see that my pigs would go ahead and do something to somebody without cause.
There's a deviation in her behavior here because she's much louder and there's more emotion in her voice compared to just moments ago when she was describing how she supposedly found
I'm
Robert
sorry, what?
half-eaten and shot him. It's possible that this change in tone of voice is an indication of tension, as a change in pitch is often a sign of emotional stress.
Oh yeah, she's
It's also
stressed
safe to say
emotionally
that
for
Susan simply
sure.
feels more strongly about her pig's well-being than she does about Robert's.
They've always been very friendly with me. They still are very friendly with me. I didn't want to say anything, and because I was afraid you were going to go out and shoot my pigs.
Bro, that's your whole reasoning.
That's not going to happen right now, okay? We're going to look tell me back at the beginning, how did you know Robert was there? Did you hear noise? What happened?
I came down in the morning. I can say this was maybe, it was over a month since I had seen him last. Because it was about that time when Bobby had called me to ask me what was going on, and I told him I have no idea. And
so he had been gone.
He had been gone over a month. He had been gone over a month. I came down to feed my animals, and I heard this moaning and stuff.
Did you hear screaming?
Not really a scream.
Just moaning.
Moaning more, yeah. And his guts were out, but he was still alive.
Again, she covers her mouth as she says he was still alive, possibly signifying that she's not telling the truth about
Nah,
this.
she 100% shot him in the head
Face
before
is also a
feeding him
self-soothing technique.
to the things, pigs.
I could see his arm moving.
Was he still moaning?
Yeah, it was moaning a little bit, and I could.
So what did you do then?
I yelled at the pigs, and
She yelled at the pigs.
they were doing
Bad.
They're just, having lunch or breakfast. They were having breakfast on him.
They were having breakfast on him. Yo, why is she so funny unintentionally?
I could see that there was no way he was going to get to the hospital.
That's crazy. That's crazy. There's
I didn't
no
think
way.
he was going to live more than a few more minutes. But
Shit.
no, he didn't say anything. He was just moaning.
So,
but
you went back into your house.
I went up and got my rifle and shot him in the head.
How many times?
I don't know.
More than once?
I don't know.
The not remembering is very unusual. When someone has a selective memory, this can sometimes be a deceptive indicator. However, it's difficult to prove that someone is lying when they say they don't remember. It seems as though Susan doesn't want to admit how many times she shot Robert. If she admits that she shot him multiple times, she may be concerned that will make her look more guilty.
I have no idea.
So you're sure you did it once?
Yes.
But you're not sure if you did it more than
I
once?
don't know if I did it more times. I don't know.
So after you shot him, then what happened?
After I shot him.
Did he die immediately?
Yes.
And then what'd you do?
I went and fed my other animals. Left him there.
And so, as far as you know, he was never moved from that.
No.
What reason do you think that
I
he
have
would
no
be in the pig
idea why he would go in the pig pen. I have none at all.
Susan begins answering the detective's question before he even finishes asking it, which is something to take note of. When suspects take either too long to answer a simple question or interrupt to answer a question, it could be because they're not being honest. Answering too quickly shows an overeagerness to tell their side and defend themselves, while a long pause shows the person is carefully considering the answer they want to give, or concocting a lie on the spot.
Were you angry at
Interesting.
him when he came back?
I didn't see him come back. I was angry at him and angry at him and my pigs for what happened.
The pen area that you're talking about, is that going to be right by the...
South of the barn.
South of the barn.
South of the barn.
Pretty close to the barn? How close do you think it was to the barn?
Oh, get the fuck out of the fire.
It was 40 feet.
And so what happened, after you fed the rest of your animals, then check to see, obviously the pigs are going to do what they're going to do. You can't stop them.
Right.
So if they're going to come back to them, if you originally maybe you were trying to shoo them off, but obviously leaving him there, they're going to eat him, right?
Yes. Yes.
Susan covers her face, displaying that she either is ashamed of what she did or feels overly stressed. Hiding her face psychologically removes her a little from the situation and the direct glare of the interrogator.
Yo,
So,
I need to vanish.
check back to see.
A couple days later. Well, no, I mean every day. And
Did you ever move any part of him out of the pen? I mean, there's got to be some parts that aren't eaten, like you said, they don't eat clothes, right?
A few days later, when most of him was gone, I went in there and I picked up the clothes. I picked up the few parts that were left.
What was left?
There was the skull and an arm. I'm not sure. I know there was the skull. If you go back out to my barn and when you go, let me draw you a little picture. What's left of him is in a couple of plastic bags right there.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Susan appears to be at least somewhat bothered by picking up Robert's remains. The fact that she left his body there for 2 days could suggest that she wanted the pigs to destroy the evidence.
Where did you shoot him at?
I shot him in the head. I did not look to see where I was shooting him. I just took the rifle and shot.
Blah, blah. On his back, his side?
On his back.
So, most likely anything would have been like...
I don't know.
Blickety.
I didn't look. I saw him. I saw his guts laying on his back. I knew there was no way for him to be alive more than a couple more minutes. I went up to the house, I got my rifle, I just went like this, I just turned my head and I shot. And then I didn't see any more I didn't see his
Why
arm
was it
move
in our house?
or any more moaning, and I left.
Nice. We're almost to 1,000 gold already.
Did you ever think it was possible that maybe if you got an ambulance there, they might be able to do something with him?
Nah, not at all, bro. He was done for sure. Dunzo.
I didn't think he was gonna.
Come on, half of him was ours. Guts were out.
Half an hour to get to him. There was no way he was gonna live more than another couple minutes.
Yeah, and I mean,
And
sparing him the pain, I
pretty much
guess.
the way I do everything else. I do not like to see an animal suffer. I did not like to see him suffering.
Comparing Robert to one of her pigs suggests that she has difficulty understanding social norms, as it's not socially appropriate to compare ending a human's life to ending a pig's life.
The bag that has the skull and the other few remaining parts in it, did you ever try to destroy those at all, or did you just put them in the
No,
bag?
I couldn't think about anything. The burn barrel's right there.
Okay. The clothes are still in there.
They're burned up.
Was there anything else that you might have put in there that burned up? Like maybe a wallet might have been in there, you don't know?
I don't know. I didn't go through his stuff.
Are the ashes still in there, or did you?
Yes. No. No. I haven't emptied the burn barrel. It's half full of ashes.
Were you worried using his card, though, after you knew that he was dead, that he would get caught?
No. I didn't really think about it.
Susan, I'm a little concerned on this, and I appreciate you being honest about what you've told us. If there's
Give me his phylactery. What the fuck was that?
that here's a person that never goes into that.
Huh?
person,
I don't know.
Never feeds those pigs.
Brother, what?
I don't know.
And then he ends up in.
How, Sway? How?
I don't know if he ever. Like I say,
Did he come after you and threaten you? And something happened,
no,
Susan?
no.
I don't know, bro. Oh, fuck me. God damn
Did
it.
he do something to you or
No.
a place that caused you to do something to him?
No, he never did anything to me.
He was very kind.
The only thing he ever did to me was make a big mess. And I'm not shooting somebody because I made a mess.
Because you gotta see through my eyes that this story seems convenient.
Fuck your eyes.
I have no
Rather
idea.
than
I have no idea. I have no idea how he got in there or why he would go in there. I don't know.
Did you ever hear her make threats toward Robert, like I'd like to kill that guy, or I'm gonna do this with him or that?
Yeah, I heard her say I will shut him up. And I don't know if that's a threat, but she shut him up, I guess.
So he never threatened you, never came up in a drunken rage, come back to your house mad about somebody stealing his stuff or doing anything of that nature?
No.
The detective is presenting Susan with possible justifications for her
I'll get a
killing him.
fucking
Barry,
post go
you
over
have the
later.
right to defend yourself. You know that. If something happened to you,
No. If he had come up to my house and threatened me and I had shot him, I would have called you immediately. I would have called you immediately.
Are you frightened of the pigs?
No, I'm not frightened at all. I've never been frightened of them. I had a 940-pound pig, and he would kill me in a minute if he wanted to. But he was very gentle. When
A
he
gentle
was about 400
giant.
pounds or something, I walked by him, and I was scratching the back of his neck. And
Cute.
he hit me with his head
Not cute.
and put a cut in my leg right here.
Definitely not cute.
That's the only time any of my animals have ever hurt me at all. And he was not being mean.
He's not being
at
mean.
all to me. He just twitched his head and he went 3 times or twice, but I did it. He just put a little cut in my leg and knocked me down. Our pigs are not mean.
Although covering one's mouth can be an indicator of deception, it's possible that this is not the case for Susan. This may be a typical behavior for her when she's feeling emotional. It's possible that she wants to appear strong, and she may feel that showing emotion is weak. By covering her mouth when she's upset, she may be trying to create a barrier between her and the detectives as a way to hide her feelings from them. The fact that she's covering her mouth while she tells the story about her pig hurting her lends support to the theory that this is her attempt to hide her emotions, rather than to cover a lie, as it wouldn't make sense for her to be dishonest about getting cut by her pig. This is why it's important to not make any judgments about whether someone is being dishonest simply based off of one deceptive indicator. You need to look at the whole picture, not just one small piece of the puzzle.
And I do not know why. I do not know why he was out there. I do not know if he had been out there previous to that time. And I have no idea what happened to make them do that to him.
Susan, would you be willing to take a lie detector test?
Yes.
Susan immediately agrees to take a polygraph exam. She may believe she can pass it, as she clearly believes she's smarter than the officers.
No problems at all?
No problem.
And obviously the issue would be, did you shoot him after the pigs attacked him, or did you shoot him first and then
I shot him after the pigs. He was laying on the ground with his guts out.
Okay, I'm just asking if you'd be willing to take the test.
He was laying, yes.
Interestingly, Brady reports that Susan has a hard time killing the pigs, contrary to her statement earlier when she made jokes about butchering them.
But she loves pigs. She loves them. She has a hard time butchering them, actually.
She what?
She actually has a hard time butchering them.
Butchering them, okay.
She does.
So you mentioned that you heard her say, kidding around and feed people to the pigs and all that stuff. Does she ever talk about doing that?
No.
It's possible that Susan uses humor as a coping mechanism when she's feeling uncomfortable or stressed.
Right.
Making light about something she actually finds emotionally difficult may be her way of proving to other people that she isn't weak.
Like
Totally
Detective
mean.
Fox is talking about, it does really sound like it's more of a story of convenience, of something that, you know, it's explainable, but it doesn't really make that much sense. We understand that you are saying that you shot him, okay?
I still don't know if you actually found a leg or anything, but if you did find
we did.
If you found a leg,
shall I go get a photo of it?
Yeah.
As far as like the skeletal structure of a person,
When that looks like a leg.
That looks like a leg.
If it's in the grass, then it had I don't know. In the
Susan appears distressed about seeing the photo of the leg. Flipping it over was her way of reducing her stress. Out of sight, out of mind.
Sure.
This avoidance behavior is similar to her story about how she didn't go check the pig pen for a couple days after Robert was killed. Instead of coping with something difficult, someone with anxiety may choose to avoid certain things or situations.
I could not look at him.
So
All I heard was a little bit of moaning, and one arm was moving a little bit.
And you also just mentioned that you don't like it when if you had a pig out here in the barn, you wouldn't be able to shoot them humanely.
Yes.
Right. So it was important to have a good shot on a pig so that it doesn't suffer.
Yes, but
So when you-
Robert, I mean, as a human being laying there,
I understand that you didn't look from what you're saying, but did you at least place the end of the muzzle close to somewhere where you thought that would be a humane shot?
I was probably maybe a foot and a half from his head.
The end of the barrel?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a reason for that?
Well, I couldn't look at him and take aim or anything. He was laying there. I was standing here, and I went like that, and I pulled the trigger.
But you made sure that the barrel was pointed at his head.
Yes.
Is it possible that we might find someone else out there or remains from another person on your property somewhere? Is that possible?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible
I
when
don't
you
know how you found that
believe
leg
it,
where
brother.
it was.
Okay.
Hell
What if that
yeah.
leg's not Robert's?
If it's not, I don't know who it would be.
Hey, brother, can you stop?
You're not very, and I don't know if Detective Fox is getting the same thing from you, but you're not when you. It seems like before where you kind of wanted to say something, but you didn't. You held it out, and then and it's like you want to say it.
Cool.
And this is like Detective Fox said. This is your opportunity to do that.
Susan, who else is out there?
Instead of asking
Oh,
again if anyone else
shit.
is out there,
Just
which is a
ask
closing
straight up.
question that could be answered with a simple yes or no, the detective switches tactics and asks directly, who else is out there? This is known as a presumptive question because the asker is assuming that something is true.
Objection,
In this
Your
case,
Honor.
that there is another body. This question may catch Susan off guard. If she was being honest when she initially denied that any other bodies are there, she likely wouldn't have to think about her response. It would be something easy, like no one else is out there. However, if she knows that there is another body, she may pause to think about her response.
To my knowledge, no one. And if that leg is not Robert's, I would very much like to know it myself.
I got an upgrade, but it's
Her
a
reply is especially
fucking green.
suspicious, as most people would be able to definitely answer whether or not a dead body was on their property, even if it is a large area. Using this qualifying statement such as, to my knowledge,
Yeah,
is a
straight
major
up.
red flag.
Major red flag.
You know, I'd very much like to know it myself if it's not his. And how it got from the pig pen to wherever over there in the grass you found it, I have no idea.
Sometimes bad things happen to good people. You know, misfortune. I mean, who would have thought that Robert would have ended up in the pigs, right?
Yes.
So did something else bad happen to you?
The only thing, and I will admit, I have thought about it quite a bit, maybe too much, is that Karen. I mean, I have thought about killing her 100 times.
Ah!
Okay, well, we're not talking
That's
about
the name,
Karen.
right?
Yes.
I understand that. We're not talking about Karen.
Okay, well,
Right.
that's the only.
And you're pretty sensitive about your hair falling out over that
Yes.
incident, aren't you?
Yes, I lost my hair within 2 months.
I mean, that's devastating,
Yes.
especially for you, isn't it?
Yes. It's very
For a
hard
whammon.
to sit here right now.
It's very difficult for a whammon.
Yes, I mean, just wearing this, like I say, I never leave my property, and I would not have today without putting my wig on.
And your story about shooting Robert, I know that's true, that you shot him when he was in the pig pen.
Yes.
And I know that's
Yes. Believe me.
true. But where else did you shoot him?
Yeah, where else?
People don't always die from the first shot on a 22. Where else was he shot at?
I have no idea.
Oh, what do you mean?
Standing
What
up
kind
on the
of?
first shot?
No. No,
Okay.
he was laying down on the ground.
Oh, the image of the
We
guy.
have the skull, right?
Yes.
We're gonna take a look at that skull.
Yes.
And you know how forensics are. I'm
Yes.
sure you watch that kind of stuff and you understand.
One of the things I got on
And we can take a look at
the
that.
what do you call it?
Right. And we can take a
You're
take a
fucking
look
kidding
at
me.
those
Oh my
things,
god,
you
bro.
know,
Oh my
layers,
god. You're
figure
fucking
that all out,
joking.
and we can tell.
I'm not even gonna turn those in. I'm
You
not.
know,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
those
yeah.
shots
I'm gonna
came
turn
from the
those.
same
God
area.
damn it,
Yes.
dude. That
You can
sucks.
also tell if it happened somewhere else.
Yes.
We're shooting at the head.
Yes.
Is there some other way that something we're going to see that doesn't make sense to your story?
Like I said, I might have shot him 6 times. I really don't know.
But are we going to have an angle that doesn't match your story?
I have no idea. I have no idea. He was on the ground.
Right, I know that
like
part's
that,
true.
and
I know that's true. I can sense that. I can tell that. But I can also sense that there's something missing. There's some part that something happened between you two before that happened.
No.
Something
No.
happened.
Liar. Why would you say something like
Ask
that?
him to go out and feed the pigs,
No.
and so now you're feeling guilty
No.
about that?
No. I do not.
Did you request him to clean up something in the
No.
pig stand, and
No.
now you feel guilty?
No, I feel guilty in the fact that he was lying there and I shot him. I feel guilty for, the fact that my pigs ended up eating most of him. I do not feel guilty for
Say it. Say it. Oh man. Oh boy, she's breaking down. She's breaking down.
I do not feel guilty for causing his death.
Oh, whoa, what?
Okay,
Although your gunshots are what ended it completely.
Yes. I mean,
Obviously.
he would. We were.
Oh.
We were not standing here together,
Right.
and I did not shoot him in the head.
What?
Did you ever point your rifle at anybody?
No.
Before? Person?
No.
Huh? Say what?
Um,
You said what
I
now?
was in the Navy.
Oh?
If I saw something suspicious, I would throw a hand grenade at it. Or sense it. Even thought about shooting him.
So you value human life.
Doesn't sound like it.
Right. It sounds like you do. It sounds like you have an
I don't.
understanding.
No, I don't.
Oh,
No.
shit!
I should not be saying it, but I'm trying to tell it.
Ah!
I do not value human life very much.
Hell yeah.
The only thing wrong with this planet is there's people on it.
Oh shit.
If it weren't
She
for us,
said it.
all the other animals, dodo birds and whatever else would still be here.
Well, how did you feel about Robert?
Fuck Robert.
What kind of person was he?
Well, I try to repeat here, I don't know him.
What about what did you see with Robert and his dealing?
They did not like each other.
You saw them having words.
Yes.
And what was that about? What?
She wanted all her work done for free, and he wasn't agreeing to that. I used to go talk to him every day. He was my buddy.
Just like Brady appears to feel loyal towards
Damn.
Susan, Michael appears to feel loyal toward Robert.
That's that
This
boy.
could explain why Brady and Michael give such different accounts, not only about Susan, but about how Susan felt about Robert. This doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying to detectives. However, it may be easier for them to remember things that fit with what they believe is true. This is known in psychology as confirmation bias. When something happens that fits with what we already believe, we're more likely to see it as important and therefore remember it. If something happens that doesn't align with our beliefs, we may discount it.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. You know what I mean? Of why? How? Because if I went into a pen in a pig pigs started attacking, I guarantee you I'd get out.
Like I say, my pigs are not mean. I have no idea why he would be there, and furthermore, I have no idea
Furthermore,
why they would go after him or anybody. You know.
You mind if I just grab you some more water? You want some water?
I'm not
Or a soda?
water.
You want a soda? I'll get you a soda.
Yeah, we need table.
Can you do it in here or somewhere?
Yeah,
Okay.
what do you mean I'm in combat? Get the fuck out of here, brother.
Can all three of you go outside for just 5 seconds?
Nah.
Yes. Let's. There's a plug right
Okay. Just 5 seconds.
Sure.
Can I have this?
Yeah, I'll take the drawer.
I'm gonna kill myself with this.
No.
Just 5 seconds, please. Okay.
Susan is extremely self-conscious about her bald head, which is why she asked for everyone to leave the room while she took off her sweatshirt and adjusted her hat.
I'll talk to you about the polygraph stuff.
Okay. I'm just very subconscious about my hair. So I didn't want
Doesn't
to
sound like it's subconscious when you're literally telling people about it.
The polygraph examiner begins setting up. Though Susan willingly agreed to take the polygraph, as you'll soon see, it did not go as planned.
Yeah, so how you doing?
I've been better.
Right away, the polygraph examiner starts building rapport with Susan. He asks her about her experience with polygraphs.
Have you ever had a polygraph before?
I did one time.
What was that about?
I can't remember, but I think I did have one.
Really? Why wouldn't you remember? I think you'd remember unless it was maybe a long time ago.
It was 30 or 40 years ago. I don't.
Oh, jeez.
It's extremely hard to believe that Susan doesn't recall the circumstances when she had previously been polygraphed. The experience is extremely stressful and would certainly be memorable, even if it was years ago.
I do not remember a lot of stuff. I'm very good at spatial geometry and remembering numbers.
Okay, so what are you, autistic?
I do not remember people at all.
Autistic people are cool, by the way.
I have a bad concept.
All my best friends are autistic.
Susan mentions her memory problems almost immediately. This is rather convenient, as remembering timelines is critical in an investigation. This is likely a tactic so she can claim to not recall incriminating information during the polygraph or
Dude, have I not
interrogation
picked
and
up
blame
this
it on her
fucking...
poor memory.
I really
will
haven't.
likely ask her to recall
Wow.
non-incriminating information from her past to disprove her claim of having a bad memory.
Alright, well, I still have to go over there. Sorry, I missed all that. Can you repeat that?
Almost immediately. Susan mentions her memory problems almost immediately.
Dude.
This is rather...
Hold on. Wait.
Convenient, as remembering timelines is critical in an investigation. This is likely a task.
See, this is why I would fold immediately, because I am god-awful with timelines. Like, genuinely, dates and shit like that, remembering things like that, I'm god-awful at. So, I don't know why. I think I might be fucking stupid, honestly.
Tactics, so she can claim to not recall incriminating information during the polygraph or interrogation and blame it on her poor memory. The investigator will likely ask her to recall.
I hate it when people are just like, oh, they just blame it on their poor memory. Like, bro, I literally just can't remember.
So, when they're asking me questions about what happened 3 weeks ago, I'm trying to, figuring
probably
a month on either direction.
Susan tells him that she has worked on her property for 22 years. Before the polygraph examiner explains the process of the polygraph test and tells her he has to set up his equipment.
I got all this equipment I need to set up.
Pulse, blood pressure, and skin electroconductivity.
Good job. How do you remember all that stuff?
Like I say, I remember all kinds of things. I do not remember a lot of stuff.
You watch it on TV or things like that?
Yeah, I watch crime shows on TV a lot. I like the British things more than anything else.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nobody cares, Shorty.
There's one called
Not at all.
Rosemary in Time. They go out.
No! Hold on.
Crimes where, I mean, it's one of out to
No.
trim a tree
Okay,
and
cool.
find a body.
Am I
You
done?
know, for the most part, it's things that are not plausible. Oh, I can do a little bit.
Yeah, if you move over just a little bit, wherever you're comfortable, I'm almost sure this.
Gang.
Gotcha. Yeah, me too. I'm most comfortable at home.
Susan brushes her hand across her forehead, possibly wiping sweat from her brow. Increased sweating can be indicative of someone being in fight or flight mode due to a perceived threat.
Well, how about me? Are you comfortable with me?
No, I'm not.
You're not comfortable with me?
No, I mean, I am comfortable.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine with one or two people.
Okay.
But when a large group of people, I start to get anxious.
The way she describes her anxiety attacks sounds like Susan suffers from panic disorder, possibly panic disorder with agoraphobia. Agoraphobia is an anxiety disorder associated with the fear of places or situations that could make someone panic, feel trapped, or embarrassed.
Went to Jackson County Mental Health, and psychiatrists and psychologists down there, they were taking all kinds of pills and trying to give them to me.
You had mentioned her temper, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but just tell me about that. What was she talking about her temper?
She got a temper.
How did she? What does that look like?
She screamed. It's just outbursts, but you know, she was screaming real loud and really bipolar.
Is bipolar something that you came up with, or she told you?
No, she has.
She take medication for it, or?
I think so. I haven't even asked her. You forget what, but
so she screams at people.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a mental health diagnosis, Susan?
I have, problems with people.
Okay.
That's basically the whole thing.
They didn't put a name on it. They call it some.
If they did, I can't remember what it was.
Susan states that she has what she calls problems with people.
Problems with people.
This could be a number of personality disorders, and it seems hard to believe she doesn't
What does that say?
recall what she was diagnosed
No one discussed in
with.
these videos.
Most people
what?
know what kind of mental illness they have.
Oh yeah.
Just a little
Has
bit
been
about
formally
me.
diagnosed,
Yeah,
yeah.
I used to be a detective too.
I can't read anything. I
Okay.
don't have glasses.
I'll read it to you. Would you be able to sign it if I read it to you?
The interrogator reads Susan her rights and has her verbally agree to take the polygraph. He cannot force her to take a polygraph, but whether or not someone willingly agrees to take a polygraph is important to an investigation. It's actually surprising Susan is willing.
Having these rights in mind, you wish to take a polygraph exam?
Not real happy about it, but I won't do it.
I only got yes or no. Which one should I
Yes,
check?
yes.
Okay.
Susan also claimed earlier she's into crime shows, and she may think she knows ways to beat the test.
All I need you to do then, since just acknowledge that I read those to you, was sign your name right in there somewhere. Or not. You don't have to. It's just I just want to make sure that.
Shaking a little bit, I guess it's.
Okay.
After Susan states she's shaking, you can hear her verbally sigh a few times to release tension. These behaviors suggest that she's feeling uncomfortable, possibly as a result of her self-reported history of anxiety. Most people are nervous taking a polygraph exam, so this is expected.
Am I making you nervous?
I think of everything very logically. I was telling the one officer just a couple minutes ago that there are diseases like sickle cell anemia that could be dealt with very simply by having people that have that gene to not have kids. And in one generation, we would not have that disease anymore.
Okay.
China allows people to have one child, which is very good. In India, you got 1 billion people in this little spot. It's stupid.
When Susan describes how she thinks of everything very logically, she's very unemotional and comes across as somewhat egocentric. She appears to believe that she's smarter than everyone else, as she has logical answers about how to solve world problems. This also shows that Susan has some very rigid beliefs.
I do not condone the going out and killing of people. This
comments about not being concerned when someone dies reveals that she may have difficulty forming emotional attachments to other people. It also suggests that she may lack empathy, as she's unable to see that although one person's death may not affect her personally, there are likely other people who are impacted and hurt by the loss of that person. It could also be an indication that she's willing to solve an issue by using methods that make sense to her and are convenient to her, regardless of what those methods are.
That's pretty, that's probably pretty normal for someone that works a farm. Animals come and go.
Susan
I don't give a
changes
fuck.
topics abruptly, shifting from her beliefs about people dying to discussing Robert's death.
The reason this happened was I do not feel
I'm gonna grab some water.
that any
Hey, I made it.
more animal should suffer.
Susan is steepling her hands, which is an indication that she feels confident in what she's saying. She's also using her hands as illustrators, bringing her hands down slightly multiple times in order to punctuate her point. When illustrators are out of sync or misplaced, this can signal that someone may be lying. However, Susan's movements appear to match up with her words.
Anywhere.
I didn't think that he was
Oh, man,
going to
let's
live
turn
more
off
than
Find
another
Herbs.
couple of minutes,
Nope.
but he was definitely suffering,
Suffering.
and I ended the suffering.
Susan is using moral justification for killing Robert and is beginning to build a narrative as to why she did what she did. She alleges she was simply ending his suffering and was acting humanely. Her explanation of what she did to Robert also shows her rigidity of thinking. She thought it was okay to end his suffering, and so she went ahead and shot him. A jury might be less likely to convict someone of murder if this were truly a mercy killing, but she could still be charged with murder.
Do you have any concerns about taking any polygraph examination today?
No.
Have you had any injury or major surgery in the last 6 months?
No.
The interrogator goes back to reading the usual preliminary questions to make sure she's coherent and can take the polygraph without being under the influence or have any conditions that would interfere with the accuracy of the test. This is always done as the machine picks up physical and biological responses that can easily be affected by drugs, alcohol, or certain medical conditions. However, it's important to note that polygraph exams are notoriously unreliable.
No alcohol in the past 24 hours or so?
I had a margarita that was very weak the third Thursday of last month.
The third Thursday of last month.
Susan is able to recall certain information in a lot of detail, despite previously stating that her memory isn't good.
Have you ever been diagnosed by a doctor or professional medical person with depression or anxiety?
Yes.
Which one? Both of them, or just anxiety you mentioned?
And anxiety. I don't.
Does that stuff ever, like, reset?
I get depressed occasionally, and most of the time, if I just go out and sit next to a tree and look at my little 20 acres, I'm happy and just short.
19.99.
You don't remember what your mental health diagnosis was, if they had a name for it or anything like that?
At least that's what they said earlier.
But you just do better when you're alone.
I do better when I'm alone.
Sue's bipolar really bad, and she starts stuff and doesn't finish. And it's almost like when she starts something, she
I get these anxiety things like
These anxiety things.
when I go to
God damn, bro.
shop, I mentally
It just sounds loud as fuck
myself.
in my
I
headphones.
try not to look at people. I manage quite well.
Here she is describing the feelings and behaviors of people that struggle with agoraphobia, or a rather serious social anxiety disorder. Sometimes people with social anxiety disorder will describe these sort of feelings or behaviors when in public settings. Given her choice to live in a very isolated, rural environment with animals, this is probably true. She then describes an incident that occurred to her years ago where she was in a grocery store and began to have an anxiety attack. She left her cart in the store and went out to her car to wait until the anxiety went away. But while there, she was approached by 2 paramedics.
And said, "You all right?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Go away." And I tried to explain to him that, I was okay, just having an anxiety attack.
A nice anxiety attack.
A couple of minutes.
I feel that.
I managed to get one of them to go away, and the second one took my blood pressure. I managed to convince them to go away and leave me alone.
Just doing their job.
Yeah, well, like I say, it made it worse. If they had just, if they had left me alone for a few more minutes, I would have been just fine.
Although earlier she reported that she had difficulty remembering things and had a bad concept of time, she recalled in detail an anxiety attack she had 10 years ago. She may have felt like she was being scrutinized or negatively judged by the paramedic, which is common in individuals with social phobia. With social phobias, some people suffering from anxiety have a specific fear of social or performance situations, as they're afraid they may act in a way that causes them to feel embarrassed or humiliated.
Susan, do you know what you're suspected of, or why you're down here, or why they're talking to you? Can you tell me in your own words what that is?
They think that I killed Robert for absolutely no reason or whatever.
Susan repeats the same story and confirms there was never a physical altercation between her and Robert.
At no time in the several months that he had been there that we ever had any kind of a physical or even verbal confrontation, trying to pick words, that would have resulted in my deliberately killing him.
To the best of your knowledge, Susan, has anybody else ever died on your property? Human, I mean?
There are more changes in her manner of speaking here. She not only slowed down and became more deliberate in her words, but she also shifted to more limited answers, where previously she's been quite talkative to the point of adding in unnecessary and unrelated information at times. In fact, she often overshares, such as offering up information about her mental health before the detective even asked her about it.
Would you tell me if there had been?
I guess no.
Susan may have schizotypal personality disorder, which is characterized by consistent, intense discomfort with relationships and social interactions, usually accompanied by unusual thoughts, speech, and behaviors. It typically leads to severe and persistent anxiety and a tendency to avoid social situations. People with schizotypal personality disorder tend to hold peculiar beliefs and don't respond appropriately to social norms and cues. This would also explain Susan's flat emotions or limited or inappropriate emotional responses, incorrect interpretation of events, and her dressing in peculiar ways or being unkempt. However, Susan doesn't appear to have any ideas of reference, which is when someone interprets random events as having a special meaning for them, or magical thinking, like believing she has special powers, which are some common symptoms of schizotypal personality disorder. Although she technically only needs to meet 5 criteria for this diagnosis, the ideas of reference and magical thinking are pretty distinguishing symptoms for this diagnosis. To our knowledge, Susan has never been diagnosed with this disorder.
Appreciate your honesty.
I tried to avoid this whole thing to start with.
Yeah.
And apparently they found a lady somewhere. And I was not really concerned about him. I put him out of his misery. I do that. I do that for my animals, and this was the first time I did it for a human being. Then I went ahead and was thinking about my pigs, worrying that if I told anybody that they were going to come out and shoot all my pigs for doing what pigs do.
Susan's utter lack of concern for Robert and the fact that she only cared about her pigs being taken away
That's
cuts
crazy.
against her story that she didn't kill him by her own desires. An innocent person would have been traumatized shooting someone they've known, even if they didn't have an extremely close relationship.
Yeah.
Susan expresses no signs of remorse or guilt. She appears to have very rigid beliefs about her animals being more important than any human's life.
Crazy.
The biggest thing that makes no sense to me is why he would be in their pig pen. You can ask me 4 times tomorrow and 3 times the day after. It doesn't make any sense why he was out there.
Repeating "it doesn't make any sense" makes her sound honest, but Susan is smart. She may be trying to make herself sound believable.
If he had attacked me for some reason and I had killed him, I would have called you immediately. Say, hey, look, this guy, pulled a knife on me or whatever, and busted in my room, and I shot him. I will repeat this at no time. During the time that I knew him, did we get into any kind of a fight?
Saying they never had any altercations removes any possible self-defense claim she may have wanted to allege.
It sounds like tensions are pretty high just when you leave, right? You've had it whether you leave. So when you leave, it's Susan and Robert are the only ones left on the property?
Yeah, and she killed him.
Okay.
Yeah, what? You said?
The ones left on the property?
Yeah, and she killed him.
Okay.
I'm not a cop, I'm not a detective, but it doesn't take a
Okay, we're just
moron to figure this out.
Okay, we're just trying to put pieces together. And
she killed his ass.
She killed his
Do you
ass.
think, the detectives think that you might have killed him before the pigs ate him? Does that make sense to you that they might think that happened?
Well, it makes sense that they think it might have happened. But to kill somebody for making a mess,
couldn't be me.
Before, I mean, I've known of other cases where things happen, and accidents happen too.
The interrogator is offering an alternative theory, which is a Reed technique where he will present a less morally despicable justification for her actions. He suggests that perhaps she killed him by accident, as she made it clear that she didn't do it in self-defense. He's hoping she'll latch onto the idea of an accident, as it's a less morally objectionable
Oh man, let's see if I can do enough TPS for this. Probably not. Oh my god.
This was not
Oh god. Jesus, I suck.
Before all this had happened.
Oh, this is such a far run. I hate this. I'm never doing that again.
Logical,
Never doing that again.
to my knowledge, not knowledge, to my
Whatever. To my feeling.
would not cause him
That's
to be
hilarious.
suicidal or anything like that.
Why did they just bleep out
I
suicidal?
feel that he was depressed, as other people have said.
Should I not be saying that? Is that like a YouTube thing?
My one
Damn.
neighbor said that she had talked to him and that he was very depressed, and I did not get that feeling from him.
If this was her way of trying to shed doubt on Robert's mental state, it was a very discreet way of doing so. By sharing that other people claimed Robert was depressed, Susan implies the possibility of him taking his own life. However, no one would take their own life in this way.
So, Susan, if someone actually caused his death before he was in distress, for whatever reason, and then call the police about it, what do you think should happen to someone?
This is a common question police ask suspects, as their answer can be very informative to their state of mind and consciousness of guilt. A guilty person will usually give an answer that includes a less harsh punishment, or doesn't give a straightforward answer. An innocent person will generally want the most severe punishment for the killing of someone they cared about or knew, with little hesitation.
Say that again.
Well, I mean, you say that you shot him because you thought he was a goner anyway.
Yes.
If he was even still alive.
Yes.
So let's say that's not the case. Let's say it was something else. Let's say someone killed Robert for any other reason. Threw him in the pen. What do you think should happen to that person?
Go to jail.
Go to jail.
The non-guilty party would suggest a much harsher sentence for such a disturbing and heinous crime. She then displays traits of antisocial
Evade.
personality disorder and callousness toward Robert's death.
I don't like people. I think, you know, if we got rid of a billion or two, the world would be a lot better for a short time. Something repopulated again. And I think that the human race is...
Population is shrinking for the first time. Thank goodness. Just kidding. We just need to educate more people.
If you simply kill people for no reason, you should
I don't know. I
Her
think
statement of killing
it's a
people
good idea.
for no reason shows that she likely believes there are valid reasons to kill people, and perhaps
And
she
not
thinks
go
her
to jail.
reason for killing Robert was valid. She then gave another little hint into her psyche by revealing her rather negative worldview of humanity and her indifference about human life.
I think I need to get better food.
Um,
Life, bitch. 2 weeks! Oh.
Her joke is very telling of her disregard for both human life as well
Yeah.
as the seriousness of this situation.
Yeah,
She
that was
avoids
fucked.
giving an actual answer.
that's not up to me.
Well,
That's
I'm
not
asking
up to
you
me.
because I'm curious as to how you feel about that. Does it matter to you whether it was an accidental killing or an on-purpose killing? Would that make a difference to you?
Oh, yes. But the other officer, I mean, I've been joking about this for a long time. Much longer than before I actually shot somebody. That I was going to feed people to my pigs.
Admitting that she joked about feeding people to her pigs will be key evidence to show both planning, premeditation, and that she was involved in Robert being put in the pig's feeding pen.
Sheesh. Fucked herself.
Just off to the right side of the barn and facing it is a large pig pen.
I have not read any conclusive evidence or anything to back that if you feed meat to a pig, it doesn't do them good. I feed them when I kill another animal. Most of the time I'll give them the cuts.
Susan, have you ever fed your pigs any other animals before?
No.
If it's an accident, which to the best of my knowledge, this was not an accident by me.
It's a bit strange to say, to the best of my knowledge here. It's almost like she's leaving room for the possibility that she may have been in a dissociative state or not recall that she killed Robert.
To the best of your knowledge, you said. Is it possible that something else happened?
No, I guess I phrased that wrong.
Okay, well, I do listen to words.
Yes,
Stephen,
okay. Yeah, well,
and I think you do too.
Yes, I try to. I'm bad with words. And
Well, I don't think so.
I get. It takes me a long time for words to get from the back to the front. Had it been an accident, I'd be home right now.
I want you to play the role of a dishonest.
Okay.
I want you to play the role of a dishonest person for a second. If you had actually
Can't
done
do it, bro.
something different to Robert that caused his death, what would keep you from telling me that right now?
The possibility of going to jail, the fuck?
I have Robert staying in his room and then 10 feet away from him. I've got body parts. Why did I not get rid of it a long time ago?
Yeah, the hell's wrong with you?
Not in a psychological situation where I would become a mass murderer and just go into a school and start killing people, or go into go into a crowd and blow myself up or something like that. My general feelings when I get these anxiety attacks is more homicidal than suicidal.
This will be a useful statement to show that she has the ability to do what she did. It almost appears that the time she spent in this interview is wearing her down to the point that she's becoming a bit sloppy and not watching what she says. It's possible that Susan is referring to having intrusive thoughts about harming others. Intrusive thoughts, which are unwanted thoughts or urges that pop into one's head and often cause great distress, can be common with anxiety disorders. Intrusive thoughts are often about some loss of self-control, such as harm to yourself or others.
I've never acted on anything like that.
Has she ever with you at all?
No.
She screamed at you?
No.
You've known her for a long time, right? I mean, almost 8-9 years.
What does she do when she gets upset, man? I mean, you have to have seen her mad. I mean, you
Yeah,
know her.
she screams.
She just screams.
Screams. Well, I've seen a lot of yelling and no action like that. No, not really. She's not a move up, you know. She's not a fighter. Period. She hasn't never met a fighter. She could. She would. I bet she could.
Come on in.
Come on in, you got my soda? See, they are listening. Thank you.
Someone's listening.
Thank you. If I had been forced to stay in the store and there was a machine gun around, I would say, get away from me before I start shooting. That's the way I feel when I have these anxiety attacks.
Jesus.
You need to be left alone.
I need to be left alone, yes. I need to just be left alone.
Sheesh.
If I'm left alone, I'm perfectly fine.
This suggests that the homicidal thoughts she has during anxiety attacks may not be intrusive thoughts, but something else entirely. People with intrusive thoughts do not want to act on these urges. That is what is so distressing about having unwanted thoughts pop into one's head. Susan, on the other hand, has said several times that when she's having an anxiety attack, she needs to be left alone. This appears to be a strongly held belief, and she was irritated when she mentioned a paramedic trying to help her during an anxiety attack. This is purely speculative, but it's possible that the homicidal thoughts are occurring because Susan cannot accept when someone goes against her very rigid beliefs. If someone stopped her from leaving the store, this would prevent her from being alone, which may cause her to feel very angry. By admitting that she's capable of killing if she isn't left alone when she feels anxiety, Susan may be revealing her motive for killing Robert. It's possible that Robert may not have left her alone during an anxiety attack, which then triggered her to kill him.
Let me shift gears again. Let's talk a little bit about the polygraph stuff, okay?
Damn,
I'm
bro.
going to get together a list of questions for you.
Yes.
We're going to agree on the answers. You're going to answer either yes or no to my questions.
Yes.
Very simple. If there's any ambiguity, you don't understand what I'm asking, and it's not yes or no, but it's maybe, that's not a good question. Okay. Because Susan, you can lie to me or you can lie to the detective, but you can't lie to yourself. And so if you're answering the question and you know it's a lie, you're going to know it, and your physiology or your body is going to react accordingly because we have hardwired into us this fight or flight, this animal instinct to protect ourselves. Okay. So I have a little bit of work to do to get some questions ready, okay? We're almost ready to do the test, actually. As soon as I get my questions ready and we go over them with each other. Do you need a break or anything like this? Do you need to use a restroom or anything? Okay. So if you'll just, I don't mean to be rude, but I need to kind of stay over here and concentrate for a little bit.
Instead of remaining silent as the polygraph examiner requested, Susan once again discusses her disapproving views of the human race, this time saying that the reason there are so few bald eagles is because of pesticides killing them.
So that's another reason why I'm not in favor of the human race, and even though I am among the human race.
Susan again indicates her preference for animals over people, which she seems to happily admit without it even being asked. She fails to realize that these comments are making her look like the kind of person who would kill someone and then allow her pigs to benefit by eating them.
Yeah, she's big dumb, honestly. Can't believe it. Straight big dumb.
Because my spelling is atrocious.
Good.
Everybody says the English language is hard to learn, and I agree with them. City should start with a C, possibly an S, but it should not start. Cat should definitely start with a K. To the best of my knowledge, it was Benjamin Franklin that said we should only have 23 letters instead of 26.
I heard that before, too.
He also wanted the church to be the national bird. It's cold now, but thank you for the sandwich.
Is there anything else you think I should know before we get started that you just haven't told me? Just because we haven't asked the question right or something?
The interrogator is trying to get Susan to confess to possibly more crimes by telling her that her hiding information may cause her to fail the polygraph. He leaves her alone and asks her to think about that while he's gone. Susan wipes feces off the chair with her hand and then uses her hands to wipe her face with the tissue.
Okay, Susan, just stand up for a second and I'll move that chair just a little bit. I want your arm up here like this, okay?
The interrogator discovers Susan had gone to the bathroom in her pants.
Okay. What's that right there? Is that something on the chair? Or?
No, that's something on me, which I hadn't done in 60 plus years.
Okay.
And that was totally, I think the camera's in that thing there, totally your fault.
She blames another officer, claiming she had to use the restroom hours ago. However, she never is heard asking to use the bathroom and wouldn't have been denied permission. This is extremely odd behavior.
Jeez. Wait, hold on. She dead ass just shat. Oh my god, brother. Holy moly. That's fucking ridiculous, brother.
Have to do with, you're going to answer truthfully and I'm going to know it. Right. Is your first name Susan?
No.
Answer truthfully. Are you currently sitting down?
No. Yes.
Say, if you're going to mess with my test, we wasted a couple hours.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Susan is intentionally answering the baseline questions incorrectly. She seems to have no real desire to take this test seriously.
And I don't know how long it would take me to find out, but Susan Monica is not my name of birth.
Oh.
I will say that, but I
Oh, okay. Well, that's no problem.
I will say that it has been that for the last 40 years.
Oh, that's easy. Let me. That's important. Let me change that. Well, what is your real name?
I'm not saying.
Oh, okay.
The interrogator sets up the polygraph examination and has to reset the machine multiple times because Susan complains that it isn't comfortable. Finally, he begins to conduct the test.
Okay, Susan, this test is about to begin. Please sit still. Try not to talk. Just answer my questions, yes or no.
Yes.
Do you intend to answer all questions about Robert's death?
Yes.
Not including this investigation? Have you ever lied to police or any other authority?
This is all.
You don't talk. Did you injure Robert before the pigs began to eat him?
No.
Do you know of any place on your property where there are body parts from any other person?
During the test, Susan is fidgeting and moving her body frequently. She didn't seem to have as much of a problem with sitting still during the interrogation, and may be trying to move around to make the test results useless or inaccurate, as he specifically asked her to sit still.
What'd I do?
during the exam.
Damn, I wasn't paying
However,
attention.
Extra
I fucked
intakes
up.
of breath can often be an involuntary response to the fight or flight response occurring, as the body needs additional oxygen.
Do you ever get violent towards other people without justification?
No.
Not including Robert? Have your pigs eaten on any other person that you know of?
No.
Are you withholding any information concerning how Robert was actually first injured?
No.
This portion of the test is complete. Please sit still until I tell you to stop. Okay, go ahead and relax, Susan.
I didn't think I'd be this nervous one.
Well, there's 3 separate times there where you've taken huge breaths, moved, and just.
Yes, I know.
Are you going to be able to cooperate? Or?
I thought I was. At this point, I'm not sure.
Is there something going through your mind during the test that's causing you to not be able to be calm?
Just the situation itself.
All these questions we've gone over before. They shouldn't be.
I realize that, but trying to sit here and be still and just saying yes and no is more trouble than I thought it would be.
The polygraph has to be redone because Susan was unable to sit still and was breathing heavily during it.
Do you intend to answer all questions about Robert's death?
Yes.
During the second round of the test, Susan begins heavily coughing at the end. This is a way to sabotage the polygraph test. During the second attempt, it seems even more obvious she's trying to sabotage the test and is more uncooperative than the first time. However, it's important to note that though the coughing and heavy breathing may be an attempt to mess up the test, it could also be because Susan is experiencing anxiety and may not be a deliberate attempt to skew the results. We know that when people are trying to be deceptive or are under stress, they do odd extra breathing and sniffing behaviors to bring in more oxygen, and this may be what is happening with Susan. Ultimately, it's unclear if Susan's behavior during the polygraph was intentional or not. She's informed that the test is not usable for the most part, but the interrogator has been able to obtain some data. He's understandably unwilling to retest her.
So what happened? You weren't coughing the whole time we were talking.
Oh well, I was trying to relax, and it wasn't working.
Okay. So you weren't having these troubles because you didn't want to take the test, right?
No. No, I was trying to cooperate.
Here's what I do have, okay? There's a little bit of data that I was looking at on there. Not a lot, not enough for me to make an opinion, but enough to make me concerned about a couple of things, okay? Most of the time people have those kinds of reactions during the test, almost exactly like you, is because they're withholding information at some point. Okay. For whatever reason, they're scared of the consequences. They don't know where to begin. They feel like they've done something wrong, or they've been lying to the police all along, and they don't know how to get past that. Well, I just want to tell you that I feel for your situation, but I also don't believe you've told everything to the detectives today. I think you know some more. That's my opinion.
Here, the detective is using the positive confrontation step of the Reed technique. This involves directly confronting the suspect with a statement that it is known they are involved in the crime.
I think you even said at times that your anxiety, when it comes apart, which is something that people can't control, and you're not on medication for it.
Right. That is part of the reason I can't sit still, I guess, too.
But you said you were homicidal and not suicidal.
Yes.
The interrogator uses Susan's own words to confront her about his doubts and suspicions about her character and involvement.
Susan, was your thinking that if you left his body out in that pen long enough that almost everything would be destroyed and then you would have less to take care of?
Ooh, it actually makes a noise that it's shutting
do
down.
what they do, like you said.
I could have left them. I could have left him there for longer, and that would be true. But I couldn't do it.
Susan may have slipped up here big time. She says, I could have left them. Though she's talking about Robert, she uses a plural descriptor, possibly indicating that there's more than one victim who's been fed to her pigs. She fixes the mistake by switching back to him, because it's only supposed to be Robert she's talking about.
2 days, you said, though. 2 days later, you went out there.
Yes. Well, I mean, I saw him out there, and it made me sick. I didn't actually throw up, but it made me feel sick even though he was no longer a person, he was just some body parts, even though there were some body parts out there, I could no longer have my animals eating him.
But for 2 days you left him out there so they could do that.
Yes, I did, and it was somewhat difficult.
Susan, I can appreciate the situation you're in. It's not good. I mean, even after.
I realize my situation is not good.
Even after the death.
Yes.
To allow animals to feed on a corpse is a crime.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, they're probably going to deal with that.
Yes.
But right now, you and me are in here, and I'm trying to find the truth of what really happened.
Yes.
He presents her with a last opportunity to confess. This is said to apply a feeling of pressure and urgency to her confessing, and to make it seem like it's in the best interest to do so.
I'm telling you what I think is that you're not being truthful, and you're withholding information from this investigation. I truly believe that. Whether it's about, I don't know. If they find other body parts from other people, then you know the situation you'd be in because of your actions afterwards. And because
Wait, what?
of what you said before, joking about feeding people to your pigs and whatever.
Well, like I said, that's always been my weird sense of humor.
I can get a weird sense of humor. Yeah. But when then it turns around and it actually happens, that's not too good for you.
No, I definitely know that. I do not know.
You probably shot him while he's in the pit. More than just the time you're talking about. Whatever reason.
I do not know. Well.
The more you talk, the less I believe that you're ever going to be truthful with me about it. So I think you should talk to somebody else. Okay?
He's trying to keep her confidence level low and make her understand that her story isn't believable before going into an interrogation with another detective. This will put her in a better position mentally for them to try to get a confession.
I think you know more than you're telling them about Robert's death, and that's all I'm asking you about. And you're missing your best chance to tell them now before they either prove it otherwise, or later on you figure out, now I better tell them the truth because I'm facing something serious, and I think you missed your chance. But I gotta go take a break.
He's like, I gotta go take a break, man. I like this guy.
You can't convict somebody over a feeling.
Right. I'll send someone else in here to talk.
Okay. Yeah,
But you need to tell them the truth. You're leaving stuff out, and you and I know it. You and I know it. It's not subconscious, Susan. You're leaving it out.
I might be, but I really can't.
No!
Tell them the whole story.
No, I don't know what else it would be. I just,
Yes, you do.
I found him out in the pen, dying.
Well, what happened before? That's what you're leaving out.
I didn't even see him the day until that day.
Susan sighs heavily multiple times while alone in the interrogation room, indicating that she's feeling very stressed.
Yeah.
Her arms are wrapped around her torso in a protective position, which may be comforting for her. It appears that Susan is berating herself, possibly for not being able to complete the polygraph test. It's possible that she thought if she completed the polygraph, the detective would have believed her story. Of course, it's also possible that she's just putting on an act for the camera as a ploy for sympathy. It seems that she's still sitting in her soiled pants, as she was not offered any opportunity to change clothes after the last detective discovered she had an accident. She should have been given a chance to clean up. One of the original interrogators returns to continue questioning Susan in the hopes that she will finally tell them something they can use. He immediately jumps back into asking her about the pigs.
But you know that pigs will eat anything if you give them the opportunity.
Opportunity, yes.
Right.
And
so how did Robert give them an opportunity for him to be in there?
I do not know. I do not know.
In all the time that Robert had been there, did he ever feed the pigs?
To my knowledge, no.
Did he ever go out and in the pen that you
To my knowledge, no.
So you can see how when we listen to what you're saying,
I know that it
doesn't
make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
And so when you come out and you see your pigs eating Robert, and he's still alive. For us to hear that, it's not even possible. And no one here is outside this office, people out there, no one would believe that. If you take anybody and you put them in a pig pen, even if they've been around pigs, they're gonna know that if I start getting attacked by a pig or something, I'm gonna try to get out of here.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lay down on the ground and let pigs just eat my stomach.
Right.
Until I can't move and then have someone come shoot me in the head.
All this time, Brady was trying to be vague, relaying Susan's jokes to investigators, while at the same time defending her and contradicting his statements. The discovery is finally revealed to him for the first time.
So it's been brought to my attention, okay, that there's quite a few of us out there, okay. There's some people already out there kind of doing their thing, okay. And what I've been told is there's no doubt about it. They found a human body part out on the property. Okay.
Are you kidding me?
No, dead straight. Dead straight. Not gonna kid around. That's a pretty serious thing.
You're serious? Oh my God.
What's up with that?
I don't know what to say. I don't even believe it.
It's true.
Oh yeah, well, it's, yeah, we don't.
How do you die? How do you die? Do you die? No.
We don't. We just starting, okay? And that's why I'm like, you're a straight up guy. I'm gonna come in here and figure out what's going on because you've been out on the property.
How could the body not get? Wow. Are you serious, you guys?
No, one thing you find out about us, we don't both people, so we're not gonna come in and make something up.
Wow.
What do you think we might have found this at?
I don't know. Why?
I just don't know if you
asked me. I don't have no idea.
I haven't been
I'm
on-
shocked that they found his body.
They found body parts. That's what I've been told. Body parts. And you've been on the property for a while now. So that's why I'm asking
That's
you.
horrendous, guy. That is horrendous.
You ever hear Susan talk about it?
No.
He seems genuine. Finally.
Just like Susan's own
Except
use of
there.
repeating words, Brady saying no over and over might be evidence that he's trying to convince the investigators that he's speaking the truth.
Oh my God.
And I'm gonna be honest with you.
That is shocking.
Do you know something? I'm not saying that you did anything. I'm wondering if you might know more than what you're letting on.
No.
Back in Susan's interrogation, the case is about to take an unexpected turn.
I don't know how to do this without.
You do it the way that you need to. I'm here to listen. And I'm just gonna listen to what you have to say right now, okay?
The detective is trying to act supportive by telling Susan that he's there to listen to her. He reaches out his hand across the table towards Susan, a gesture of support and understanding, almost as if he's holding her hand through this. The detective is doing a good job keeping his voice calm and his cadence slow. His tone is very non-judgmental. All of this will make it easier for Susan to open up.
It doesn't make sense. Just like Robert, it doesn't make sense. I have told you everything truthfully about Robert. I don't know how his body got out there to start with. I don't.
Finally, after hours of interrogation wearing her down, Susan is about to reveal another disturbing secret she has kept hidden all this time.
Let's go.
Oh, God, give me another piece of paper. There's part of another body.
Okay.
His name is Steve.
But who was Steve? The year before Robert went missing in 2012, 59-year-old Stephen Delacino, also a handyman, had worked on Susan's property. It's unclear exactly when he vanished. If you found Susan's explanation of Robert's death bizarre, get ready, because her story about Stephen is somehow even stranger.
Wait, she's...
Did they come around asking about him?
No.
How did you meet him?
He was one of those people that just showed up, went to work, and
Well, now you say showed up. Was it like from a,
Yeah.
help wanted?
Yes.
the structure you're talking about?
Oh, this is the barn, and then this is the area. That's the fence. He's on the other side of the fence.
Right on the other side of the fence.
Right on the other side of the fence, about there.
She likely isn't drawing out where the body is to be helpful so they can locate it easier, but by drawing a map she can have a distraction and something to look at besides the detective while discussing this. It's easier for someone to confess while looking away or while busy with something else than it is to confess eye to eye with nothing to distract them from what is being revealed. Additionally, her map makes the focus more on where it happened rather than what happened.
What's the part of the body?
There was the skull and a couple other things. I don't know.
Okay.
Pieces of other bone.
Steve was a thief. He stole a lot of things from people.
Susan alleges that Steve stole guns from her and that she confronted him about the theft because she wanted to know where they were so she could get them back.
He apparently knew where my little pistol still was because he reached over and grabbed it. We started to have a little tussle, nothing big to start with.
The following explanation is one of the most bizarre and shocking stories we've ever seen in an interrogation.
So you guys are wrestling?
So he grabbed the little pistol, and he said that, he doesn't want to go back to jail, and he decided he was going to kill himself. So he shot himself in the head.
Right there in your home?
Right there.
Where did he shoot himself in the head at?
Well, that was the whole stupid thing. He shot himself, and then he ran out. I always thought it was a little bitty gun. It wouldn't kill you, but it would certainly hurt. Yeah. And it's 5 shots for crying out loud. He went out of the room. That was when it got even worse. Okay? And he emptied the gun in his own head. I could not believe it. But it's just a 22 with a little 1-inch barrel. And it was just going boom, boom, and now.
Where did he shoot himself at?
I mean, in the head. He was bleeding.
Susan verifies certain details about her story, saying that Stephen shot himself in the top of the head multiple times. During this altercation, she claims she was wrestling with him for the gun and holding onto his arm.
After a fashion.
Oh, no way.
To do it. And basically, I did the same thing.
Oh, God, no.
Like I say, it doesn't make
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Why would you say that? Oh, my God. Yo, I need to get some more water. This shit's wild, bro. She's wildin'. Oh my fucking god, I have to go down there. Here we go. God damn it. Keep missing quests down there. Oof, wait, I need to go sell though. Let's go sell. Probably gonna head back to Shad actually. Okay, whatever. I'm like trying to look at the YouTube Studio app, and it just doesn't do any of the things that I would have hoped it did. Like, let me look at my own live and like actual live statistics. Nah, son. All right, forgot about this.
I did
Sell, I
leave
forgot to
him
sell
out
too.
there for quite a while, until there was practically nothing left.
Like, how long's it left?
I left him there for a couple of weeks.
Susan tells the investigator that she gathered up all the animal bones on her property and dug a hole to bury them, along with some of Stephen's bones.
My good old neighbors, they saw me throwing bones in a hole, so they called you.
No.
When her neighbors called the police, they arrived to investigate the hole she had dug.
I said they were buried about 2 feet down. I asked him if he wanted a shovel, and he didn't want a shovel, and he left.
Notice that Susan is now mirroring how the detective is sitting. This is what he wanted her to do, and it's why he's been sitting like that for the majority of the interrogation.
I probably knew him more than anyone else.
Really? How long?
5 years.
Steve?
Yeah. He wanted to go ahead and leave, go to California for a while, and then possibly to this house that he had in Florida, which I did not believe in the slightest. Because why would you be
Why would you be living here?
Why would you be living in a rundown trailer here?
Sure.
He gave me his food stamp card. Okay? He gave me
food stamp cards and beer.
He said he was leaving. Just give me a ride. That was when I confronted him.
You may have noticed a pattern here, that in Susan's version of events, these accidents seem to occur around the time when both of these men tried to leave her property. The detectives verify Susan's story and point out the inconsistencies. Then they focus on one of the glaring issues.
So he was holding it away from his head? Because a contact wound makes a much different wound than holding it out here.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a contact wound.
No.
Susan's claim that the shot was not a contact wound makes her story that Steve took his own life highly unlikely, especially combined with the claim that he shot himself 5 times in the head. Susan realizes she needs to claim the shot wasn't close range, as the detective informed her earlier that the wound would look different on the skull, depending on how far away the gun was when Steve was shot.
So
it appears
crazy.
that Susan has tailored her story to fit the evidence the police will find when they examine the skull.
So are you holding him and he's facing you and you're trying to get the gun?
I was holding his arm.
Susan claims that the scuffle over the gun occurred in her bedroom and that Steve shot himself in the head once before running to the barn. She then clarifies that he didn't shoot himself the first time until he was outside of her room, likely because she knows that the forensics will not match her story.
Was Steve dead when the pigs started eating him?
Oh yeah, definitely.
How can you be sure?
No, he was dead.
He just shot himself in the head.
Well, he shot himself the 5 times, but
Yeah.
what happened after he's shooting himself? What's happening?
Well, it finally went through his head.
And he just died there in the barn.
He died right there in the barn.
And
I just left him there, and I didn't know what the hell to do.
She claims that by the time she returned to the barn, the pigs had come through the open gate and dragged Steve's body towards the pen, and that the animals had started licking the blood off of him. Instead of getting the pigs away from him, she says that she just let the pigs drag him all the way into the pen and begin eating him. It wasn't until later that she built a wall to separate the barn from the pen.
Hey, remember me? Just in here earlier. How you doing? Alright?
Too many bubbles.
Oh, a little gas coming
Yeah.
out?
This is gonna sound even more stupid than anything else, but one of my problems, that stupid silver thing over there is crooked, and I can't stand looking at it.
It's possible that when things are not the way Susan wants them to be, it triggers her anxiety. It's also possible that this was her way of gaining some control in a very out-of-control situation.
Is that better?
A little.
Better?
More better.
Okay. That's about all I can do. Yeah.
The detective scoots closer to Susan. By increasing his proximity, he's putting the pressure on her. This may be especially stressful for Susan because of her reported anxiety and dislike of people in general.
I pick up stuff like that, and
Right, just sometimes little things bother you like that.
I go into a store and I see papers ajar, and I take all the papers and straighten them up and make it all nice and. It's stupid, but things like that bug the hell out of me.
It's the bed. Food, trash, papers, baseball cards.
I don't know how much that affected my
working on the polygraph
test either.
They spend a few minutes recounting everything Susan has stated about Robert and Steve before the investigator confronts her about the possibility of more horrifying finds being discovered on her farm.
And what happens when we find a third person?
You will not find a third person.
We won't find one, or is there one that we can't find?
You will not find. I do not know if he went into the pen voluntarily or somebody possibly put him into the pen because they heard me talking all of my stupid jokes, which I realize are more stupid every time I tell them.
Right, especially after it actually happened, right?
Yes.
Do you think I believe your story?
No.
Do you think Detective Henderson believes your story?
No.
Do you think...
I don't believe my story.
You don't believe it either?
No. It's too stupid.
Okay. I'm gonna leave. Okay. I'm gonna leave right now, and I'm gonna come back in, or have Detective Henderson come back in. But I want you to think about everything that's gone on right now. Okay.
Can you stand up for me?
No, nobody did that. So I can't see how that
Can you
would.
stand up for me?
I can't see how that.
I'm gonna handcuff you.
Oh.
Your hand's gonna go back far enough.
After being arrested and spending the night in jail, Susan is brought back to the interrogation room the next day to continue talking with investigators. As you'll soon see, they want more than just clarity about the deaths of Steve and Robert, because they suspect something even more sinister may have occurred.
Can I say something really quick before you start?
Yes.
Because we went through a lot yesterday.
Yes.
And so I just want you to know that, if you don't want to talk to us, you don't have to. I kind of don't care. If you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We can just take you back to the jail. That's up to you.
No,
You're here because you want to be.
Yes.
So, that being said, we can't do what we did yesterday. We spent way too much time beating around the bush and all that. We were spending all day today going through your property. A lot of things have changed since last night. So, going through your property, beating around the bush and all that. We were spending all day today going through your property. A lot of things have changed since last night. So I don't want you to waste my time today, okay?
Okay.
And we don't want to waste yours either.
No.
All right?
No.
So I'll let you know that.
What I had been trying to forget, I remembered laying there.
Mm-hmm.
When I came into the pen, his head was towards the west.
Mm-hmm.
He was belly up, and the pigs were on him. I tried to shoot them off, and I went up to get my gun. And in those 2 minutes, when I got back, I think he did die. I'm pretty sure he did die.
So now you're saying that you know that he was dead when you got back?
Well, that was the thing. I'm pretty sure he was then.
Did you check?
No.
This is a pretty big deviation from her previous story about how she put Robert out of his misery. While it is possible,
Was then.
Did you check?
No.
this is a pretty big deviation from her previous story about how she put Robert out of his misery. While it is possible she's telling the truth, an alternative is that she's trying to escape more severe punishment by claiming that he was already dead when she shot him.
Okay, let's talk about Steve. What are the forensics going to show on that? Because they're most certainly not going to show what you told us. You remember what happened? You talked to us about the struggling with the gun, which, by the way, is about this big.
Yeah,
I don't know how that struggle went down, fighting over a little teeny tiny gun.
I was holding on to his arm.
I'm saying that this is why I'm saying, this stuff, it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just flat out impossible, the way that you describe things.
Susan shifts her foot, which is likely an anchor point movement because she realizes that the detective isn't believing her story.
Impossible.
You've dug him up?
They're up there working on stuff right now. I haven't seen him yet.
Okay, when you dig him up, you will find a bunch of holes in his head.
Where? On the top?
I was like,
You're holding his hand up, he's holding the gun up.
Yes.
So he's somehow going to reach back around and point the gun back at the top of his head when you're holding his arm up. He's going to reach down or angle his hand down enough and overpower you, who are significantly bigger than him. You are. And you have great upper body strength, like you said. And he's going to reach down, he's going to shoot himself in the top of the head.
Yes.
And that's where we're at. How did he manage to shoot 5 out of 5 shots into his head?
You were saying that you thought that when a person is shot that it causes a lot of damage and that it would kill them. So maybe that first shot just wasn't enough and that's why you had to shoot him more than once.
That's the whole thing, yes. That's it, yes.
And that makes a lot more sense than a struggle over someone's head that...
Oh, no, I didn't shoot him. I didn't shoot him 5 times. I'm saying we struggled and It went off. He emptied the gun.
Susan, that's just not possible.
When you get the skull.
And I'm not concerned about the number of holes that are actually there. I'm concerned about how they got there, because it doesn't make sense that a person would be shot that many times in the head during a struggle or a suicide attempt or anything other than somebody else intentionally putting them there. It just does not make sense. And maybe there's a reason for it.
Would you sit still while I fired 5 shots at your head?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. That's
what I'm saying.
That's the point we're making.
That's what I'm trying to say to you is, if someone's shot one time, that alone would probably incapacitate them. They wouldn't fire off another round to their head and keep shooting at their own head or not move enough to get away from the it just doesn't make sense.
Take me back.
It's really important for us to understand the truth and what happened, and we want to believe what you're telling us.
Right now, I do not believe I did anything else to Steve.
Oddly, Susan prefaces her statement with the words "right now." This type of language is a huge red flag, as an innocent person would be adamant and certain in their language. Alternatively, she may be hinting that she has forgotten what happened because it was traumatic, or even implying that she dissociated during the event, maybe due to a panic attack. However, it's just as likely that she may want more time to think, so she's letting the detectives know that her story could change in the future.
Are you saying also that maybe with more time you'd recollect other things that happened on your property?
Everything's possible. I don't know.
We don't have a lot of time. It's not because we're not trying to give you time.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been trying to give you time, and it's not, we can't take years to give you time to remember things that happened.
I did not feel guilty about committing murder in either case.
At this point.
The joke became reality.
Mm-hmm. But you continued to make that joke even after it became reality.
You even said that to me. You said you were going to kill me and feed me your pigs. That actually, I didn't even know what to say. I'm a police officer. I didn't even know what to say. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, did she really just say that?
Susan's voice becomes more stressed, and she breathes heavily again, which is shown to be her sign of serious distress. She struggles to get the words out, which is very unusual for her because she typically has a response or explanation for everything. Her struggle could also be due to her growing frustration. Susan's relatively flat demeanor is about to crack, and you'll soon see her freak out.
Over there at the jail,
Mm-hmm.
One of the girls has got hair all the way down to her.
Mm-hmm. Someone who works there? Or
Yes.
Okay.
One of the guards. She's got hair all the way down to her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And my stupid brain went into gear, and I told her, hey, I could grab your hair and strangle you with it.
Oh my gosh, why would you say that?
I don't know. It's this thing in here.
Sometimes it just comes out.
It just comes out.
Susan seems to be highly impulsive and has little to no filter, so if she thinks something, she just says it, even if her comments are offensive or threatening. What Susan is describing is possibly what is known as an intrusive thought. It's important to note that the individual with the intrusive thought does not want to act on the thought, which is why they find the idea so distressing. The fact that Susan verbalized this thought in the moment to the guard with the long hair is somewhat unusual, though. Intrusive thoughts usually remain internal, as they may cause the person to feel shame or embarrassment. This may go back to Susan's difficulty with understanding and navigating social interactions. Alternatively, Susan could be putting on an act to make it look like she's upset by these thoughts, when in actuality, she's unbothered and even enjoys the reaction she gets from other people when she says the thoughts out loud. This brief emotional meltdown provides a window into how Susan likely responds when she's under stress, and may show us how she quickly becomes angry and snaps if she feels cornered and is unable to cope with a situation. This is an indication of Susan's overall low frustration tolerance and inability to handle stress.
It just comes out.
When that happens, do you feel like you don't have control?
The female detective again tries to float the accident or mercy killing theory, and Susan finally latches onto it.
Yes. It just comes
It just
out.
happens and you can't
Yes.
stop
I mean, it's stupid, but it just comes out. Same thing with him. I have no intention of killing him. I have no intentions of killing Steve. I did have the intention of finishing off Robert. I did not know how he got in there, why he got in there, or anything.
I guarantee there's more people on your property. I guarantee it. With what I know right now. What are we supposed to do? Just ignore that?
What do I get for the guarantee?
Susan seems to be now proposing a quid pro quo for her confessing to more murders. A Latin phrase that literally translates to this for that, or something for something, to get information from a suspect. A quid pro quo in this context is when the interrogator gives the suspect something that either seems to be a secret or is a favor, like a cigarette in exchange for something the interrogators want from the suspect, which is usually information. The quid pro quo may be very blatant, like, you tell me this and we will tell you or give you that. Or it may be more subtle, such as telling the suspect they can have a cigarette, but first let's talk about this or clear this up.
What do you want for the guarantee? What are you talking about?
I mean, you're making a mess out of my place.
But there's more people out there.
Well,
are we supposed to leave them?
You're saying you are saying you're guaranteeing there's more people out on my property.
Yes, that's.
Am I going to get $150,000 to fix up my place after you've messed it up?
If we find one person, it's worth messing up the property.
It's a human being. I am saying if you do not find anybody out there.
I'm almost positive we're going to.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there.
We already know there's two.
I'm saying if you do not find anybody out there, are you going to pay me $150,000 to put it back the way it was?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. There's no guarantee of nothing here.
Well, what do you want?
I don't want you messing up my place after me and Steve have put so much into it.
There's 2 dead people on your property. Are we not supposed to look for more? Obviously, there's probably more. And what are we supposed to do? Just ignore that?
You're saying everything is obvious. I don't know how it's obvious.
It's obvious to me. You have 100 people come and go on your property in 20 years, and you expect me to believe there's no one else there? Not possible. If people come and go and they're kind of transient types, and they may not be close ties with their family, so people aren't going to report them missing sometimes. We've got to look at that group of people. We would not be doing our jobs if we didn't unearth every square inch of your property to look for people. If we don't do that, we're not doing our jobs, because what if we miss someone?
A key point here is that Susan doesn't consider human life to be as valuable as the detective is expressing. Susan has made her beliefs very clear when it comes to human life, such as her comments on overpopulation. What is meaningful to the detective probably makes no sense to Susan, and she's likely wondering why they're making such a fuss just to find a body or two.
Now, if I knew exactly where those people were at, we wouldn't go make a mess, would we? We know exactly where to look.
Just like when you were to look for Robert.
Then we dig up a little hole and we get the person out, and that's the end of it. But you don't want that. You want to say, well, I don't know if there could be 12 bodies out there. I don't know.
I want you to go out and find the best GPR there is in this planet.
We don't need to.
And use it not to dig up my property.
It's getting dug up. We have to.
The detectives know how important Susan's land is to her, and this may be a manipulation tactic to get her to admit if and where any other bodies are buried. Having her property messed up is a huge trigger for Susan, so if anything will get her to admit to another body being there, it will likely be this.
If you know that there's somebody out there, you're just not telling me because you don't want to get in trouble or whatever, that's fine. We're going to find the people because we're going to dig it up.
But you're saying for a fact that you're going to find people out there. I am saying.
I can almost 100% guarantee you that, Susan.
And I am saying for the other 0.5% that you're not finding anybody out there.
Okay.
And you're making a big mess out of my place.
We're going to look.
So we have.
I sure don't want you digging up my damn dog.
I understand
We know that.
I understand that.
What if there's somebody underneath your dog? What are we supposed to do? I don't want to desecrate your dog's grave. That's special to you. But you have...
That was 15 years ago.
I understand that.
You're saying that for the last 15 years I've been killing people?
No, not at all. I'm saying there could be other dead people on your property. And if you know about it, you better just tell me now.
I don't.
And save us all this, of things that we have to do. We know that there's 2 dead people there. We also know that we don't know how many more there are. So we are going to dig and look until we make sure that we have checked every square inch of that 20 acres, and we know for sure there's no one there. The only way to do that is to go hands-on and to check the whole
Gangster.
damn
Yo, this
thing.
lady's getting crazy. I was eating, by the way.
What else are we supposed to do? You
Taking
tell us.
these things off.
Unless we had
Oh,
someone
they
to say,
fucking hurt.
here's a map. There's somebody there. Or I think there might be somebody over here. I don't know how they got there, but they're there.
That's what I just said. And now you're saying you're not going to do it.
Because it's just a general area. Sure, you showed us where Robert was, and you showed us where Steve was. Yeah, we went and looked at Robert today. Sure enough, there he was, right where you said it.
Steve was in a hole. Robert was in a bag.
Yeah.
Okay. I told you where both were.
Okay.
Okay. I told you where the dog is. I told you where the llamas are. You can run the little thing over the top of it. Oh, that's not a person.
That's one little area. 20 acres. You can see the task at hand for us. That's why we have 1 billion people out there, and we're going to bring in whatever we have to.
And you're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this stupid thing?
To find a person, sure.
Susan sounds shocked that so many resources would go into finding these bodies. Again, this shows the little value she places on human life, and likely explains how she was able to take the lives of these men.
Well, the worst is done. If you killed somebody and they're out there, or there's somebody dead out there, they're dead. We can't bring them back.
But see, that you're saying something and you're not backing it up with a damn thing. Are you going to sign a piece of paper saying,
what am I supposed to
if you sign
with? That I'm going to quit my job?
Yes. Yes.
I don't have to.
You just said you would if you didn't find anybody.
I'm just telling you, I don't have to. I'm that confident that there's people out there.
Okay, if you're that confident, sign a piece of paper saying, if I don't find somebody out there, at least one person out there, I'm a quit.
And this is why I don't get you, is when you continue to be
hostile.
Hostile.
Okay.
You continue to put up a fight.
Yes.
Because
I don't want my place looking a mess.
Because you care more about animals than you do people.
To some extent, yes.
Okay.
I also
the people that came to your place were not that great of people at times. They would be what society would probably consider the lowlifes, the drinkers, the people that have problems, people who get arrested.
Yes.
That kind of thing. And people who steal and screw people over.
And I took care of a lot of them. I gave them a helping hand.
Are you telling me out of 100 people that came to your place that are transients and have problems and maybe mostly drunk issues, it sounds like, not necessarily drug issues, it sounds like you might have kept your way away from those people.
Try to.
And okay, there you go. You've selected a certain group of people that you would accept to come work at your place. And out of those 100, only 2 of them ended up dead?
See, that doesn't make any sense. If I've been doing this for years, wouldn't I be getting better at it?
That's usually how people get caught, is they do something that leads them to get caught.
Susan was arrested on January 14th, 2014 for 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of abuse of a corpse, and 1 count of identity theft. Susan wasn't done with her crazy admissions, though. During an interview, Susan allegedly admitted to burying 17 more bodies somewhere on her farm. This prompted almost a month of searching, including investigators digging around 50 holes in the hopes of uncovering more of her victims. Ultimately, though, it was determined that there were no more bodies hidden on her farm. There is speculation that Susan said this as one of her twisted jokes, or to intentionally frustrate investigators. Eventually, Susan's pigs were all euthanized. She was reportedly irate when she found out, especially because they were killed instead of their meat being donated to a food pantry. Somewhat surprisingly, Susan pled not guilty to all charges and represented herself when the case went to trial. She actually cross-examined the lead investigator and consistently interrupted the trial, so much so that she had to be removed from the courtroom on several occasions. None of Susan's explanations for either Robert's or Stephen's deaths matched the horrific evidence. It was uncovered that Robert's legs had been removed with an axe, while Stephen had been shot 3 or 4 times in the head. It didn't help that while in prison, Susan signed a birthday card from the sweetest murderer in Jackson County, another sign of what she called her sense of humor. In 2015, Susan Monica was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 2 consecutive 25-year prison terms, totaling a 50-year sentence with no chance of parole.
Jesus, bro, that's crazy.
So my gear, 20 haste, 36 verse. All right, we'll go with that. We're giving the outlaw a shot. I don't know how it's gonna go, how it's gonna be. We're gonna find out really, really soon. Who knows? Let's go sprint. Let's sit Shadow Priest, I think, man. All right, guys, here we go. First game is outlaw. I don't know if I sap lock. I'll sap shaman instead. Oh, sap lock. I'm sprinting in. Hit him here. Low-key gonna blind the lock. Get fucked. Blind the lock. I have a 5 buff instantly. Love to see that. Blade Flare here. I'm killing everything. Kicked him. Trade a coil. Okay.
Jesus.
This guy's getting clobbered, man. Feared. I have full boss though. Got Sham. Full Kenny. Cloak here. Reroll. Kick VT. AR. Blade Flare. Oh, I'm crushing him here. Killing Link here. Fate. Kicked. Oh, I'm so laggy, bro. Why am I lagging? Can he shaman this? Vanishing. Killing Siphene. Blade Flurry. Feared. Need to reroll again. That was great shadow free there. This kick, bro, this is insane. Flush back on him. I'm destroying this guy, man. Holy fuck. Kick PT again. Kenny off this. Full Kenny. Gout Shop on the cast. This here. Dashing. Keep the heal. Blade Flare, he's done. Jesus Christ. Feels like we're actually walking these people over, man. Why am I not getting that many blunderbuss procs? Am I tripping or something? I feel like my damage should be higher. It's like my shit's not working or something. I'm getting unlucky. I don't know how good this thing is compared to the extra rolls. Fuck, I didn't get any kicks either. This is an off game for me. We're gonna just say that's a warm-up game. I don't know if we go Ret or Hunter here. Probably just gotta try to live and play kind of safe. Side roll here. I'm just gonna open on this Ret, get some buffs up. Blade Flare mount maybe. Should have Blade Flare there. I would have got him. Looking on this guy. Blind Sham. Disarm the same shot. Looking good. Focus shit. Slice here. Visionaire. Fate. Okay. Gonna Blade for all these people. Takes heal.
Alright, bro.
Well, that's the reason. Yeah.
Wait, where was part 2? Wasn't this part 3?
Part 2 of Ruby Truth or Drink has commenced. Commenced.
if you are just clicking on this video, you probably missed Yvonne's channel, part 1 of our Roomies Truth or Drink. So make sure to go to her channel, be in the description down below. That was part 1. Now we are doing part 2.
For those of you that didn't watch the first video, which is a crime. Emily is here. She is reading us questions that we are not aware of.
We just shouldn't even answer, then they'll have to.
Huh?
They'll have to go to the other video to get the instructions.
Get the instructions. Yeah, watch that in video first. Okay,
yeah.
If you want to know questions, you have to watch the first video.
Working, they'll probably see it right there.
Question number 1. How much money did you make last month?
Whoa!
How much money did you make last month?
Whoa!
Check. I'll drink because I don't know.
You know what?
Cheers! I'll drink like a
Cheers!
half. I'll actually be out if I drink a whole one.
Do quarters. Question 2. Fuck, marry, kill. And here are your options. Okay. We have Ollie, which is Myth. We have Ms. Kid. And we have Austin.
Austin?
Austin.
I'm fucking Austin.
Austin. I'd be on the same page, but just because I can't.
married?
Guys, if I drink anymore, I'm done.
Exactly.
That's Myth 100%, and then Ms. Kiff, I'm sorry, but
Killing Myth.
Marrying Austin.
There's none of the other choices.
And killing Austin. Wait, honestly, wait, think about Ms. Skip as a husband.
I'm sorry. You made me honk my drink back up, bro.
I think I would marry. Oh God, I would kill. Oh God.
Myth
She
is
doesn't
very
know.
reliable,
Austin?
responsible.
Myth is literally a wise soul.
Yeah.
He's so
He
wise.
would be a good husband.
He would be a very good father.
He would be a great husband and father.
It's like talking about this like my brother, bro. It's like, yeah.
Okay. F. Austin.
Okay.
She's really serious about
Mary. I
These
think.
kids will be real.
Oh no. Okay, but I'm just okay. I think realistically, Myth would make a much better fit for a husband. But imagine how chaotic it would be with Ms. Gift.
Ms. Kids are coming.
I gotta marry Ms. Gift and
Kids are
have Ms. Kids.
Oh, dude, he's DMing you after this. He's DMing you after this.
That's totally gonna be the title of this video.
Yeah. I would marry Miss Kid.
Miss Kid?
New mom. This streamer wants to marry me.
Okay, next.
Next.
Would you guys?
Next question. Look at the person to your right.
What?
You would just go
Saikuna.
To me, okay, in a circle.
and name something you don't like about them.
You best be drinking.
I know what the fuck I'm gonna talk about. The thing I hate most about this woman right here is that she always takes her credit card. She pays for everything. I absolutely hate it. She just purchases everything,
saw a
and like I
clip.
keep telling
Yeah.
her, I'm rich, bitch. Let me pay for something, all right? And she just has no remorse. She just wants to buy everything. Buy clothes, buying gifts, or cards.
Why is she talking about
I
accent too?
absolutely fucking hate it.
Someone told me that you booked them a flight because they missed their flight.
Whoa,
Yeah, you did pull out your card a little too frequently.
A little too much. And I'm gonna drink to that.
What? You know what? Drink to that.
Why would you drink to that?
For the few hours you stream, you should be swiping that card less. Definitely less.
That's true. How many
Yeah.
hours did you stream
Yeah.
last night? Drink the drink.
She can handle it.
Wait, what do you hate about Yvonne?
Yeah, what do you hate about
She's
me?
not around enough. She's touching too much grass. And I'm
Where
gonna
have
say
you
it.
been for the workouts, bro?
She doesn't
Where is she?
She's touching grass. She's going to concerts. She's social. She needs to reel it back in and get on the PC and press that start streaming button and go live and live
True.
She's been living too much, but you know we love that for her too.
Yeah.
We love that.
It's a love and hate thing. What do you
we're-
hate about Psych?
Oh.
I don't even know. I have to think about this.
At least she didn't say
Just
the
one
waddling.
thing? No.
At least it wasn't the waddling.
The waddling
I
is
kinda
cute.
Like, I kind of like
I hate that he unironically likes Yoshinoya.
Oh yeah, you do order
Like
a
it's
lot.
not yellow broccoli. It's
Yellow
cauliflower.
broccoli,
It's
dude.
literally
He
called
likes yellow
cauliflower.
broccoli. It's crazy.
I saw Yoshinoya at the door 2 days ago. I was like, that's Saikuno's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I'm the only one who eats it.
That is what I hate.
I've never
What
tried
do you
it.
think
I've never
about-
tried it either.
Yeah, stay that way.
Yeah, you're always busy, and we don't get to play games as much.
That's a.
Aww.
We used
She's
to
got
play
shoots.
every
She's
single
literally
day.
got another shoot like soon. You guys are.
I had
leaving.
4 shoots this week, and we're going to camp.
And we're going to camp. It's gonna rain.
Yeah.
It's
Is
gonna
that
rain.
better or worse?
It's
Humid.
worse. It's gonna be
Alright,
humid and
I'm
rainy.
going on Leslie.
Yeah, go in.
Or you could drink. I don't know.
We know what you're gonna say.
Actually, she's fixed this problem a lot recently.
Is it her touchy breaks?
Breaks. Oh my god. Oh, she's not even the one we go for.
Oh,
It's true though. Leslie.
Okay, I'm better about the touchy
we
break.
had an intervention. We told her she's a little touchy on the brakes, and she's done it.
Yeah.
We went to intervention.
what I was gonna
And she did
say.
a great job driving.
She's the only
This is
person
true.
that made me throw
This
up.
is true.
You didn't puke. You were nauseous.
No, I did
At
not.
Mac.
I flew over and I threw up by the tree.
Okay.
Everyone puked.
Oh wait, Mia.
Well, I've gotten better at it, so it's okay.
Yeah,
I've
she's
gotten
gotten
better.
Actually,
I can
you
hear
heard
you.
it yesterday.
gonna
She was
say.
Oh, messaging.
Yeah, messaging.
But recently?
She got a
Oh,
lot better
okay,
because I use Discord now.
I have gotten better with everyone, and the secret.
You have gotten better.
The secret is Discord. If you
Yes,
ever want to reach me,
Discord.
it's Discord.
She has
yeah.
too many phones.
It's a phone thing.
She does have a ton of phones.
Yeah,
It's the phones. I don't know what
That
number.
song, 2 phones, she has like 4 phones.
She has like
Yeah.
4.
But if we didn't live with her, we
Wait,
would
did we
never
say
see
why?
her.
We shouldn't say
I
why.
am
Yeah.
really bad.
I have to give like 2 to 3 business days for like I would message her way in advance.
Yeah, I'm trying to develop a stomping on the floor
Yeah.
communication system.
It's so hard to reach her.
Yeah.
Discord.
Sometimes a
Next
week.
question. Which sponsor has paid you most?
Oh, wait, like per
Okay,
hour?
does long term count or like single?
Oh.
I think single.
I think it's up to you.
Does
You
YouTube
said-
count?
Yeah. Does my YouTube contract?
My YouTube sponsor,
This is
man.
my YouTube
My YouTube sponsor,
contract.
Shirley.
Well,
so obviously, like,
Wait, what about
long-term
roomie
is
sponsors?
great.
Oh.
those are
Genshin
small-
Impact.
Yeah,
Genshin Impact.
Genshin
We're gonna
Impact
do a
is
Genshin Impact
Oh,
sponsor.
oh yeah. Together as roomies.
Look out for it, and it's a pretty good one.
Cheers to that, I guess.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that.
Speaking of
My third life is
sponsors,
going. Oh.
name your favorite one and your least favorite one.
Oh no.
Favorite sponsor is easily
Wow.
I can't say my list.
My favorite.
Cyberpower PC easily because they've sponsored me since I had like 50 viewers.
Oh yeah, they did. They were your first.
Yeah,
sponsor.
they were my first sponsor
I
ever,
remember
and they've
them.
never
Who?
wanted me to not be
Who
sponsored.
is it?
They've
Who's
just
your
always-
favorite?
Cyber
Yeah.
I remember
Got a
that
lot
when
of
you
good
first got
ones.
sponsored. It was such a lit one.
My
My favorite sponsor hasn't been announced
I
yet.
had like 50.
Oh,
Which one was the one that was annoying?
Wait, what? That's a spicy one.
I think I can say.
I don't remember.
It was the
You
one
had so
that
many.
No, it's not because of that.
What?
Well, it's like if you say your favorite, all the other sponsors
don't
would be like, what
remember.
about
Block out
us?
my memory.
Oh.
I do have a least favorite, but I feel like I
Roast
can't
them
say.
both.
That's strict. That's strict. That's strict.
Oh.
No, it's a good business decision.
Who is your celebrity crush?
Tom
Holland.
I love him.
She already knows.
Tom Holland sing.
Celebrity crush.
That's Spider-Man.
I don't have
big.
one. I don't have one either. But my first celebrity crush was Orlando Bloom. Ooh, taste. Legolas.
I don't have a crush on him. I just like him. Is Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
also
the
so
guy
funny.
from the
Yeah.
Pikachu movie.
Yeah, the Pikachu movie. That's what you remember.
Have you
Yeah,
seen The
yeah, that's what I.
Proposal?
Yeah, I just said that.
I
Yeah,
love
loved
him in The
yeah, I love
Proposal.
Proposal. I saw like Sandra Bullock. so
Yes.
that was-
I haven't watched any of those.
Yeah.
The proposal is so good.
It's so good.
Next question.
Oh.
Whose style do you hate the most?
Hate.
Hate.
Oh.
I do hate and like.
I just think Saikuno can he's holding back. That's all I'm gonna say.
Actually,
I
yeah.
feel like
Don't have
he is
style.
holding back.
we
I
need
really
to
don't have
dress him.
You know what?
This
Yeah.
is
He only wears
we
merch.
style
He only
Saikuno.
wears merch.
I
But
just
that's
wear
cute.
my friend's
You
merch.
only
What are
wears
you
his
guys trying to
friend's
say?
merch. No, it's good. It's good.
It's
I
nice.
only wear my
It's
friend's
nice,
merch.
though.
Imagine him in like a sweater vest with the
Yeah.
collar and
Yeah,
the
but
sleeves.
that's what we want to see.
You know what? We're gonna style you. We're styling you.
Yeah, yeah.
We should do a
Shopping
video where we
trip.
style each person. Like each person gets styled. Like that would be sick as like a.
That would be
thing,
sick.
too.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
We're on a roomie roll with these
roomie
videos.
roll.
Okay, this is the start of it.
Hey, show everyone your full page of Twitter DMs.
Okay.
Say less.
Say less.
Okay. Beef stuff. I have some art being made of the roomies. You guys can't see.
Oh. Okay.
Say less.
Say less. We're on a roomie roll with these
roomie
videos.
roll.
Okay, this is the start of it.
Hey, show everyone your full page of Twitter DMs.
Okay.
Say less.
Say less.
Okay. Beef stuff. I have some art being made of the roomies. You guys can't see.
Oh,
it.
okay.
Oh, this lady, her name is Zelina. She wrestles. She wants to wrestle with
She's
us.
really
my, she's going off. She's sharing with the class.
Yeah, ours are just pretty typical.
Yeah, typical
Yeah.
DMs, you
There's
know.
nothing. There's nothing.
There's nothing
Yeah,
spicy.
Nothing spicy.
Yeah, I got 100
Ask me to play
Thieves.
games, you know.
Yeah.
And then Hannah.
Oh, I didn't respond to
Andrea.
Germa. I should probably.
Sid,
Should probably
like,
respond to
Jody.
Germa.
I'm bad at.
When have you sold out the most?
Define selling out.
Like, shameless. You're just like.
I used to play a game called Fill a Cup on my stream where I'd sit with a cup and they'd fill bits and I would just dance and be like, fill the cup, everyone, and people just cheer bits to fill it up. And I was a
saw that.
hardcore
I saw that.
sellout.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of it in the past, but no, I wouldn't do it
the
anymore.
most
But I
for
did.
charity streams. Like having the goal incentives and stuff.
That's
Oh, and when I was aiming for 10,000 subscribers when I was on Twitch because I wanted the emotes. I wanted to unlock the emotes so bad.
Mine was definitely when we were first doing proximity chat Among Us, and then I got 5 gifted subs, and then more people would give 5 more subs because everyone could hear it on all the streams.
Oh,
Because we made a rule we had to leave ourselves unmuted.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
So they get
so
all the
true.
value.
Yeah, that was the biggest juice for sure.
Theo didn't answer.
Oh, I don't really have a sellout moment because
What
I've
about the
only
sub?
been. Oh, I guess, but
Oh,
I didn't like ask for subs during the subathon either.
She was just the most
just
female
woman,
streamer for a
female.
while.
She just got everyone else.
No,
to
Yeah, she got all her friends.
No, yeah, my friends kind of did it for
Kinda
me.
did it. Yeah.
That was a fun time.
When is your next 48-hour stream?
Oh, I actually have that one planned.
Oh.
Yes, we're
September
doing it
25th.
together.
Yeah.
Wait, is this gonna be a roomie thing?
This
Are
is
gonna
you
do
guys
it
and
with
on moral support. I'll pop in for like when I'm
wow.
alive.
If
But
I'm
I will.
here, I'll play games.
Wait, when is it? September what?
25th. The end of September.
Here is
Well, I'm
the last
playing it.
question
The last question
To make it.
of this
of part
video.
2.
Describe in detail the best sex you've had.
Cheers,
everybody.
Cheers
And
to
we end with
celibacy. Cheers to celibacy, everybody.
Cheers.
Love being celibate, everybody. Celibacy.
Thank
So
you,
good.
everybody,
for watching part 2 of Truth.
Saikuno didn't
Well, that's
drink.
the reason you're.
Yeah. Listen,
nah,
bro,
bro,
if one of you hits me first, it's down. Hi, YouTube. Oh God. Okay.
It's gonna be so weird if someone comes here the first time because they'll be like, "What's wrong with these
Yes, oh my
people?"
god, okay, so
What's wrong
context.
with
What
you?
had happened was we're doing a 3-part truth or drink video. First, part 1 is on Yvonne's channel, link in the description.
Yeah, sure. You want to say their name?
Easy
Say it.
cheese choice.
Yeah, just say it.
Just say
Then.
their
Go
name
off.
then.
Just say their names. The second part is on Leslie's channel, Foozly in the description.
Check.
No.
I don't really know, but
This dude is shaking at his board. He can't give details of that kind of stuff. And the third part is here right now, happening in the present. We're all kind of around
Final
6 out of
round.
10 drunkish.
about 6.
About a
Between
6 right
and
now.
10, 6 and 10.
And Emily's here. She is reading off the
Emily.
questions for us that we are unaware of. And here we go.
Hit 'em.
Oh,
Who in
yeah,
the
of
house
course.
has the nicest body, or like the body that you're most attracted to?
Ray.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ray too.
She seems the most fit.
Ray's the most fit.
Abs.
She's
She's actually
Fit
abs
AF.
guy.
Which
Yeah.
one of you got bigger
Yeah.
titties?
Oh.
I would love Deb. Okay, I'm just gonna put a point. I think I'm more drunk than everyone else here. I'm just gonna say it. I do. I think. Oh.
If you can't answer that, do you like boobs or butt?
My own.
I like butts.
I think
Because I have control over the situation.
that's true.
Build it.
Boobs are like you got what you got.
You got what
Yeah,
you got. It
for
is
sure.
what it is, and that's what you.
Do you like your
Working
guys'
out's been
boobs?
fun. Working
No.
out.
I've learned. I used to want a boob job. Me yeah, when I was younger, but then I got over it because 1, I'm lazy, 2, I didn't want to deal with recovery, and 3, I'm lazy.
I think it's just all that, like super
Yeah.
lazy or whatever. But I do wish God blessed me with like sickness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of it, popping is scary.
Yeah.
What, popping? Boob plants popping?
Yeah.
Oh,
That sounds crazy. That's
And they harden over time.
What are the bright sides of? I mean, it just.
Well, you have boobs.
I mean, they're aesthetic. and you have boobs.
Yeah.
But it's whatever makes you happy. Yep. What makes you
You're
happy.
joking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
All right. Rate each person in this group of the roomies from 1 to 5 on how good of a kisser you think they are.
Leslie's a 5 for sure.
Yeah.
You think you know? I just go wild.
Mood. To celibacy. Cheers.
I agree with Ray. I agree with Ray.
Celibacy.
I agree with Ray.
Cheers. Cheers to celibacy, everybody. They're kidding.
Oh, we're not kidding.
I'm waiting for that. Questions. Anyone need more soju?
Nah.
I am.
What's your favorite phrase to hear someone say during sex?
To celibacy.
I don't think I have one.
It doesn't even
Yeah, I
have to be
don't
like
think you-
during sex. It could be like something that gets you like hyped up for sex.
Huggers.
She means hoggers. She'd be thinking in church lingo.
Cheers.
I'm out. Leslie, you're she said poggers. My little pog jam.
My lord.
None of these questions are gonna be answered. There's no way.
We have some cards. Okay.
Who intimidates you the most in the streaming or content space?
Oh, that's a good question.
Intimidating.
Intimidating. Maybe. Damn, anyone got an answer?
I don't know. Like, I feel like intimidating is not a word I would use for.
Initially, I was intimidated by
Okay,
Katie.
who is? Oh, really?
I think because I saw her on Austin's shows, and then I was like, she was just like that bitch in like a good way. Like she was just like
She's
she
so
did
like
not-
she plans. She's intelligent.
so
Actually
confident, and
does
she's just
Actual
like
confidence.
that was.
You know what? Yeah, I feel the same way with Maya.
Maya,
Because like she can sing, she has like
yeah.
this whole like animal organization. Like
Yeah.
it's just, oh my god, I just feel like she's like a Wonder Woman.
Yeah, and you're like,
Mine's
Like
Lily.
intimidating because they just seem so
No, I'm
much.
kidding.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh.
who? What'd you say?
He
No,
said.
I said Lily, cut that out.
Oh, keep it in, keep it in. She's so
Sometimes.
talented.
Yeah.
Lily
She's
is
talented.
incredibly
She
talented.
has high
I
standards.
was intimidated
She has high
by her
I
at
was
first.
intimidated by
And
Lily.
yours is
This is
friend,
true.
so it says something.
I'd just be afraid to disappoint her.
Yeah.
Intimidate you.
What is that from?
Who
Woodford?
intimidates
Who
you?
intimidates you?
I actually don't know.
You can say you're not intimidated by anybody either. If you're
I
not.
feel like I have been, but I
Herself.
just
I'm
like
just
a
kidding.
person doesn't come to mind.
Okay.
You're not-
She's intimidated
Yeah,
by
you wanna
drunk
drink?
Scara.
Yeah, you want to drink?
No, drunk Scar is intimidating.
Damn, Scara, you lost your touch.
Scara? No.
Scar's too nice.
No,
He's kind of nice.
But yeah, he's
too
kind.
nice.
Have you ever sent an intimate text to the wrong person?
Oh,
Nope.
no.
No.
You guys send intimate text.
Nah, I'm triple,
send intimate
I'm triple
You guys
checking
send
to make
intimate
sure that it's setting to the right person.
Yeah, not
I wanna
really a
say
thing I
no,
gotta
yeah.
worry about.
But my mom did read a love letter that I wrote to my ex-boyfriend, and I had to pretend that it was a school project because, because she's like, I read a very intimate love letter that you might have written to this person. I was like, no, Mom. It was a class assignment.
Do you think she bought it?
Oh my god.
I do not know if she bought it to this
Okay.
day.
No,
Well, now she
Please, Mom.
knows.
In
0%
retrospect,
chance.
there's no way she bought it. But back then, I was convinced that she bought it. I think she wanted to believe it, so she let herself believe it.
Yeah.
But I was in high school. I wrote a really intense love letter to my ex.
Wow.
That's so
Okay.
cute. It was cute,
Alright.
honestly, but yeah.
Do you think you're more attractive than the average person?
Oh,
You know what?
definitely not.
I'm gonna answer for everyone here. Yes.
Definitely
yes.
not. But I'm gonna answer yes for everyone else.
It's okay to
For
be
sure.
confident.
It's okay to be confident. Yes.
Yeah.
It's good to be confident.
Yes.
Yes.
And I will slap all of you
Slap me.
if you say
Yeah,
no.
slap me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I slapped.
Oh my god. you
Whoa,
slapped her.
Wait, it
Sorry.
was lost my forehead. Depth perception. My depth perception.
Flapper.
Depth perception.
Oh my God.
It wasn't that hard, was it? I couldn't really feel it.
I heard
How
the
bad
noise.
was
I heard
it?
the
You need
noise.
ice?
I am aware of the fact that
You're hot.
my Instagram, people
you.
say the things,
Thank
and
you.
And are you gonna
I'm
call the-
aware of it, so I post for business.
Yes!
I know.
She's getting
She's standing.
Can we get some clap emojis in the comments? Clap emojis in the comments if you agree.
I think that everyone here should post more on Instagram. You should post you more.
Post you more, Saikudo.
They think you're hot.
You guys should do the
that's
like
definitely not.
clothing makeover and then make him post on Instagram.
Oh,
Yes.
hell yeah. Photo shoot right
I think you're
after.
conventionally attractive.
My dog, though. My dog kind of
embrace
pops
it.
off.
Embrace your attractiveness,
I mean,
Saikudo.
just
My
put
dog
you and
kinda
Bimbus
pops off,
together.
you know.
He's evolving.
Why can't you take a picture with Bimbus?
Imagine.
Imagine how powerful
Like,
would that
sometimes I
be?
have my
would
hand
be
in it when I feed him
powerful.
steak.
What is the kinkiest thing someone has asked you to do?
This
I don't
one
think,
person
like-
asked me to
Yeah.
choke them in a song.
And a
Oh, that was just me shouting out my friend's song. You're welcome.
Oh my god, my jaw was dropping mid-drop.
Wow. I already knew what that was.
Shouting out my song.
To celebrate.
There's just
Oh, I have things. What is your body count?
Oh.
Well, when you're celibate, you don't really have a body count.
I could say that.
I can say that.
You know what? Say it. Go
Four.
on.
Cheers.
Cheers, everyone. You two can share.
Huh? Are we really sure?
Yeah, I said 4.
Okay,
It's a celibacy, bro.
I want to say like 2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with body count.
There's
Yeah.
something
I
wrong.
drank.
There's nothing wrong
But it's
with
literally
that.
like
Dude, it could be 100 and I would literally
Embrace
not
it.
care. If I said 100, you guys wouldn't care. I literally think you guys
Well,
would
as
not.
long as
Yeah, I wouldn't
you're
care. Mentally
Safe.
okay.
And safe,
And
right?
safe, and you're not harboring
To
herpes.
clarify, it's not 100.
An
I don't think I
estimate.
thought it was, well,
To
now they
celibacy,
might.
take
They
it.
I thought it first. Oh, God.
would you be part of the threesome?
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I've
Say
never
no on
been,
that.
but
No
like
chance.
depending on the circumstance, I might be.
Yes, I agree with the one.
Yeah.
It depends on the situation and like the stability of the relationship.
Stability.
And like far,
Or if
future.
it's all single
Like who
people.
knows? I might be
Yeah.
60 and wild, and who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know.
What
Yeah.
you're
I
doing
guess
when you're
my
older.
follow-up question is like, if you
my
could
God.
choose
A
who
streamer
they
to have a
were,
threesome
like, what
with.
if it was Tom Holland and Harry Styles?
What the hell? That'd be incredible.
That was targeted. That was so targeted.
I mean, it could be for anyone here. I mean,
It depends.
I'm gonna give it the old no, never, no, never.
no,
strats.
never, no, never. Yeah, no,
No,
never.
unlikely, unless.
Unless.
No, never unless. Okay, never unless. So,
Yeah.
Anyways, next.
When is the last time you cried and why?
Oh, let me see. Well, yours was moving to YouTube.
Oh.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm so happy about that.
Well, he did tear up though. He
Happy
did.
tears.
Guys, you
Happy
can't be
tears.
sad about moving or you get roasted. So it's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Oh!
Too,
Well,
but-
go.
And definitely watching a TikTok of like a
Same.
dog, meeting its owner for the first
Sad
time in like 8
TikToks.
years.
Sad TikToks
Sad
made me cry.
TikToks made me
Like
cry.
happy reunion TikToks are so cute.
I get TikToks of Fortnite of Itachi doing Kamehameha.
Okay.
What?
I
Yeah.
said, go play the cooking
Well,
game.
mine
I'm
was
telling you,
over a
it's fun.
guy, so I'll say that.
Yours is what?
Mine was over a guy.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Cheers to that.
The thing is, Leslie's RPing drinking while she's drinking. She's making the chugging sound.
It's
while she's
role
drinking.
play, everybody. Role play.
It is role playing.
I'm going for role player of the year.
Good.
Last question. If you could fight a streamer, who would you fight?
Leslie.
What?
No way.
You think you'd fight me?
You would fight
I'd
me?
fight Leslie.
You know what? I feel like Mian would have more coordination, but Leslie would have more strength.
No, Leslie would absolutely.
yes.
destroy it, yeah.
Thank you so much.
But I'd be too fast.
Yeah, no, Mian would be pretty fast.
No, Leslie's pretty quick.
She just threw a punch.
That's how you know she's gonna win. She's got the instinct.
Would you fight anyone?
I would fight all of you.
I'd fight you guys.
Oh, I would fight all of you.
I'd rather fight you guys than anyone else.
I would rather fight you guys. Yeah. I'd fight you.
I would rather fight a stranger. I can't punch them.
Well, that's the reason. You're
Yeah.
If
Listen,
Nah,
she's
bro. If
tripping.
one of you hits to me first, it's down.
Oh,
no, one of you goes for me first. Now, should we get some just extra card stuff for any of the videos?
Pull the cards. Pull the cards. Yeah, just random extra juicer questions. Most serious crime you've ever committed.
Oh, I stole sunglasses from a knockoff Target once, and I got banned, and I had to go to court for it.
Oh my god.
Wait, you went to court?
Yes, for it because they caught us, and I only did it because I was a tennis captain, and the other tennis captain, her name was also Rachel, and I looked up to her, and she was like, just steal them, and I didn't even wear sunglasses because my nose was too small, they fall off my nose anyway, so I was like, you know what? No, if Rachel's doing it, I'm doing it, so I stole them, and then we were the tennis captains, it looked really bad, but the coach didn't find out, and we got caught, and then we had to go to court.
Wow.
She says thumbs up.
I also shoplifted. I stole a CD player.
I stole an energy bar once.
Yeah.
And then
what? We're all
hungry.
Wow. You joined Hunter Thieves, bro? He was hungry.
On brand. Can I say there's some sort of substance?
Statute of limitations. It wasn't.
I stole a single bobby pin because I've never shoplifted before, and I was like, damn, I really need a bobby pin. And then
sell those as single.
What? Leslie stole that $100 from her mom before.
Yeah,
and
from
that's
my
all
mom.
I
Put it in
got.
my underwear. Yeah, I stole from my own mother.
Yeah, she stole from her own mom.
I didn't even really need the bobby pin, but I thought I needed it, and I felt so guilty. To this day, I remember.
Are you sometimes embarrassed to be seen with me?
No, not at all.
Leslie?
No.
Well,
I
agree.
Yeah.
I'm never embarrassed with you guys either.
I was gonna say
Sometimes like
you're probably the most prone to that.
but I'll never actually.
Pretend.
Yeah.
It's
Not
all pretending.
actually embarrassed, but like you're the
Okay. That was a lot of YouTube. Sound effects disabled? What's going on here? Alright, 5%. No. I don't know how that changes the noise, honestly. I need to take a shower. I need to get upstairs. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Alright, I'm about to get off stream and take a fucking shower. I might get back on stream later though.